Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be doing a monthly compilation of true scary stories. Now, I know that I've neglected to do this over the past couple of months, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to be doing 2 of these compilations. One will be this one, which will be some of the stories from the last couple of months that will help you fall asleep. And then I'm going to do another compilation in the next video. That'll be the same thing. That should get us caught up on our monthly compilations. Anyways, I hope you enjoy these extra long videos. And without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. I'm a 30-year-old female, and the guy in this story looked to be about 35 to 40 years old. I was driving home on the highway, and there was a van in front of me. I was behind this van for several miles before I decided to pass. It was a 4-lane highway, so no vehicles or anything that would come in front of me. I was having no problem passing this guy. As soon as I made it almost to the point of me fully past him, he speeds up. So I proceed to speed up, because I am clearly trying to pass. He speeds up to be right beside my car, and keeps gesturing and waving at me, almost to signal me to pull over. I floor it and pass the guy, keeping speed to just get away from him. I see him slow down and kind of wave at me, almost like a bye or hello type of wave. Then a few seconds after speeds up, going to the passing lane, and speeds up to be right next to my car. He motions again, almost like asking me to pull over. He pointed to himself and pointed to me. I literally flip this guy off, and he won't speed up. I slow down. He slows down. I speed up. He speeds up. I tried slamming my brakes to lose him and nothing. I finally pull my phone out and start recording, and he finally speeds up to pass. I see this guy trying to make a turn exactly where I'm going towards my house. I go the opposite way to a store, where I know there will be a lot of people, and stay there for about an hour. What in the actual crap? I'm honestly so unsettled. To answer some questions, there's nothing wrong with my vehicle. I have dents in the car and rust, but nothing concerning. My tire rim is a bit dented, but you can't see that at high speeds, and doesn't make sense to do what he did. If I thought someone's tire was flat or something, I'd point to their tire, or roll my window down, not be an absolute creep. Also, I'm not sure what would have upset him, as it's not like I cut him off or anything. I was behind him for miles. He didn't appear to be in a road rage, not hitting the steering wheel or anything like that. Just seemed persistent that he wanted to get me to stop. The way he was gesturing to himself and me, almost shrugging, like, come on. It was so weird. I got a picture of his vehicle, and I'm tempted to make a report, in case he tries to do this with other women. I was reading some of these at work the other day, and I remembered a creepy encounter that happened to my friend, sister, and I. This happened when we were a lot younger. I would say that we were still in elementary school, maybe 7th grade. For context, the town I lived in was pretty chill. We had a movie theater that was next to a few stores and restaurants, so our moms would drop us off, and sometimes we would walk around after the movie was over and just hang out at Walmart or Whataburger. This one particular night, we were in the Walmart parking lot on the way back to the movie theater to get picked up, and an older man with a van called to us and said, "Wow, I can't open up my DVD. Can you guys please come over here and help me open it?" Now, my sister and I immediately thought, why would a grown man ask us kids to help him open a DVD in a parking lot? My friend, who was a male, immediately started walking towards the man, and we stopped him before he was close to him, saying that it was weird and we should get away from him. He wanted to be the man in the situation, but we were kids. What was he gonna do? Anyways, we get really scared and ended up sprinting away and not looking back. It wasn't as creepy as some of the other stories on here, but I'm glad that we didn't stick around to find out. This is my first post ever, and also the reason that I made this profile to begin with. I'm a 33-year-old female, but this happened back when I was 24. I'm a nurse by profession. At the time, I was working at an outpatient facility. I was stuck on strictly night shift at the time, and to this day, I still get antsy during the night shift. For those that may not know, outpatient facilities are used for patients that are recovering from surgery. On a typical night, we would have one or two. It was rare that we would have any more than that. I don't remember how many we had on this night, but it was somewhere along those lines. During the night, there were a few things that I was required to do, and would act upon request if needed. But me and the med tech were usually in the nurse's room, which was right next to our desk, watching TV and playing on our phones. We also had a security guard. It was an unarmed guard position, which I still have my issues with, and they did less than we did. Our full-time guard was a man who, at the time, was pushing 70. Don't get me wrong, he was the biggest sweetheart in the world, but if push ever came to shove, I don't know how effective he would have been in the state of crisis. Our other guard was a part-timer. He only worked 2 to 3 shifts every couple of weeks. My partner used to joke that he was a professional NPC because he worked several different jobs to make ends meet. At the time, he was 28, and the nursing staff tended to favor him because he actually did his job properly. One reservation that I did have about him was that he wasn't always in the security office. He actually conducted his checks and would do a few checks at an adjoining facility, so he wasn't always at his desk. We didn't always need him, but it was nice to have him there in case we needed to go outside. This was one of the nights that he was working, and this was the circumstance. So this isn't great for a nurse to say, but I used to have to go out a few times a night to have a sneaky cigarette. I've quit smoking since, but at the time I would probably leave between 4 to 6 times a night to smoke near my car. It was around midnight, give or take. I was posted up against my car smoking when these 2 guys started walking through the parking lot. Trespassing was a big no-no, but the parking lot was a shortcut to a local motel, which is a creepy encounter all on its own, and security usually wouldn't get involved if people were just quickly passing through. The 2 guys spotted me and called out to me. I didn't respond, which seemed to be an invitation for them to approach. I know I should have just tossed the cigarette and went back inside, but 24-year-old me ignored that common sense. Both of these guys were probably in their mid-20s. Nothing off-looking about them, aside from the way that they were walking and the fact that they were going to the motel. They probably wouldn't have stood out in a crowd to me. One of them asked me for a cigarette. I said that I left my pack inside and I couldn't help them. He then started asking me questions about my job, where I was from, and how old I was. I didn't take the bait on any of these questions. I told them I had to get back inside. One of them stood sort of in my way, and the other asked if he could have my number. I said no. The thing that took me overboard was one of them had moved my jacket to see my name tag, and put his face really close to it to read my name. It was obvious that he was just trying to look at my chest. That was the line for me, and I pushed past them and foolishly went to the front door that my keycard didn't open. so I had literally cornered myself between the door and these two random guys. I had to find a way around them to get to the side door that I exited from, but judging by their body language, that wasn't going to go my way. Thankfully, I was greeted with a familiar voice. Our friendly neighborhood security guard was apparently checking the other facility and managed to show up in time before I had to either run or plead. One of the guys got smart with him, but after an intense staring contest, he backed down and the two left. I did enjoy the look on his face when he realized that he was actually dealing with someone who could probably cause him serious harm. I remember giving him a hug and thanking him. I started looking forward to his shifts. He made us all feel a lot safer. After that, he and I would converse, and he would walk outside with me if I wanted to smoke, and we would occasionally split a pizza or something during our shifts that coincided. I know it is an incredibly conventional story about the man that would become your husband 3 years later and give you two beautiful little girls, but it's a story that reminds me that he's always had my back. To this day, I don't know what these two guys' intentions were, and as much as I'd love to believe that they wouldn't have tried anything in plain view of security cameras, being a nurse has taught me that people frequently don't think with their heads sometimes. I'm just grateful that divine intervention sent someone in the way of that and gave me the best guy in the world. I didn't mean to turn sappy. Stay safe, everyone. Hi, everyone. I'm pretty disturbed right now, and I don't really know who to talk to, so I decided to post here. I recently moved into a new house, an old building from the 1920s located in a quiet neighborhood. Everything was fine until I started noticing weird things. About 2 weeks ago, I saw a weird man hanging around my property. It was late at night, and he seemed to be rummaging through my trash cans. At first, I thought that it was just someone lost or a homeless person looking for food, so I didn't pay much attention. But things started to get more worrying. One night, I saw him through my kitchen window, just standing there staring at my house. He was wearing dirty clothes and had a blank look on his face, almost like he wasn't really seeing what he was looking at. I turned on the outside lights and he ran away quickly. Since that day, I keep seeing him sporadically. Sometimes I find footprints in the mud near my windows, or objects moved around the house. Once, I even found an old shoe half buried in my garden, like someone tried to hide something. The worst part is that I started hearing weird noises at night, scratching at the windows, light knocks on the walls, and indistinct whispers that seemed to come from outside. I called the police several times, but every time they arrive, the man is gone, and they don't find any traces of him. My friends think I'm paranoid that I'm imagining things because of stress of the move, but I can't help feeling like there's really someone watching me and trying to scare me. I'm starting to doubt my own sanity. Sometimes I wonder if I'm imagining all this, but the footprints, the moved objects, and the noises are real. Has anyone ever experienced something similar, or have any advice on what I should do? Any help would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for reading. I need help. Nobody around me believes me. For context, I live in a small trailer in central Wisconsin, and directly next to us is a railway that goes across the whole state and leads to a Walmart if you head down for 20 minutes. I was a teenager in 8th grade at the time, with no car or transportation other than a bike. The railroad tracks go in a straight line directly leading to Walmart. So if I were to bike to the Walmart, it takes me about the same time as if I walked straight down the tracks. So, more often than not, I would walk, as I was never really a big fan of riding bikes, as I have had back issues since a young age. On this date in particular, I decided to head to Walmart for some dumb kid stuff shortly before the sun was about to set. This detail will come into play later. Basically, I went to the store and got distracted just looking around. Bought some food and drink and some trading cards, but left as the sun was going down. It's about a 20 to 25 minute walk home, and I decided to head straight down the tracks again. At about the 10-minute mark, it was getting very dark, and I was a generally fearful and anxious child due to my autism. I was scared of the dark until I was about 14 and a half, and would often have nightmares or see things that weren't in my closet, or dark corners, etc. So as it became too dark to see, I was getting extremely nervous and hypervigilant. 5 minutes later, I could swear that I was hearing footsteps crunching in the rocks lining these tracks that weren't mine. I stopped a few times to listen and confirmed that someone was walking towards me from a significant distance away. I could not see them at this point because of the darkness and lack of lighting across the railroad tracks. I had no phone or flashlight of any kind. At this point, I started freaking out internally. At first, I didn't know what to do, but as the sound of the footsteps got closer, I decided to call out and let them know that I was coming towards them. I stopped as I did this, and something along the lines of, "Is someone there?" While I know this might seem silly as an adult, I was used to my brain playing tricks on me in darkness, and I was convinced that I was seeing things. No response. At this point, the footsteps were getting closer, but still too difficult to distinguish over my own. So I stopped. The footsteps continued for a brief moment, and then they stopped too. I called out again. I said, "Hello? Is anyone there?" No response again. I was still prepubescent, and I had a child's voice. I feel like any reasonable adult would have responded and said yes, or "Yeah, I'm just walking," or whatever, as I had genuine, noticeable fear in my voice. After I received no response again, I told myself that I was just imagining it and continued on my journey. At this point, being just under 15 minutes from my house, and I heard them again, footsteps coming closer as soon as I started walking. At this point, fear took over, and I started yelling and making whooping sounds, thinking that it might be some sort of animal. I yelled such things as, "I know you're there, and I have a knife," which was total crap, but I thought that it might encourage this person to respond. Still, nothing. A few times as I was speaking, I would hear the footsteps stop again. Finally, about 3 to 5 minutes later, stopping multiple times and hearing his footsteps stop. Sorry, I can't give a specific time frame. I was in total fight or flight mode, scared out of my mind, so it gets a little hazy from here. I start seeing this guy materialize out of the darkness. He had on blue jeans, a dark hoodie with a hood completely masking his face from the distance. I was instantly relieved for whatever reason. Relieved to know that I wasn't crazy, maybe. I don't know. And began verbal vomiting to this guy that I was just scared, and I didn't know that he was on the tracks with me for sure. He again did not respond, and this was before mainstream Bluetooth audio, and I didn't notice any headphone cables when I passed him. Because he didn't respond, I was eyeing him warily as he approached, and we locked eyes. I'll never forget the chill that ran down my spine. He was staring at me coldly and blankly, with a menacing look in his eyes, like he was thinking about what to do. He had his hands shoved in his pockets, and as I was passing him, he looked like he was going to pull something out of his right hand. I was a very scrawny kid, and even though I have back problems, I was fast as heck. I just hurt from running for too long. From then on, going down the tracks at a full sprint, it was all a blur. I tripped and fell twice, as well as soaked myself in mud when I tried to get across the small ditch separating the track from the trailer park. And then I got home. I never told my mom, and I never walked on those tracks at night again. After reading through this again, I thought I would describe the tracks for a bit of context. They are on an elevated hill next to the trailers, and you can either walk a minute in the wrong direction to get on at the main road I live on, or you can cut through this one small spot where some people had put a board down for that exact purpose, to get across the ditch and onto the tracks. The board was broken in half and partially submerged, so it was kind of like you had to jump and land on the board with one foot, and then kick off to the other side. The ditch is maybe 3 feet across, so it's not a huge jump, but it always has nasty standing water in it. Once you get on the tracks, there is a super long stretch with absolutely no way off, other than private property of a factory the railway delivers goods to, which you can get in trouble for trespassing on. Then there's a junction about 20 minutes down, and another 5 minutes from which is where the Walmart is. Due to this, I couldn't just get off the tracks when I ran away. I had to get to the ditch before I would be able to. This happened to me about 10 years ago. I'm a female, and I was 18 at the time working in a very popular chain restaurant in my local mall. It was one famous for breakfasts, and the uniform was a brightly collared button-down shirt that was easily recognizable. It was a Sunday, our busiest day of the week, and a holiday on top of that, so we were crowded and crazy busy. When it came time for my lunch break, I didn't want to bother the kitchen with my order, so I decided to quickly pop out to a different restaurant to eat, and return to help my coworkers again. It was very crowded and slow going. After a bit of walking, a tall, older man casually fell into step next to me. At first, I didn't pay him any mind due to the crowd, but then he started talking directly to me, and it was difficult to ignore. "Hey there, what's your name? Where do you work?" Unfortunately, I still had my name tag on, and it showed both the restaurant and my name, so I said nothing in response. "Oh, I should stop by for some pancakes and waffles sometime." No response. No eye contact either. Any other question he asked me was answered with silence, or one-word answers. I was afraid to be impolite, but also really didn't want to give him any leeway. Finally, he asked, "How old are you?" "I'm 15. I was absolutely of age, but I hoped that lie would push him off. He was definitely in his 30s. Then, "Hey, I can work with that," and he touched my shoulder. I don't know what kind of reaction he wanted from me, but I instantly recoiled, eyes wide. I ducked into the closest store, probably a GameStop, and started browsing like my life depended on it. Fortunately, he didn't follow me into the GameStop, nor did he follow me when I finally left to grab my quick lunch. I didn't see him again, and if he ever did stop by the restaurant for his pancake and waffles, I never did have the misfortune of serving him, thank God. It still stuns me to this day that I barely reciprocated, and then told him I was underage, and none of that made him stop trying to interact with me. That also isn't the only time I was followed around the mall by a strange man, but it definitely was the worst one, in my opinion. So, for a little bit of a backstory, I'm currently a 27-year-old female at the time of writing this, but the encounter that I'm going to describe took place when I was 21-ish. When I was 21, I moved to a new city for school. I didn't know anybody, and I was suffering your typical first time away from home loneliness. A lot of this had to do with being separated from my best friend for the first time, and I was desperate for some companionship. I took to dating apps to try and build some sort of a bridge. I had a couple of dates which ultimately didn't work out, but I guess that isn't so important. I matched with this one guy. He seemed like the whole package. He was cute. He was into music, art, and we had a mutual love of Stephen King. We talked for about a week, and we eventually exchanged numbers and continued talking in more depth. I was young and naive enough at the time to catch a feeling for this guy, and I honestly thought that I was falling for him. We talked in depth for about another week. He got to know me very personally, and it was scary to me how much we had in common. We made a date to meet at a bar. He told me he was running a little behind, and to go have a drink at the bar and he would meet me there. It was sort of late afternoon, so the area was fairly empty. They had 2 other girls that showed up at the bar during my time there. One of the girls had broken our silence by saying that she was there for a first date with a really cute guy, and she was nervous, and asked if me or the other girl had any advice for her. Oh, how cute. I was there for a first date too that I was extremely excited about. The other girl was also there for a first date with a guy. We shared our thoughts and really hyped each other up. It was a total sister bonding moment. That was until we all drew the conclusion that we were there to meet the same guy. Same pictures, different names, different personalities. This guy played us in a big way. Believe it or not, this was actually a huge letdown that turned into something good. The 3 of us ended up hitting it off naturally, and we actually stayed at the bar and talked. Since then, the 3 of us became really close, and both are serving in my upcoming wedding. We just clicked over the mutual embarrassment. One of them actually lives with me, and we truly became best friends. But now, on to the subject of my wedding. Over the weekend, I had my bachelorette party trip. My fiancé had his bachelor's party trip over the weekend as well. He and his friends were staying at a fishing camp, while me and my friends were at an Airbnb not very far away. It wasn't a huge trip or anything like that. We just wanted to have a good time. Well, we were really enjoying ourselves. I had to go shopping one day at a nearby store where my longtime best friend and 2 other best friends joined me. Not to give too much information, but I had to buy a new bra. That'll probably be relevant in a bit. That night, we're playing Cards Against Humanity and having some drinks. It got to the portion of the evening where my mom wanted to go around the room so everyone could tell how they met me, a cringe story, or anything they wanted to share. I wasn't looking forward to that, but it's customary. And oh, did it ever lead to something. One of my best friends, one that I met in the bar, came forward for her turn and laid quite the truth out on the table. So apparently, that day where the 3 of us showed up for a date with the same guy was completely and meticulously orchestrated. She was having trouble making friends of her own, and she noticed me and the other girl at school. She made a fake dating profile after apparently hearing the 2 of us mentioning it at some point, and essentially stalked the app until she found us. This is how she got to know us, which is why we were all able to hit it off so easily. She orchestrated this whole thing in order to make friends. Her cadence and her delivery of the story was so strange. It was so creepy. First of all, it was a big revelation, and it's a strong relationship built on deceit. I honestly felt violated and very uneasy. My mom cut through the tension by changing the subject. Later, I was outside playing my guitar when my best friend and other best friend, I'm sorry I could have given them alternate names, came outside. We discussed it and also mutually agreed that it was really weird, and she picked a heck of a time to drop this bomb. So many things that once seemed so innocent started taking on a more creepy undertone. Just the day before, this girl was in the same fitting room as me while I was trying on new bras. She has pictures of the 3 of us together on the mirror in her bedroom. I personally got out of that kind of thing in high school, but given the recent revelation, it just adds some ick to the mix. We've shared very intimate details about some of our lives, and I'm now wondering what's true and what's not. I called my fiance that night and asked if I could see him. Not for the reason of what I described, I just missed him. He was thrown off by the story. He didn't know how to feel about it, and also said that he wouldn't have known what he would have done if one of his buddies did that with him. I feel betrayed. Maybe I'm overreacting, but if I am, I'm not the only one. I mean, I guess nobody got hurt, but it was a creepy way of taking advantage of two people who were vulnerable. I've been reading here for a while, so I figured it's time to post my creepy encounter. I've had a lot of them. I'm a server/bartender. A few years back, before I started dating my fiance, I worked at IHOP. We had a new manager and she was awesome. She was almost like a big sister. We had this table of semi-regulars, 2 guys old enough to be my dad. One started hitting on me and asking my manager about me. At this point, I'd been single for a while, and she told him to ask me out himself. She meant no harm. So I mean, I guess he was alright, attractive enough for his age. He asked me out, and to be polite, I said he could just leave his number. I felt uncomfortable, but didn't think much of it. The next weekend, they came in and requested my section. I was busy, and mostly just went about my business. He asked me a few times why I never called, and I kept responding that I was busy with my 2 jobs and my young sister. The next week, he comes in again and requests my section, asking why I still never called. So I told him once again that I had been busy. I was starting to feel very uncomfortable and ignored them that day until it was time for the check. They paid, and I thought I had seen the last of them that day. I went over and started talking to my coworkers. All of a sudden, I feel arms around my waist from behind, and before I could react, he kissed the side of my face. He told me that he'd see me as soon as he left me standing in shock. He came in the next weekend and asked to sit in my section again. I panicked. It's probably worth noting that I'm a victim of DV from a previous relationship, which made the situation worse. I don't like people touching me, especially people that I don't know. I told my boss that I couldn't take the table and why. He kicked them out and told them to never come back. The creeper flipped me off on the way out. I recently acquired a new roommate. The entire situation should have never happened, but I need someone to help me with rent. So a Craigslist posting later, he moved in. His name was Greg, and his disclosures to me that he did have some strange sleeping behaviors. Sleep talking, sleepwalking, and night terrors. Funny thing was, I also had a history of sleepwalking, but only on rare occasions. The first incident occurred about 1 week later when I hear him screaming in the middle of the night. Since we both slept in different rooms on different sides of the house, the screams sounded distant, but enough to scare me so much that I ran in to check on him. As I got closer to his bedroom, he stopped screaming, so I just went back to bed. For the next month, he had no issues. I noticed he had no friends or family that would visit, and I never saw or heard him on the phone or texting. Then another random night, Greg started screaming again. Same thing. I got up and started to go to his room, but he'd stop. Then one night, I was awoken by screaming in my bedroom. I couldn't see anything in the panic, so I turned on the bedside lamp, and he was at the foot of my bed wearing some sleeping clothes, athletic shorts and a t-shirt. This really scared me, so I started screaming and woke him up. He apologized and went back to bed. Then the scariest thing happened. About 2 nights later, I awoke to clanking. It sounded like tools and hammers tapping. I turned on the light to see Greg kneeling down in a corner, working on something with his hands. A few seconds after turning the light on, Greg froze, then slowly turned his upper body around and stared blankly at me, while I laid in bed. I was beyond creeped out, so I slowly slid out of bed and left the house. After sleeping in my truck down the road in an empty church parking lot, I returned to the house at about 8 in the morning. Greg was gone. All of his belongings were gone. There was no sign of him anywhere. It was like he never lived there. I didn't know any of his friends or family, so I had no one to call about him. Days turned to weeks, weeks into months. When I moved out after the lease was up, I was moving furniture out of my bedroom. In the corner of the room where I last saw Greg kneeling down, I realized that the floor vent for the air conditioning was loose. Inside the floor vent was an envelope with a ton of pictures of me sleeping. The pictures had handwritten dates and times written on the back of the pictures. The only other item was a whittled down wooden broom handle brought to a point. I truly believe that Greg was preparing to kill me that night, and he realized it. Because it was the sleepwalking Greg that was going to do it. He left to save my life. It appears that Greg had been coming into my room almost nightly and working on making the broom handle, a stabbing weapon, and I never heard him until the last night that I saw him. When my daughter was 2, I was having a tough time as a single mother and decided to take a road trip up Highway 1. I made reservations in Trinidad at a cool cabin in the woods within walking distance of the beach. Before I left, my stepfather gave me a loaded .38 revolver, which I stored under the driver's seat. Sometime after driving through San Francisco, it was very late and dark, and nobody was on the highway. My daughter was sleeping peacefully in her car seat next to me. Back then, we could legally have car seats in the front. I noticed a car coming up behind me and passed, but then slowed down, driving alongside of me. I sped up and slowed down, but could not shake him. I looked over, and this guy had his interior light on and was furiously gesturing for me to pull over. I knew I had to find a safe place. There was nobody else on the road, and I was running low on gas. There was just nothing on this highway for miles. I kept driving, but this guy would not leave me alone. I was getting very frightened, but the mama bear was coming out, and I was getting very angry as well. I knew he could see my kid who was still sleeping. Finally, there was an exit up ahead and a gas station in the middle of nowhere. So I took the exit with the guy closely following me. I wasn't sure what to do. The gas station was brightly lit but had no customers. I didn't feel that it was safe to pull in, so I slowly passed it, drove further into the dark, deserted landscape, and pulled into a large dirt area and drove quite a ways off the highway with him following. Absolutely nothing around. I knew that I was in big trouble and needed to take control, and wanted to put him in a vulnerable situation. Mama Bear was in full protective mode, and I was angry. I stopped the car, grabbed the gun and jumped out, locking the car behind me. As he pulled up, I ran around to the passenger's side and waited. He then got out of his car and quickly moved towards me, and I suddenly held the gun up, visible in the moonlight. He came to a halt surprised, and I then leveled the gun across the car, taking aim, and waited. He stood there, weighing his options, and then turned around, got back in his car, and left. Not a word was spoken, and it totally freaked me out. It was in the late 80s, early 90s. I was hitching from Northern California to Oregon and was just south of Crescent City, literally like right on the outskirts. But if you're familiar with that area, you understand it's like middle of nowhere and then the town. So I'm there with my dog, and this man pulls up in an RV. He comes to the back door of the RV and opens it. Instead of me just talking to him as he is sitting in the cab to tell him where I'm going, I found this to be odd and felt uneasy. The guy just opens the side door, looks at me sternly and says, "Get in." I was horrified. I turned to look at my dog, as I was surprised she wasn't barking at him or anything like that. She always barked at anyone whom she perceived as a potential threat. When I looked at her, she was shaking violently, as if in complete terror. Super weird and creepy, because my dog was afraid of no one. I looked back at the man, said no thank you, and my dog and I walked off quickly to the next town. If the town hadn't been literally right there, I likely would not be sharing this story with you today. I am sure of it. I'm a 41-year-old female, but when I was 20 years old, I attended college in northeastern Pennsylvania. I lived off of campus and had a part-time job at a local mall. The mall was just over a mile away, and I would walk to and from work regularly. The mall generally closed at 9 p.m., and I would finish my closing tasks and start walking home at around 9:30 p.m. or 10 p.m. at the latest. Occasionally, I could get a ride home with a coworker, but most of them were high schoolers getting picked up by their parents. One night, I was walking my familiar route home. There were never many people out and about downtown until I got back onto the campus, which I would cut across to get home. This night, I was only a few blocks from the mall. I noticed a van parked on the next corner, but didn't think anything of it initially. There were always a smattering of cars parked around. The van appeared to be running, and the headlights were on. As I got a bit closer, I noticed the sliding door on the side was open. I definitely noticed, but assumed someone must be loading something into or out of one of the local businesses along the street. As I started to walk past the van, there was a sudden flurry of movement on my left. There had apparently been a man crouched behind a dumpster there, and he was running straight at the open van door. The scary part was that I was directly between him and that open van door. He was trying to shove me into the van. I screamed, and I can only credit my complete awkward lack of coordination for what happened next. I tripped and stumbled when he surprised me, so when he hit me, I was already sort of falling to the ground. The force he hit me with only got my head and shoulders into the open door, while the majority of my body was outside on the ground. I remember he grabbed me around the waist and was trying to horse me up through the door, but I was just discombobulated dead weight. He jumped over me into the van, grabbed a handful of my hair and started to pull me off the ground and into the van. This is when the headlights from a car turning down the street washed over me, and I could briefly see this was a white guy in a black hoodie. When I saw the car, I screamed loudly and started wildly flailing my arms. I heard their brakes screech, and the guy let go of my hair. I jumped back, and the hooded jerk slammed the door shut, and seconds later accelerated away. A cute little white-haired Polish woman had been in the car that turned down the street at the exact right moment to save me. She hugged me and told me that I was safe, and it was then that I realized that I was still screaming. She sat on the sidewalk with me and then walked me to her car. Cell phones were relatively new. Neither of us had one. She drove me to the police station and stayed with me while I answered questions and made a report. As far as I know, they never caught the guy. My housemate with a car let me borrow it anytime I was going to work after that. and I never walked around downtown after that myself. I had nightmares for a while. I can't help but think of what could have happened to me. I'm a 41-year-old female, and I live in Montana. And a few years ago, I was forced to relocate after my landlord decided to rent to her son. The community I had lived in for 11 and a half years has become incredibly expensive. $787,000 median home price. Unfortunately, I was forced to relocate to another city, and because of the unexpected move and associated costs, I moved in with a roommate. My roommate left to pursue better job prospects about 3 months after I moved in. Our unit was a triplex, so there were 2 gentlemen that inhabited the other units. I was never added to the lease as the property manager required a full deposit, and I was not in a financially healthy spot at the time. I remained in the unit for 1.5 years on my own, paying the rent and utilities. I became very good friends with the man in the unit closest to mine. We'll call the man Devin, a 52-year-old male. Devin was a disabled veteran in recovery. I also am a veteran, so he held a soft spot in my heart. We shared meals, hung out, and discussed all of life's mysteries, and would look out for one another. Devin had gone to treatment for 6 weeks, and I had watched his cat while he was gone. Our friendship developed over the course of 1.5 years. Devin had expressed romantic interest. However, right from the beginning, I clearly informed Devin that I did not share those feelings, and we would never be more than good friends. Devin seemed to be lonely, which made sense. However, I am a person who requires alone time to recharge my batteries. I set strict boundaries for Devin, as he wanted to hang out all of the time. I would catch him walking through the front yard multiple times a day to get the mail, which I believed was to see if I was outside so he could stop to chat. When I would leave in the morning to go to work, Devin was always outside to tell me that I looked nice and to have a good day. I told him that that made me feel uncomfortable, and he should just send a text letting me know if he wanted to hang out and wait for a response. There were a couple of times that I yelled at him for overstepping my boundaries. The first, I had just got home and pulled into my garage. I was on a phone call and had stayed in the car. Devin looked through the garage window to see if I was home. I was annoyed, but didn't really think much of it. The second, I was getting dressed in my room in the summer, so the window was cracked. I felt this was safe as the window was not in a place that anyone should be walking by, as it was on my patio at the back of the home. I caught Devin peeking through. I lost it. I let Devin know under no uncertain terms that his behavior was inappropriate, and that if he didn't respect my boundaries, we would no longer be friends. Last year, while I was still in the home, I had asked Devin to watch my dog for a couple of days so I could go to a family event out of state. Devin was happy to help, and I was very appreciative. Not long after I returned, I started to notice strange things in my home, but I really just thought it was me. For instance, I would be fairly certain that I had locked my door in the morning when I left for work, but when I returned, it would be unlocked. I would be sure I had shut off all the lights, but when I got home in the evening, one would be on. I really just thought it was absent-mindedness. Fast forward a couple of months, and my mom became sick with cancer. My sister watched my dog while I went to tend to my mom. My sister reached out to me and asked if anyone else had a key to my apartment. I let her know that she had the only spare key, but I asked why. Similarly, she had experienced the same issues with lights and locks. I had not shared my concerns with my sister prior to her communicating hers with me, as I really just doubted my own sanity. While I was out of town, I received a text message from Devin asking if I had a potato that he could borrow. I let him know that I was out of state with my mom, who was sick. Devin did not reply, which was out of character, but I had noticed a change in Devin's affect. He was more reserved and less friendly towards me. I thought it probably had to do with my firm adherence to my boundaries, which was okay. He didn't have to like them, just respect them. When I got back to town one night, I stayed over at my sister's house after helping her move. As mentioned above, I was struggling financially, so I would carefully budget and plan my weekly meals. The morning before my sister's move, I had placed 3 pieces of bacon into a Ziploc bag to be used later for a BLT. When I returned that following morning, much to my disbelief, there were only 2 pieces of bacon. I held the bag in my hands, knowing that there had been 3. No longer did I doubt myself. I called my sister and let her know that someone had been getting into my house. I always keep the place locked. The only logical thing that could have happened is Devin made a copy of my key when he had watched my dog in the fall. My sister reminded me about the potato text. The potato in the counter basket was gone. I had enough information to be certain that my neighbor had violated my trust and was no friend. However, I still wasn't afraid of him. As I mentioned, he's a disabled vet and was somewhat feeble and sickly. I was not scared of a confrontation. I immediately went to the hardware store and purchased a camera that streams to your phone once the motion detector had been activated. I placed it in the facing the side door where Devin would enter. It also had 2-way audio capability, so my plan was that when Devin decided to enter my home again, I would see it and say over the camera something to the effect of "Get out of my house, put the key you copied on the counter, and never try to speak with me again or I will contact law enforcement." As I wrote above, I was not on the lease and did not want to be homeless, so I could not turn to the property manager for help, and Devin knew it. In the evenings, I started placing a jug of cat litter and a kitchen chair in front of the door that I knew that Devin was accessing the apartment from. But I never expected that he would attempt to come in while I was at home. And really, he had only taken a piece of uncooked bacon and a potato. Laying on the couch one night watching TV, I thought that I had heard something sliding on the floor in the laundry room where the door was. But I knew that there was no way he would come in while I was home. My cat was running around playing, so I decided that it was probably just her, and I was being paranoid because of all that had happened. The next morning, while changing my laundry, I noticed the litter and chair had been pushed 3 to 4 inches. I checked the sensitivity of the camera and found that I was able to replicate by slowly opening the door. Devin tried to come in while I was home. Why? That morning, I took bear spray into the shower with me while my knees knocked. I was terrified. I felt vulnerable and violated. Devin knew that I knew also now. He knew that I had placed a barrier in front of the door. After that morning, he was never outside in the morning, nor did he walk through the yard to get his mail. I obtained a firearm for protection and did make a police report. The police officer was annoyed with me, as I did not want to approach Devin, as all Devin would need to do was report me to the property manager and I would be homeless. I am grateful that whatever he was up to was apparently thwarted. The fact that he tried to come in while he knew that I was home gives me the heebie-jeebies. I wonder if he went through my underwear, watched me while I slept, etc. Since then, my situation has greatly improved. I ended up moving out shortly after to take care of my mom. I got my own place again a few months ago. I will never put my trust in another neighbor for pet or house setting ever again. It still blows my mind that I had some jerk stealing from me and likely stalking me. This story just solidifies that one should always trust their gut. There were so many times that a red flag was screaming, and I just thought that I was being crazy. This is not my story. Rather, my mom's from the late 80s. This'll be a short one, but after all these years, I still think about it. My mom was spending an ordinary night in her apartment. She had a miniature dachshund named Rocky, whom was her only roommate. For context, my mom is a really pretty blonde. She was frequently complimented on her looks, and still is. She had recently rented this place to escape a soured relationship, a fresh start if you will. Getting ready to tuck in for the evening, she started to the front door to let Rocky outside to use the bathroom. Something came over her to look outside first. Just that split second is all she needed to listen to her intuition and take a peek out the window. As she looked outside, she saw a man standing at her door, staring directly at her front door. No one had knocked or made any sounds. He was just standing there, as if he was waiting for her to open the door for the very reason she intended. My mom immediately called the police, and when officers arrived, the man had vanished. She never got a great look at him since it was dark. Other than acting extremely suspicious and creepy, there was nothing the cops could really do, other than to keep an eye on the place and look out for this man. My mom spent the rest of the evening with one of her girlfriends, who came over to stay the night with her. Not exactly a terrifying story, but one that I remember strongly of her telling me when I was in my 20s. I shudder to think what could have or would have happened if she opened that door. I got the sense that this person knew my mom lived alone. Who knows? Maybe it was someone at the wrong door, or someone just playing a prank that they never owned up to. My mom has always been tough as nails. Maybe that also goes hand in hand with being smart and trusting your instincts. I'm just looking to see if anyone else has experienced anything similar, or if people could possibly have any explanations. The other night, me and a couple of friends were camping, and at around 4 a.m, with me being restless, I was awake, and on the side of the tent I see 2 dim lights. I thought nothing of it at the time, thinking that it was my friend's phone that could have turned on in his sleep, with it being so dim, so I tried going back to sleep. Later that morning, both of my friends talked about seeing those same lights at around the same time, and how no one had any idea what they were. I've thought about it too, and to my best knowledge, there was no other camper or even campsites in the area, and especially not in the directions that the lights were. The road was also in the opposite direction, and the woods were pretty forested, and it was cloudy, so I doubt that it was moonlight. I don't know if it's important to the story, but in the stream about 100 feet away from the campsite the morning after, me and one of my friends found a pretty big piece of what I think was obsidian in the stream. I never left or looked outside of the tent, so I have no idea what it could have been. So I'm open to any ideas. And thank you for the help. Me and my neighbor walked to the store and didn't get back to our apartment complex until it was completely dark outside. It was pretty chilly out as it was early December, around 9:30 to 10 p.m. In order to get to the apartments, we had to walk through a stretch of road with no streetlights and covered by trees. Usually you can use the moonlight that shines through the spaces in the leaves to see. Since it was December, it was cloudy, so not a whole lot of moonlight. There's a small entrance to the trails that lead up to the cemetery behind the apartments. We smelled something like a decaying animal. We both assumed that it was a deer that died, as that's extremely common around the apartments. However, my neighbor decided to point the flashlight at the entrance of the trails. We both saw a tall figure crouched down. I'm 5'9", and it would have been eye level to me. It was really skinny, a pale gray, long limbs, and either really sunken in eyes or none at all. All I saw was 2 black sockets. The way I describe it is it looked like someone took decaying skin and stretched it across the skeleton. We both ran until we got to my neighbor's apartment. We still don't know what we saw that night. We tried to figure it out, but never got any answers. It's common for creepy stuff to happen at the apartments, as again, there is a cemetery right behind the buildings, just through the woods. When I was younger and more ambitious in my early teens, I loved to explore the mountains of my home village in the gates of the Arctic National Park. I knew about how dangerous the caves could be in the mountains, and never liked to go near them, but I loved waterfalls, big or small, that fell from the great heights in the summer. One year, I had just received a Honda Foreman 500 as a gift from my mom. I rarely receive physical items, as I'm not much of a materialistic person, but I do enjoy getting vehicles that I can use for hunting as presents every now and then. Usually they're older models, so they aren't as expensive as the newer models, but I love them just as much, and I take care of them as best as I can. Anyway, I was driving my new Honda through an old trail that I only knew of as a snow machine / snowmobile trail in the winter. I had recently learned about the summer trail, and I decided that I would go and explore the valley that it led into. While driving, I began to have the eerie feeling of being watched. The hair on my body stood on end. On the side, I felt like I was being watched from, so I knew where to glance at as I drove. I did my best to keep the old, rocky trail, and began to glance over to my left as frequently as possible. I think that, as a hunter, I have developed a better sense of when I am being watched, and it seems to pay off quite a bit in the wilderness up here. As I looked over, I would scan the willow thickets. As I did, I noticed a dark figure keeping up with me. It stood tall, what I presume to be about 8.5 feet tall, and it was keeping up with me as I was going like 25 miles per hour on a fairly smooth but rocky trail. I kicked the Honda into a higher gear and sped up. I only stopped feeling like it was just right there after I left the willow thickets. When I was able to, I looked back and watched the willows again. Keep in mind, these are diamond willows that stand about 10 feet tall, and I started to see the figure again. It was nearly as tall as the willows, and it brushed through them with ease, as if it was phasing through them or something. I haven't returned to that trail in quite some time, but I would like to return to my cousin's to see if we can get some videos and pictures of whatever it was. Growing up in Tennessee on a small farm bordering a forest, I encountered numerous inexplicable events. But one series of occurrences remains a mystery to this day. Around the age of 12 or 13, I started having recurring dreams set in the forest, a place that I frequently visited. In these dreams, I encountered a large black wolf with glowing red eyes. Strangely, each sighting of this wolf preceded a death on the farm within a day or two, typically involving a chicken falling prey to a predator. During my final dream involving the wolf, a woman's voice accompanied its presence in the forest. I could hear her, but she always remained just out of my line of sight. Though her words are now hazy in my memory, I recall her saying, "Do not fear the wolf," among other things. As the wolf circled me, I didn't feel fear, but rather a deep sense of respect for its ancient power. After that last encounter, I never saw the wolf again, but the dreams felt more vivid than reality. Since then, I've wondered about the identity of the wolf and the woman in the forest. These dreams marked the beginning of my fascination with the paranormal, leading to many more inexplicable experiences. I've often wondered if I connected with a forest spirit or a Native American presence during those encounters. Anyway, thank you for reading. I've been hearing this whistle outside of my window, and it's creeping me out. So I've been hearing this creepy bird-like whistle since 18. For context, we live at the countryside, and there's a sugarcane field at the back of our house, and behind the field was the woods. The field was wide, so it was a bit far from our house. I don't know when exactly I started hearing it, but as I remember, I've started to hear it at the age of 18. I'm 20 now, so it's been 2 years. At first, I paid it no mind, but I noticed that I've been hearing it near my apartment I'm staying at for college. I moved apartments, so it was my second apartment, and it was also near the woods. It was located at the end of the street, and one time, I went out alone to buy some snacks, because I was pulling an all-nighter for my project, and that's when I heard the weird whistle again. I don't want to overthink too much before, and I told myself that it might just be a bird, but when I heard it that night, it creeped me out. I think I heard it last February this year, and I'm still hearing it every time I go home to the countryside. Should I be concerned, or am I just being paranoid? I received a strange response to whistling in the woods. For context, most people have probably heard the shave and a haircut 2 bits jingle/knock before. A few years ago in college, I worked the opening shift at a coffee shop. In the summertime, I would get up as early as the sun rose and stop by a trail sometimes on my way to work to wake myself up with a quick walk. The trail was only accessible off of a narrow, long, winding dirt road, and this dirt road was off of a main road with no houses. The trail was poorly marked, so not many people would ever stop by, and if there was ever anyone else, you would either see their car parked on the small 3-car gravel lot at the trailhead, or would have to pass them on the narrow dirt road. You would have to walk a long ways down a main highway road to get there otherwise. So back to the shave and a haircut bit. I parked there one morning, just kind of sitting in my car with the window down, when I heard a bird singing what sounded like the 2 bits part of the song. Tired and trying to find humor in having to be up so early, I kind of laughed and whistled the shave and a haircut part, and waited for the bird to whistle back or respond. I went back and forth with our little game a few more times, until the bird stopped responding, so I figured it flew off. Before I got out of my car though, I gave it one last whistle, and I'm glad it did, because as soon as I whistled shave and a haircut and waited for a response, I heard 2 very loud and very human claps in the 2 bits rhythm, not far from where I was parked. I drove out of there, and there was no one on the roads for miles. Not the most terrifying story on here, but it weirds me out to think that someone might have just been out there in the woods, watching me alone, in my car. I had some more really weird stuff happen last night. I took my 2 dogs for walks. I normally walk Finn toward the park, where I've had these experiences, and I walk Booger the other direction towards downtown. On my walk with Finn, about a block away in the direction that I was headed, I saw 3 or 4 deer calmly walking toward the park. Most nights where something weird happens to me start like this. The deer seemed completely unbothered by me as I approached. They kept walking toward the park, but stopped every few times to look back at me, as they wanted me to follow them. Then, as Finn and I reached where the deer were, I noticed about 10 or more other deer waiting as well. They all start walking together calmly, but still looking back at me every few feet. On the way toward the park, I smelled the stench of rotting meat. I know the smell very well, as I used to be a butcher. It was strong, like something plugged my nostrils with rotting ground meat or something. At the same time I smell this stench, I get the chills. Finn's hair stands up, and he gets more nervous. I can feel the air around me get colder. As we continue walking, I look down an alleyway that cuts the block in half. And if you would walk down the park alley, you would spot where I would eventually walk back home. I was 2 blocks away from the park. When you reach the park, you can either turn around and walk down the same road, you can continue into the park, or you can continue on the road which turns left. Looking down that alleyway, you are looking at the part of the road that continues left, which is the way that I take every night on my way back home. What I saw, I tried to convince myself wasn't real. Or maybe I just saw something else, and my brain tried to convince me that it was this. It was a large, muscular, pale, hairless creature that was moving fast. So fast that I could barely see it. I saw the motion down the alley about 2 blocks away. The exit of the alley on that side has a streetlight directly above it. It wasn't standing still. It was moving, and it was moving fast. The only reason that I'm positive what I saw wasn't a deer or something normal is because of something that I saw later that night that I'll write about when I talk about my walk with Booger. It solidified that what I saw was something I wasn't supposed to see. In the meantime, I convinced myself that I was making stuff up and being a scaredy cat. As we approached the tree line of the park, the large group of deer moved to the side of the street where the neighborhood is, while I'm on the side with the tree line. I noticed something in the clearing, a lone deer separate from the large group across the street staring directly at me. I have my flashlight pointed at him, and I even hung up my call with my wife to use my phone to take video of this moment. This lone deer doesn't even have micro movements from breathing. The other deer across the street were constantly readjusting. You might be thinking to yourself, oh yeah, deer do that with bright lights shining at them. Deer in headlights always act like that. Just wait. Finn starts to pull very hard and acts anxious, nearly knocking me over. I turn to look across the street towards the large group of deer for at most 3 seconds, before quickly turning to face the lone deer again. In those 3 seconds, that lone deer is easily 30 feet closer to me, still not moving, staring directly at me. I have this on video. I have pictures. I felt weird. I felt unsafe. I've lived in rural Iowa my whole life. I am and have always lived outdoors. This doesn't feel normal. I was scared. I back away while shining my light at the deer. Once I get a block or so away, he finally turns around and calmly walks into the tree line. The whole way home, I feel like I'm being stalked. Not just watched, but like something is following me. Now I went home and sat for a bit and tried to talk myself into believing it was all coincidence. After nearly 20 minutes, I started to walk Booger, my smaller chai mix. The entire walk was nice and very enjoyable actually. I had my earbuds in and was talking to my wife about what I saw in a joking way. Man, I'm such a scaredy cat. I really scared myself for no reason, I said. At the end of the walk, I turned to go down our alleyway as I leave from the garage on our walks. I stopped peeking from what I saw on the opposite end of the alley. My wife heard me stop. I want to preface this with I did not have any substances, including alcohol, for weeks up to that point. The most I ever do in that department is a few beers, or I'll use some weed to ease my anxiety if life is getting hard. I have no mental conditions that'll cause me to hallucinate. The most I have is a personality disorder resulting from trauma that I've been overcoming quickly this last year. I saw two large, muscular, pale, hairless creatures walking like apes at the end of the alley. The same thing I thought that I saw with Finn. This time, not going fast, much closer, and it felt intentional. I saw them walk across the street very slowly, staring directly at me. These were not deer. They didn't have long faces like deer. They didn't have fur or tails. They didn't walk like deer. They weren't slender like a deer. My first thought was honestly that I was looking at two hairless male lions in the middle of Iowa. I stood there, paralyzed with fear. Well after they had left my sight. 15 seconds later, I finally get the courage to walk the few feet into the garage. When I take my first step, I see a third one, slowly meandering across the street, staring at me. Booger noticed him too and started growling. I ran to the door and watched the garage shut all the way. The entire night, Finn guarded the bedroom door. He never does that. He sat staring at the door all night. Booger stared at the windows all night. He never does that either. This happened to me yesterday night, Monday, May 13th, 2024. I don't know what to think. As the title says, I'm from remote Alaska. I grew up with stories of old creatures and legends, but I've also seen some things. I'm typing this on my phone, so I apologize if I misspell anything, but here's what I have to say. My village is roughly 250 miles northwest of Fairbanks, Alaska. It is situated in the mountains and surrounded by a national park, so there is already suspicion of supernatural entities there. Growing up, I was always told about the Anuth-Lagaric, or the little people. These are smaller humanoids that are of smaller proportions, but they are strong, fast, very smart, and they even speak in an old dialect of the language of the tundra. But, as one family was visiting another, a human's dog ate the little one's child, and so began a grudge that some still hold today towards humans. There are stories of people being lured away from their homes just to be tricked and left out in the middle of nowhere. There are also stories of them helping us humans in times of need. Like from my village, caribou were herded by a small blurry thing towards a group of people, according to a story from the 60s or 70s. And there was a good harvest of animals that fall. There are also stories of Inukpak, big people, sometimes called Bigfoot by people, even though they don't look like an ape-man human. The old stories talk of giants that roamed the land in silence or in anger. One story even tells of a cannibalistic one out of the west, near Nome, or Kotzebue. Back home, they come around when the caribou do, like the Inuglerant, and will either be mischief or just watchful of humans. In my personal experiences, I've seen the little ones and the big ones. They both can resemble humans, or just be a blur on the land. I believe they are part of another world or dimension, and that's why they cannot always be seen. But hey, we may never know. In the fall of 2018, I was going to be leaving for a while. So the night before I was due to leave, I visited my cousins and my deaf aunt one last time for the year. We talked/signed about a lot. From our lives then to what it may be like when I return and be in their kids' lives as their uncle. Relationships in indigenous communities are different than Western systems, and my cousins' kids will be and are my nieces and nephews. As the night grew on, and the sun faded beyond the horizon, we felt as if we were being watched. At the time, I smoked cigarettes, so my cousins and I went out to have one, even though we had the eerie feeling of eyes following our every move. My aunt had already gone outside, and little did we know, she had brought a high-powered light with her. When we got outside, she was turning night to day in the willows across the street from the house, and we didn't know why until we looked. In the willows stood 4 to 6 small people. They looked like anyone else in the village, but they wore clothes made of skins rather than newer materials brought in. Their eyes glowed, and one bared its teeth. Thinking about this just freaks me out. The Intruder stared back at us as we stared back. All of us knew we would be safe, so we smoked our cigarettes, and then took one last look across the road. My aunt turned off the spotlight, and when she did, the little one's eyes began to move. We could not track where they went with our eyes because of how fast they were. Like blurs, they moved in the willows and built up what they could to hide themselves. And that is when we turned and all ran inside. The next few hours, the front door was knocked on every 3 to 4 minutes, and rocks were thrown at the windows from the willows across the way. I didn't leave until morning, when the light just barely tipped over the mountains. As I walked out to my four-wheeler, I could feel the eyes of the little ones watching me, but I kept a brave face and got the heck out of Dodge. Looking back, we had pointed or shown any signs of being scared or angry. We probably would have been harassed even more. But to this day, I still think of the Intruder as just distant relatives. I was in my hot tub behind my house, alone at around 11 p.m. My backyard is surrounded by woods, and there is no fence, so when you're in the hot tub, you're just facing the woods from about 100 feet away. I had the porch lights on, and I was just sitting on my phone when I heard a sound that I had never heard before. It was a high-pitched, smooth who sound. It was almost like someone was singing the word who, but with a very elongated ooh noise. It only lasted about 2 to 3 seconds, and I immediately froze and got goosebumps. I know that you're not supposed to acknowledge stuff like that, so I called my brother and my mom so they could watch me walk back into the house. As I was on the phone, I heard it again. I didn't even want to get out of the hot tub. I have lived here my whole life, and I have never heard anything like it. I have heard all sorts of noises, coyotes, deers, owl, etc. I've been researching different kinds of animal noises, but none of it matches. Anyone else experience anything similar? I don't know what I saw, but it charged at me. So last night I'm having some brews with my friend. It's around 10:30-ish, we head down to my local park. Typically during the day, we'd go to this trail behind the park that is open to the public. After hanging around and talking with the normal vibe, we head back to go pee. So we decide let's just go down the trail entrance since it's dark and enclosed and use the bathroom down there. So we're walking, and as we're in the entrance area, we walked a little bit further into the trail, but close to the entrance. We're feeling very normal, laughing, and continue drinking. Although I remember it being a little ominous when looking down, completely pitch black path into the full trail. We didn't notice, but it was completely and oddly quiet. Out of nowhere, me and my best friend hear this brushing noise like tree branches moving, and we instantly look down the path where it's coming from. And it is as if some creature is darting towards us as fast as possible. I see the dirt from the trail being lifted into the air, and non-stop speed steps towards us. I was freaking out, thinking it's either a person running towards us as fast as possible, or it's some animal. Just had no idea. Fight or flight kicked in, and me and my friend felt concerned and weirded out that it was non-stop running towards us. I instantly turned around with my friend, and we ran out as fast as possible. Now, maybe I'm lost, but I'm from Cali in the Long Beach area. What animal rapidly runs towards two humans barely talking loud in this little trail? My friend didn't see the dirt up in the air like I saw, but he saw something dart at us and heard the brushing noise too. It was too far from us to make it out, but if we stood around 10 more seconds, we would have found out, and we didn't feel like sticking around for that since it literally was running towards us. Does anybody have any thoughts? I have always been an avid mountain person. When people say they go to the beach for vacation, I respect it, but I prefer the mountains 100%. Something about these old giants has always fascinated me, as if I just cannot avoid but to be drawn towards them and be in awe when hiking on them. Over my short life, I'm a 21-year-old student, I consider that I have seen a fair amount of mountain ranges in Europe, from the Alps in Switzerland to the Pyrenees in Spain, and from the Italian Dolomites to the Czech Stalwy Mountains. I have always hiked and camped outdoors a lot, with family and friends, but also by myself. Now, I went to the United States for college, and I have always been tempted to do a part of the Appalachian Trail. From the pictures I saw on the internet, I always wanted to see them in person. And I'm not gonna lie, I must say that the great amount of scary stories of these mountains always attracted me a little bit as well. I'm definitely not a person who likes scary movies or anything like that, but I enjoy reading fellow mountaineer experiences. And to be honest, I mostly just read stories about the Appalachian Trail to know how to prep myself for when I was gonna do it. The scary stories just got my attention every now and a while. That being said, I decided to go this year and do a small part of the Appalachian Trail. I went to do a small part between the borders of Tennessee and North Carolina, with Clingman's Dome being the icing on the cake. I was a little bit hesitant to go by myself, since I'm not very familiar with both the geography as well as the wildlife in this part of the states. I wanted to go with a friend or my girlfriend who is from North Carolina herself, but both my friend from Germany as well as my girlfriend declined because they had to work. I had spring break. So I decided I had to just go by myself since I'm graduating this year and will return back to Europe. I started at this place called Bryson City and walked along the Tuckasegee River until I reached the Noland Creek trailhead. From there on, I just followed the trail until I would reach Clingman's Dome. and from Klingman's Dome, I would follow the AT for about a week. I had prepared well for this trip. I carried bear spray and pepper spray. I read some freaky stories about people in the Appalachian Trail. And I also brought this hunting knife and axe for wood. I had some canned food and lots of water, plus a water filter. And for the rest, just my tent and sleeping bag. So when I started walking away from Bryson City and I saw the beautiful aura this mountain range had, I couldn't be happier. I had been wanting to do this since I had arrived here in the United States, and I was finally doing it. I encountered some people on the Nolan Creek trailhead who were friendly, but I had made up my mind that I would be better off alone than with strangers. I reached Klingman's Dome the same day and went a little further before I would set up camp. It was beautiful. At night, I slept a bit off the trail with a small campfire while I had dinner, and which I put out before I went to sleep. The first night went super well, as I also was exhausted from the hike up to Klingman's Dome. The next 2 days were just as beautiful, and I saw lots of breathtaking views. The people on the AT that I encountered were super polite as well. Then, on the third night, I feel like everything took a strange turn. I had set up my camp just as usual, around 160 feet from the trail. No one was camping close to me, or at least, not that I was aware of. While getting dinner, I just had this super weird gut feeling that I was not alone there. I felt like as if someone was looking at me from behind a tree or something like that. I tried to just convince myself that I was having an amazing time, that I was safe, and that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I went to sleep and put out the fire as usual. Then, before it was daylight again, I woke up. I woke up with this same gut feeling that even though I was in my tent, someone was watching my tent from a distance. I did not hear a single bird, which was weird, because right before daylight is when they start chirping again. I only heard the wind and the leaves. It made me feel uncomfortable, a bit scared even. I didn't fall asleep again, and first thing in the morning, after having breakfast in my tent, I broke up camp and decided to continue my hike. During my hike, I encountered a few people, and again they were very nice, but I just stuck to myself. While walking on this part of the trail by myself, I felt being observed again. I even had the feeling as if someone or something was following me. So every now and then, I would stop dead in my tracks in order to hear if it was real. Now, obviously my mind could be playing tricks, but I would swear that I heard the steps stop a second after I had stopped. So according to me at that moment, something was following me. I looked around me the whole time, and I never saw anyone or anything, which made it even more weird. After the long day of hiking, I made camp, this time closer to the trail than usual, because for some reason I thought that it would be more safe. I again had this gut feeling of being watched while having dinner outside of my tent. So I decided to finish it up in my tent, and I went to the bathroom in a bottle because I did not want to go outside now. I tried to sleep by closing my eyes, but my mind just focused on hearing the whole time. And that is when I heard it for the first time. A knock, as if a branch was hitting a tree, or a small rock was getting thrown at a tree. Silence followed for what seemed like an eternity, but probably only 10 minutes. Then I heard it again, this time more clear. I was scared now, and had no idea where to go since it was dark already. I put on my flashlight in the tent and made myself as big as I could so that my shadow outside the tent would look bigger because of the light. I don't know why this was my reasoning at the time. I just thought of bears. And I held my hunting knife in my hand. The silence had followed the second knock, but now I shouted to pierce the silence in the dark. First I shouted that whoever was joking around, I was armed, and I was not wanting to be pranked. I thought this would scare them off, but it didn't. It was almost as if this person found it even more funny knowing that I was angry at them. I heard another knock, and immediately after a knock on what I assumed to be the opposite side from my tent, So now I was guessing it was 2 people instead of 1, and that they liked to pull a prank on an innocent passerby. I tried to stay up as long as I could, but around 4 a.m. my eyes just gave up and I dwelled off. I woke up at around 8 a.m. again, with the light of the sun being my savior. I first tried to hear if whoever was pranking me was still knocking. I did not hear anything. I shouted again, stating that I was now going to exit my tent with my knife in my hand, and that whoever had been joking around should make themselves known. I walked out of my tent and did not see anyone. I looked for tracks around my camp, but could not immediately make something out of it. I decided to get the heck out of there. The next part of my week basically continued being the same. At night, I'd hear knocks from different directions, and occasionally I heard what I would guess was a little bit of humming, like as if a person was just humming a tune. Now, I never saw anyone except for the occasional hikers on the AT. So, I cannot say that I saw something weird, but I never shook off this weird gut feeling of being observed and followed during the rest of my hike on the Appalachian Trail. I am now back, and I told this story to my girlfriend. She says that it was probably my mind playing tricks on me, and I'm willing to believe her, because I never saw anything. But I still sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, thinking that I am in that tent in the middle of nowhere, and someone is watching me and knocking on a tree. And every time I wake up like this, the thought alone scares me. I grew up hiking and camping in maritime Canada, and I've had a few close calls with animals. The first time I was around 14 and was fishing with my dad on a hot, late summer day. We didn't have any luck after around an hour, so we packed up our gear and headed up the hill that we came down to get to the creek. As we ascended the hill, suddenly a large black bear broke through the brush around 30 feet ahead of us, stood up and looked at us, then started running full tilt towards us. We started yelling and waving our arms as the bear bore down upon us at speed. I was sure that we were about to be mauled when it was around 10 feet from us, when it turned off to the left and ran away. My second close call, I was 16, solo camping on a cold moonlit night in December. So I was winter camping. That's probably what saved me. I was crouching, tending my fire, when I felt something watching me and knew that I wasn't alone. I then heard something run up rapidly behind me, cracking the ice crust on the snow from around 15 feet away. I jumped up and turned around, and I yelled in a primal rage like I never have before, and I heard whatever it was run back where it came from and far off to the side. And then I heard cracking coming from a distance on my other side. That's when I decided I was leaving and ditching most of my gear. I wore the pack out to provide back protection if something jumped on me. When I came back the next day, I knew what the tracks were as soon as I saw them. Coy wolf. In eastern Canada, the coyotes are much larger and more aggressive as they inbred with wolves. My third encounter, I was four-wheeling when I rounded a corner and there was a cow moose. It raised all the fur on its back and took a couple of steps forward, and then I revved the engine, and that deterred it. Honestly, from my experience, humans are more dangerous though. I've never had to deploy bear spray on an animal yet, but once it saved me from a person. I was hammock camping, and I noticed there was a homeless-looking guy watching me from the bushes around 30 feet away, and I yelled over and asked him what he was doing, and told him that I wasn't comfortable and wanted him to move along. He came up enraged. I dare ask him to move along, and he pulled a little hatchet thing, and he was pretty much yelling incoherent stuff and waving it around. I then pulled the spray and doused him with the whole can, and then I got the heck out of there. The spray got me a little bit, but my eyes were only watering. The guy was incapacitated and wasn't even a threat anymore. He was screaming and grabbing his face and would walk around 10 feet, wipe his face a bit, and then walk again. I just wanted to tell my stories, and I also want to hear yours. Thank you for reading. This is a true story from about 20 years or so ago. I had been living in the San Francisco Bay Area, but originally I was from the East Coast and had never truly been camping. My girlfriend at the time was from Cali and was used to camping, so I went with her a few times. This was my first time with her, and her young son of 5 came with us to Big Sur. It was cool and had been rainy, but this night was just misty and cold when we arrived. We drove to one of those camp places that has a small parking lot, which was empty except for us. So we set up the tent a little bit from the car and proceeded to try and get a fire started. She got mad because she asked me to get things started, and I had no idea what to do. Anyhow, so fire started. It was cold and wet, and after eating, we all crammed into a 2-person tent. Neither of us were gun owners, but I had brought a small knife and a mini baseball bat just in case, because I was not really comfortable camping. In the middle of the night, I'm guessing because no watch, I was awoken by something walking slowly around the tent. I was so scared that I couldn't figure out if it was 2 or 4-legged. I didn't hear any other sounds, except what sounded like something trying not to sound too loud, at least in my mind. This went on for what seemed like 10 or 15 minutes, and I was scared out of my mind. And I didn't move, but I kept my hand on the bat next to me. I remember assuming that it was a bear or a mountain lion, which I had no experience with. Eventually, it sounded like it walked away slowly, but I wasn't really able to get much sleep. At first sunlight, I slowly got out of the tent and sat on a park bench that was near us. After a little time, I see someone walking through the woods towards me, which again scared me as we had seen no one since being there. Eventually, I see that it's a ranger or a police officer. I don't really remember which, and he seems to have his hand on or near his holster. I'm wearing camo pants, have a beard, and look pretty scruffy, and I'm a bit worried because I have some weed on me, and the knife and bat. He asked me my name and what I was doing there, and I explained that I'm with my girlfriend and son, who are still in the tent. After checking my ID and seeing them, he told us that there had been reports of a crazy guy going around and attacking campers in the area, and to be careful and think about leaving the area, which we did because the weather sucked anyway. As it had been raining, there were no footprints or other signs of what was walking around us. But it was scary for me, a city guy, not knowing if it was an animal or a crazy man. And I was super hesitant to go camping for a bit after that. Once when I was a kid, my father and I were walking in the eastern Tennessee woods when we encountered a simply horrendous stench, a reeky mixture of skunk and putrefaction. My dad didn't seem fazed or particularly surprised by the smell, which he said indicated that a bear had eaten a skunk. According to him, bears don't mind the scent, and they were sloppy eaters. Okay, noted. I happily shared this bit of lore with my outdoor activities companions for years, lots of years, and never thought about it until I'd read enough accounts of skunk apes for it to penetrate my conscious mind that their BO reeked just like when a bear ate a skunk. So, it appears to me that this gives us a plausible, prosaic explanation for that skunk ape smell, one that doesn't involve a cryptid. On the other hand, It also suggests that people who have smelled what they took to be a bear may have encountered something else entirely. The latter strikes close to home, because in the years since then, I noticed that smell in the Tennessee and Georgia woods more than once. In every instance, I carefully sneaked around downwind of what I took to be a bear. Definitely makes you wonder what else it could have been. I'll preface this with a question. Do you ever get a sinking feeling of impending danger? Because I did in the backwoods around Solom Hill, Berkshire, UK. Just a feeling that the vibe of a place is completely rotten when moments ago it was almost idyllic. I've got the weekend to myself as my partner is away for a few days. Something I like to do is go for night drives and stop by somewhere in the sticks and go for a peaceful walk when not too many people are around. So I get in the car and put in the directions to a little car park in some woods about 10 miles out. As I drive down the motorway, the sun's very nearly set. It looked great, everything bathed in orange. So I leave at the junction and the motorway becomes dual carriageway, which in turn becomes single B road. I turn off onto the lane and pass through the last village before a nice bit of hilly conifer woodlands looms large in the twilight. I was going here particularly because I had heard that there was a nice viewpoint of Reading Town. I didn't make it that far. Now I'm going up country tracks, single lane, so I'll have to pull over to let someone pass if they're going the other way. Thankfully that doesn't happen. No one else is on the road. The hedgerows give way to woodland. It's very pretty, and I can still hear birdsong in the dying light. Eventually I reach the car park, although really it's just a patch of gravel for turning around, and a forestry commission gate blocks off the dirt track deeper into the woods. In the car park there's a motorhome, although it looks like no one's in it. There's also a dark blue Ford Fiesta EcoBoost with a fella in it on his phone. I park in the corner, behind the motorhome, and 2 spaces over from the Ford and get out. There's a meadow across the road from the car park, so I walk to see if there's a path that may lead to the viewpoint. I've not been here before. No viewpoint, but a single deer. Nice. After that, I cross over again and decide to use the track behind the forestry gate. Even if I don't find the viewpoint, I think it'll be a really nice walk, and begin walking. The man in the little car isn't on his phone anymore. He gets out. I take a few more steps, but I'm already feeling a creepy dread. I look over at the man. There's now a second man, and the pair of them are dressed in dark, practical clothes with boots. They're very tall. They don't say anything to each other. Their faces are made of stone. I've stopped now. I pretend to be on my phone. I try not to look directly, but out of my peripheral, I catch them taking turns to sneak looks at me. So I look at them directly, and one is just watching me as they walk towards the same path I was about to head down. I just stand there as they walk by, and they keep looking at me in alternation, even turning their heads as they're in front of me now to look at what I'm doing. They disappear behind some hedges, looking at me one more time before they go. The dread feeling, the rotten feeling is very strong. I've had this danger feeling only twice before. One time the danger was perceived. The other time, very immediate. At this point, I decide absolutely not and go straight back to my car and get in. I can see the men again. From the car, I can see around the bushes and they're just stood there watching me. The entire time I got ready and drove out of the car park turning onto the road. They just stood there, watching. I hope I was just being paranoid, but I know the difference deep down. Paranoia makes you jump at your own shadow and feels anxious. This feeling was cold and a solid feeling in my gut. You become hyper aware of your surroundings, but also the object of your own dread. In this case, the men. I just had a terrible feeling about them unlike any other stranger I had come across. I didn't think I'd be posting in this subreddit, instead just reading other people's creepy stories. But I had to ask, does anyone else get the feeling that I'm talking about? Have you ever had it before? I'm from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. This happened last year in the middle of winter in January. There is a trail called Chickies Rock, which runs along the Susquehanna River, right beside the Route 30 bridge that crosses the river. It was Sunday evening. It had to be about 4:30-ish because it wasn't dark, but it was starting to get there. We were walking the trail looking for a spot where we can smoke. My brother was using the restroom 2 feet off the trail and I kept walking. Let me say that there was no one else on the trail at all, and no cars in the lot, just ours. I looked down the trail, I'd say about 30 yards from us, and I saw what looked to be an animal that looked very odd. It looked like a mixture of a kangaroo or a greyhound fox and a deer. It was grayish in color, had to have really light fur, and the way it walked was strange. I still remember the hoppy steps it would take, and it looked like it would stand on its feet. I called out to my brother, and he was able to catch a look of it. The strangest thing was that whatever it was coming our way. Once we looked at it, it darted off into the woods. Mind you, it was winter, and no leaves or bushes were present. We couldn't see it anymore, and it was unexplainable how it vanished just like that. It wasn't heavily wooded, so we were able to clearly see between trees. We tried to justify it, and we never talk about it anymore. But I know that he and I both know that it was not a dog, a deer, or a kangaroo in central Pennsylvania. Does anyone have any ideas? To my ex-best friend of 25 years, let's not meet. I've known this guy my entire life. We'll call him Mr. D. Mr. D is a high school teacher and head of his department. We've known each other since preschool. We grew up a couple of blocks from each other. Every summer growing up, we spent the entire summer walking to each other's houses, having sleepovers, and spending long days playing Zelda, Halo, and other games that we loved. He was kind of a weird nerd, but so was I, and that's why we got along so well. I've always loved him and considered him a brother. After we graduated high school, we went on 2 separate paths. I got into drugs and partying, and he went to a private Christian college. He worked hard his entire life towards becoming a teacher. By the time we were young adults and I was getting out of the worst of my party phase, he was very professional and put together. He got married to a woman that he met in college and got a good career job. Everything seemed like it was going well for him. His wife seemed like a very normal, well-off professional woman. Something strange happened a few months after he got married. His wife asked if they could have an open marriage. This caused a lot of stress and turmoil in their relationship. His mental state started deteriorating, and they argued back and forth about this for a few years. It was never brought up once before the wedding, and she strangely had a man already picked out that she wanted to hook up with. Last year, his mental health started rapidly declining. He finally agreed to the open marriage. At the time, he got on SSRIs, and he came out as bisexual. I was happy for him. Finally, he could express who he was and be okay with himself. I never would have guessed, after knowing this guy's intimate life details for many years. But I guess you never know, I thought. Stuff has just become strange and worse since then. Significantly worse. He cut off his parents from the time that he came out until last spring, claiming that they were too conservative and Christian. I talked to his parents regularly. Heck, I told him at his wedding they were like second parents to me. This was very traumatic for them. He's their only child, and he had no real reason to cut them off. Stuff has just become worse as time went on. He told me that him and his wife were black magic and witchcraft practitioners, which I always just rolled my eyes at and thought he was a little crazy. This guy, who was always a stand-up professional dude, started acting super degenerate, having multiple relationships with men and women that never lasted longer than a couple of months, and telling everyone he knows explicit details about his sexual life. When asked to turn it down out of the straight-up perverted, disgusting things that he was saying, he started getting in people's faces, mine, saying that this is who he is, this is his identity, and ranting about how his people have been oppressed for years. This past August, he told me and a friend that his wife believes that pedophilia is a sexual orientation and is just as valid as being gay or straight, and that it's harmless. I was shocked, disgusted, and blown away. This guy is a high school teacher, influencing children, and he said this very nonchalantly and casually. Halloween was the peak. The day before Halloween, he came over. It was just supposed to be a few friends, gaming on the Nintendo 64 and smoking a couple of blunts. My friend Mr. D came over before everyone else. Bright rainbow flag colored bag and glitter sparkle nails. "Do you like my bag?" he said. I nodded and agreed. I'm truly not against homosexuality, but this irked me. This is not the same guy that I grew up with at all. But whatever. He's being himself, I guess. Good for him. Before everybody came over, he asked if I planned on drinking. I declined. He asked me to run to the liquor store with him. I said sure and came with. He came back with a liter of Honey Jack. Oh boy, tonight was gonna get wild. Over the course of the night, several extremely disturbing things were said. At first, there were comments to a friend. "Hey, Mr. L, meet me in the bathroom. I gotta tell you about my DMT trip." Okay, why do you have to meet in the bathroom? Mr. L never went. We're still confused about this. The more liquor that was drank, the worse it got. No one touched a drop except for Mr. D. I call him Mr. D for Mr. Degenerate. First, he made a comment about my sister. My sister is barely legal, and Mr. D has known her since she was born. I was beyond freaked out, but I decided not to be angry. I had to spend the next 12 or so hours with this guy. It was like 8:30. I'd be angry later. It just kept getting weirder and weirder. At one point, he told us that his wife is a bestiality fetishist. When I said this was wrong, he said, "I'm no stranger to the peanut butter myself." Who knows what that means? I guess we can assume that he isn't going down to the farm. To top the night off, he started talking about his sexual desires for a male student, how he's going to turn him gay. When I told him this was really bad, he said, "He's going to be 18 soon. We'll wait until after graduation to hook up. The district can't do anything about it then." How he failed to see the power play between a student and a teacher, regardless of gender or orientation, is beyond me. This seriously creeped me the heck out. He spent the rest of the night trying to get several friends to let him suck on them. All guys who we've known for 10 to 15 years that have always identified as straight or asexual. He crashed by 12:30. Usually on Halloween, we stayed up watching movies. I'm happy that did not happen. I remember as I was closing up my house for the night, there was a Friday the 13th opening screen on my TV for NES on his RetroPie. I find this pretty symbolic of the death of our friendship. I woke up at 7 a.m. to hear this guy taking care of himself in my apartment. I started coughing loudly and shuffling my blankets so he'd stop. I think he did, but I fell asleep after. Shortly after, he left, we got in an argument about COVID, which I believed I had for a few days but did not, and still went out when I thought I had it. I didn't truly think I had it. We didn't talk for a week. I tried contacting him and apologizing. He basically called me a cold-hearted drug addict with no future and a bunch of other stuff. I told him I was worried about him since Halloween, and he's lucky that I don't call his parents and have him institutionalized. He blocked me pretty shortly after this. I honestly never plan on talking to him again. I've known and loved this guy my entire life, but I just can't anymore. Something else interesting happened. He had a friend named Mr. A. They were very close but stopped talking about a year ago when all this stuff started to happen. Mr. D always said that it was because Mr. A was a butthole with no real explanation of events. Something about Mr. D being drunk and taking Mr. A's arm and putting it around a girl. I decided to contact Mr. A and ask the real story. He informed me that Mr. D had sexually traumatized his female friend so bad that she still hasn't fully come back to terms with what happened. And shortly before he told anybody, Mr. D was seen at a gathering telling a group that he was going to get Mr. A so drunk that he could not remember getting effed by Mr. D, or say no. Mr. A is non-binary. I'm not sure if he classifies as straight or homosexual, or something else, but the important part is that he had already told Mr. D on a handful of occasions that they would not be sleeping together. So, Mr. D, let's not ever meet. Not even in passing. I've known and loved you my entire life. But after all this, I have been messily cleaning my house, finding all kinds of random stuff that you've given me over the years, and either tossing, burning, or selling it. By the way, you were talking. I'm sure that you'll be in prison or dead soon. So I wish you a good farewell. It was nice knowing you, but our friendship and brotherhood and time together is up. You traded a normal professional life for degeneracy, bestiality, R-wording, borderline pedo lifestyle. And if you ever talk about my sister like that again, I'll beat your butt. No lies. I've been doing nothing but praying. I haven't prayed since middle school, and racing to delete every trace of you from my life since this incident. My husband and I are expecting our first child, which I knew would be a really sensitive issue, as his own mother died in childbirth with him. We met with a marriage counselor to talk through things at the beginning, and he swears that he's been seeing his own therapist twice a month throughout my pregnancy. I don't want to call him a liar, but I'm fairly sure that he's either not going or talking about the big issue. He and his father, a hugely active part of our lives, are completely convinced that I'm going to die in childbirth. They won't openly admit it, but their behavior has reached the point where it's constantly making me feel stressed and uncomfortable. When it was my husband saying, please make sure your life insurance is up to date, and I'd like to meet with a lawyer and draft a will, I was like, that's kind of intense, but okay if that makes you feel better. When my husband asked me to go through all of my possessions and inventory, what I wanted to be saved for the baby versus what I would want to be returned to my family in the event of my death, I put my foot down and said absolutely not. That's too morbid. No way. My father-in-law, who lives a few blocks away and eats dinner with us 2 to 4 nights a week, got on my case about how I was making things difficult for my husband in the event that he will be a grieving widower with a newborn. I'm just going to add here that I've had a completely complication-free pregnancy and have no reason to think that I will die screaming in the next couple of weeks. When I tell my husband this, he calls me paranoid, but I think my father-in-law wants me to die. His whole family identity for the past 35 years has been the amazing single dad. Never dated or had close friends or even hobbies really. And it seems like he's looking forward to being able to guide my husband through what he went through. At this point, I'd honestly be happy to never see my father-in-law again. and I certainly don't want him in the delivery room, especially since he told me that he was putting his foot down about me not being allowed to have an epidural or laughing gas. He's a commanding presence, and I know that whatever he wants in the delivery room, he will get. I know people will say, oh, labor and delivery nurses would never let that happen, but you haven't met this man. My husband, in addition to backing his dad on everything, acts like my due date is my death date, and has completely pulled away from me. Every minute with him is morbid, stressful, and a reminder that our marriage seems to be crumbling. No matter how many times I tell him his behavior makes me stressed and upset, it's just getting worse, and I do not want it around me while I'm concentrating on giving birth. Do I owe it to my husband to let him stress and upset me during labor? Is this presence at the birth more important than a safe and healthy delivery? My therapist says no, but this whole thing has been so weird. I feel like I need some outside perspective. I'm not a nurse, but I did work for an emergency mental health unit that we'd go and see people in crisis. They define the crisis, not us. People could call up and say, I don't like my life, or some variation of that, and we'd go out and see them regardless. I worked the late shift. We were a voluntary unit, by which I meant the client that we had to be willing to see us before we came out. That stopped a lot of the "my girlfriend is crazy, come and take her away" calls. Not all of them, but a lot of them. We always went out to see someone in twos, because of safety reasons. And one night, I got a standard kind of call from someone who had a friend that knew this guy that other people were worried about. Usually I'd ask a few questions like, is this person currently attempting to unalive themselves? And do they want to see us? But with this call, I had to do a lot of ferreting around in a confused person's brain to get information. It turns out that the person to be seen is a long-term alcoholic who has a friend that goes shopping for him. For a few months, it's only beer, cheap beer in 2-liter containers. I'm in Canada, by the way. And because there was no self-unaliving apparent, we weren't going out. Even though the "my girlfriend are crazy" types wants us to be the mental health police, we were quite clear on the need for the client to agree to speak with us. I wanted to go and see what was going on. The guy I was talking to was a drunk as well, so he wasn't being very clear about things. But there was something that made me think we'd better go out to see this guy. After discussing the client and the situation with my compatriots, we figured we'd go out, knock on the door, and see if this guy would be willing to speak to us. We arrived, and were greeted by no less than 8 people. The original caller and his moral backup crew, 2 police cars and an EMT unit, all looking a little anxious. My partner and I girded our mental loins and walked up to find out why there were so many people there. The original caller, oh my god, what a surprise, was not actually the friend of a friend who knows a guy who, etc., but the person who had been buying the beer for our client, whom we still have not seen. As we're standing outside this guy's house getting background information, the wind shifts slightly. This house is close to an arbiter, so I didn't think too much of it at first, until I noticed the cops and paramedics quickly move away from the front of the house we're supposed to be going into. The beer buyer turns a little gray, and his support team quickly fade. He's gone right afterwards. The paramedics are getting ready to go in by slapping on 2 layers of medical gloves and smearing something that looks like Vicks Vapo Rub on their upper lips. I grew up on a farm and have had to deal with some pretty stinky things, so I figured that I'd be okay. My partner, the senior person in our unit, turns to me and says, I don't think we can go in there. Great. We're down 1 already, and we haven't even knocked on the door. Official tally, -1. So I knock on the door and hear a weak "come in" after a few seconds. The door's not locked, and I walk into something that is really difficult to describe. The cops are right behind me with the paramedics right behind them. This old guy we're seeing has been a heavy drinking alcoholic for about 30 years, and recently he's been going downhill quickly. He's been getting his neighbor to buy him groceries and beer for about a year straight. The neighbor must have been feeling small twinges of guilt about the condition of the guy that we're going to see, as well as the fact that he's been stealing the old guy's money by telling him how much more expensive beer is than it used to be. Stuff like that. So the kitchen is piled high, like from the doorway to where I guess the counters were, with bags and bags of rotting food. The neighbor would put the food bags in a clear spot nearest the fridge, and then the next closest, and then the next. The food bags were out the kitchen door. So, piles of rotting meat and vegetables, as well as all the insects, etc. that thrive in conditions like that. Some of the bags were moving. You get the idea. One of the cops turns and walks out at this point. Official tally, -2. To clarify, the house was long and thin, sort of like a trailer that's gone sedentary. The kitchen is off the entranceway to our left, with the living room visible through the open door directly in front. The bathroom is off the living room also to the left, as is the bedroom. The old man was sitting in the living room, at one end of a long couch. We could see the back of his head when we were in the entranceway. A pile of empty 2-liter plastic beer bottles piled high enough beside the right-hand side of the couch that they were higher than the couch, and went from the wall to the couch and over the back of it. I realized later that he'd probably started on the right side of the couch and slowly shifted left over time. I walked around the other side of the couch, glanced into the bathroom, plugged toilet, bathtub about half full of rotting stuff, and I was going to say there was a line of crap from where the old man sat to the toilet, but it would be more correct to say that it was rotting meat and bubbling stuff in the bathtub. When I turned around to start talking to this old guy, I realized that the couch is covered in crap as well. Dry crap. But if Dexter had been around and had been more into crap than blood, he would have loved that couch. Splatter patterns everywhere, including, as I realized once my eyes had adjusted to the light in the room, over the top of bottles. There's really not much to say about the old man. Not much of a personality left at this point. He's sitting there still watching TV, oblivious to the fact that 4 strangers have walked into his house. The cop, who is still standing, turns off the TV, and the old guy eventually blinks a bit and comes around. It's my job to talk to him, so I do. While I'm asking him questions like, "What's your name? How old are you? Do you understand why we're here? Are you willing to talk to us, etc.?" There's this other smell that I can't quite place. It's not perfume or anything like that, but the opposite. Something so foul that I want to stop asking about his mental health and ask instead about colognes and why he should never ever wear or drink that kind again. When he shifts slightly in his seat, the combination of the squelching noise and the absence of expression on his face makes me sit back a bit. The paramedics are both standing behind him, and we lose one of the paramedics at this point. Official tally -3. We're down to 50%, Captain. The other paramedic and I met eyes at this point, and we both sort of intuited what we were dealing with here. So, it becomes quickly obvious that the client is not there enough for us to conduct any kind of legitimate interview. So me, the paramedic, and the cop step outside to figure out what the heck to do. At one point in the conversation, the old cop turns to me and asks very seriously, "Do you think there is a possibility of a medical emergency here?" The paramedic who'd stayed and I both burst out laughing, quickly calmed down, and both answered yes. The question wasn't ridiculous, but necessary, because that was the only way that we could legally get the old guy out of there. But under the circumstances, it was pretty clear. To make a longer story shorter, we went back in, told him that we were going to take him into a hospital for his own safety. He was too gone to really understand, until the cop, who was still on his feet, asked him to stand up and grabbed one of his arms to help him. The paramedics didn't move fast enough with their warnings, so as the old man tried to comply, the squelching and the stench hit the cop full on. Now we are at 0 cops, 1 paramedic, and 1 mental health worker. Official tally is at -4. The paramedic goes to get a stretcher, and a quick pep talk with his second, and between the 3 of us we figure out what to do. And now, the payoff. The old guy's been in that one spot long enough that his fecal matter and other excess have more or less melted the fabric and foam that he's been sitting on, and his clothing, skin, back, and thigh flesh have all necrotized, and the rot from that has mixed in with the couch, so that it's hard to tell which is which. There were chunks of bone visible, long strips of rotting flesh in colors that I hope to never see again. And oh my god, the smell of it. One of the paras had a spray can in his hand, and the second the old man got up enough that we could see air between what was probably him and what was probably the couch, he sprayed the couch, not the client, which stopped us from vomiting all over the patient. We lay him down face down on the gurney, or whatever it's properly called. They tossed some gauze over his butt and wheeled him out of there. They didn't even try to separate what was the man from what was couch bits. The paramedic figured he'd been sitting there for at least a month or so. The cops were still outside trying to figure out what they should be doing, and the only thing I could think of was for them to lock up. They did. We left, and I never found out if the client survived or not. But I don't think I'll ever forget the smell or the sight of what was left of him. The worst of all of it, the look in his eyes when I asked him if he understood why we were all here. Hollow, dead flat eyes, with someone screaming behind them. That, and my partner telling me that I stunk up the van as we drove back. I have no idea how that man could still be alive when he stood up. It looked like half of him had simply rotted off. This happened when I was a newer cop on patrol, long before I became a detective. I was working midnights in a neighborhood with a high violent crime rate, and we got sent to a dispute at a bar. This wasn't just any bar. We always referred to it as the Star Wars Cantina, because it was always a crap show. We stopped a R-word in progress in the dirt alley behind the same bar not long after this. I was working with a female that night. We make our way through the bar, systematically booting people out, and get to the bathrooms. I open the door to the men's room, and it's empty. Single-stall bathrooms. My female partner goes to open the women's bathroom door, but it's locked. She knocks on the door, and a female says, "I'll be out in a minute." We advise her that the bar is closing. Bars close at 4 a.m. in New York. After a couple of minutes, we begin to grow impatient. My female partner knocks on the door again, and the female agrees to open the door. When she comes out, we ask her what took so long. She's not providing any substance in her answers. She's wearing tight yoga pants, and we notice that she has a large bulge in the back of her pants/crotch. We believe that she was either doing drugs in the bathroom and shoved the rest in her pants, or that it was a weapon. When we questioned her about it, she's very evasive and won't answer us. My female partner begins to search her. As she pulls back the female's pants and shines her flashlight down to look, my partner says, "Crap." She sees a baby arm sticking out from the female and up through her butt. This chick has been drinking and smoking crack all day. She had a stillborn and continued to stay at the bar and drink/smoke crack. When the ambulance arrived, they went back to the bathroom with the female and pulled the rest of the baby out of the female and into the toilet bowl. The baby was completely formed, except it had never formed a head. It was just sunken in around the neck. I've seen some crazy stuff in my career like brutal homicides, etc., but that one always stands out the most. So I have 4 kids under 5, 1 set of twins, and all the chaos that goes with them. My 30-year-old #child-free sister used to really lord over me over her Pinterest perfect married with no kids life. The breaking point for me was when she started referring to my house as the farm and our kids as the livestock. She knows that my first and third pregnancies, the twins, were accidents that I did not want and was not ready for. But she still makes fun of me as not knowing where babies come from and telling me to just admit that you love being a breeder. She really had me at the breaking point with all of her comments when we were over at her condo in November. I noticed that she had a box of Nuva rings in the fridge. That's what I used too, and that's when inspiration struck. I took 2 of my Nuva ring sachets and, over the next week, put them for hours in the hot clothes dryer in a delicates bag hooked over the door so it wouldn't tumble around. Then, when I was at her condo again, I swapped hers with my special Let's Make a Baby version. I wasn't sure if it would work, but it was all I could do to keep from laughing out loud when she asked me in December whether I ever had an irregular period on the Nuva ring. She said that her period had started before she removed her ring. That's when I knew my plan might work, and with any luck, she'd be ovulating that month. She asked if I thought she should use condoms. I did my best to play it straight and told her the complete truth, that I was 100% sure that she had nothing to worry about. Of course, I was sure she shouldn't have to worry about having unprotected you-know-what. That is how babies are made, right? Then I slipped in another special Nuva ring in her box next time I was at her house, just in case it took an extra couple of cycles for his swimmers to do their job. Just to be sure, I checked her bathroom drawers to make sure there was no annoying condoms. Sure enough, Little Miss Child-Free was doing the baby dance without any protection at all. It was so hard to keep a straight face when I saw her husband give her a pat on the butt and a kiss. I knew they'd been trying to make a baby as soon as we went home. Guess what? Child-free sister is now going to be a mommy. She just told us today. Turns out, she never had another period after the first special Nuva ring. This is going to be so much fun. I'm already planning how to enjoy the next few years. I stood by and allowed my wife to almost kill our son. I was happy that she did it. Okay, fair warning. This one's long. Apologies for that, but this is very hard for me, and I've been carrying it for a lot of years. On the advice of my therapist, I've written it all out to try and work out my feelings on it. He didn't advise me to submit it to Reddit, of course, but I struggled with this for a long time, and I need to hear other people's opinion on it. I still really have no idea how I feel about it, even after all these years, but I will submit for judgment by the masses. I know I did wrong on some things, probably a lot of things. I tried to do my best that I could. My son was very troubled. Very troubled. If you've seen the movie We Need to Talk About Kevin, it'll really help understand what I'm talking about. Because I swear to God, when I watched that film, I thought I was watching a documentary of my life. I felt like the writer must have had cameras hidden in my house. That's how accurate it was. The only difference is that in the movie, the boy appears normal to his father and only reveals his true nature to his mother. With my son, he didn't have that mask. His insane behavior was the same with everyone. From the day he was born, my son just came out wrong. He was planned. My wife and I tried to get pregnant and were ecstatic when he was born. He was wanted and loved. We showered affection on him and really tried to give him a happy childhood. But from the day we brought him home from the hospital, he was miserable. He cried for 13 months straight. I'm not exaggerating. 13 months without a break. He cried until he had no voice left and kept crying still. You could see his little face scrunched up and no sound coming out. Totally hoarse. There were times he would literally be crying in his sleep. I've never seen or heard of any other kid able to do that. We brought him to doctors, specialists, tried changing his diet, held him, rocked him, toys, swaddling, music, mobiles, everything we could think of. Nothing worked. 13 months of grading, grinding, no sleep. Once he got over the crying stage, we thought we were out of the woods. But it quickly became clear that for some unknown reason, he was just angry at being alive. I never saw that kid have a genuine joyous smile once in the time that I knew him. I saw him grin a vicious, horrible grin many times, taking a perverse pleasure from causing pain or suffering or breaking a rule. But a smile from real pleasure at something nice? No. Never. Not once. He had no interest in anything positive. He was fueled by hate, and everything he did was bent toward that. As soon as he could walk, his mission in life was to destroy things. He would break or try to break anything that came in his range. Smash it, chew it, throw it in the toilet, whatever he could do. After a while, he figured out how to get his diaper off, and he took great pleasure in crapping and peeing anywhere he could. After a while, he figured out he could hide it, and started peeing and pooping in places where we wouldn't find it right away, grinding it into carpets, making it even more of a problem to clean, and making the house stink. When he got older, ages 9 to 15, he would pee and poop in our bed until we got a lock on our door and he wasn't able to get in anymore. Then he'd just take a dump in the hallway in front of our room. That biological warfare started at around 2.5 years old, and he never grew out of it. I'll try to speed it up as I could literally go on for days about this stuff. But as he grew older, he became more and more unmanageable. He would bite, kick, scream, scratch, and spit at anyone trying to do anything with him. He was kicked out of school twice before he was 9. Then they let him back in, and then kicked him out for good. He had to change schools. The next one put him in a special class that kept him away from other students. We had to install a door and lock on the kitchen because he would steal knives and use them to gouge the walls or furniture, or chase people with them. When he was 10, he stabbed me pretty good in the hip. I still have the scars. As he grew older, he grew darker. He moved into setting things on fire and torturing local animals. There was a stray dog that hung out around the park near our house. My son blinded it in one eye with a barbecue fork. He would dip cats' tails in gasoline and light them on fire. He became a violent, stinking, vicious beast that lived in our house. We couldn't do anything with him. I'll take this opportunity to preempt the tsunami of messages. Yes, we had him in therapy. He saw a psychiatrist twice a week and had God knows how many different medications prescribed to him over the years. Nothing worked. Therapy didn't work. Meds didn't work. Nothing worked. He was like a poison cloud of hate and fury lashing out at anything in his reach. When my son was 16, my wife got pregnant again. I can't tell you how different our reaction was. Instead of joy, we felt horror. This pregnancy had not been planned, and we really were at a loss over what to do. My son had been such an unending nightmare for 16 years. We couldn't take the idea of starting again from the beginning. We talked a lot about terminating, but A, access to abortion was not as easy in those days as it is now, and B, my wife was very against it. We talked about many options. In the end, we decided that my wife would have the baby, and if it turned out evil, we would put it up for adoption. We knew that we just couldn't do it again with another child like our son. We had a daughter. She was normal. Suddenly, we saw what our lives should have been like the whole time. How things would have been if our son had not been himself. She laughed at things. She breastfed without biting. She didn't have teeth yet anyway, but you could tell that she was just trying to eat, not tear her mom's breast off. After 4 months, she was sleeping through the night. She was happy. She was normal. I can't describe the relief and happiness that we both felt. I don't have the words for it. This is where I believe I may have started really pulling back from my son. Up until that time, whatever mistakes I made, I had always tried to do the best for my son. I am convinced of that. I tried to help him and love him and care for him. I really tried. But when my daughter was born, my wife and I both instinctively just turned toward her. She became our focus. Not from malice, but just because she was so much easier. She was so happy and sweet. Every moment with her was like magic. I understand this was wrong, but we honestly couldn't help it. I don't have a better explanation than that. My son hadn't given a crap about my wife being pregnant. I honestly don't know if he really understood it. But when we brought home our daughter, he started acting out even more. I didn't think it was possible, but he took it up another notch. At this time, he was 17, and we were having blowout screaming matches daily. Usually after we fought, he would storm out of the house and disappear for hours at a time, or come back the next morning. It was a relief. I started to actually look forward to our fights because it would get him away from us for a while. After the birth of our daughter, my relationship with my son was almost entirely gone. Our only real interactions were screaming at each other. My wife was even worse with him. She just had nothing left. By that time, if our son even came into the same room as her, she would just stop whatever she was doing and start screaming, "Get away from me. Get away. Get the crap out," until he left. He started spending more and more time out of the house, which was a blessing for us. I have no idea what he got up to in the world, but we were just happy that it wasn't being inflicted on us. As a consequence of our son's behavior, we had invested heavily in locks around our house. All of the cheap, thin interior doors in our home had been replaced with thick, dense wooden doors that couldn't be kicked through, equipped with keyed locks that my wife and I carried keys to. I know it sounds extreme, but locks and heavy doors were the best way that we had found to create safe spaces from him. And again, before I am inundated with messages, I was not locking my son in rooms like a prisoner. He had free reign of the house and could come and go as he pleased. My wife and I would lock ourselves in rooms to protect ourselves from him. If anything, we were the prisoners in our own home. In the day in question, I had fought with my son in the morning, and he had left the house in a rage. My wife and I were enjoying some peace and quiet in the kitchen while our daughter napped in our bedroom. And then my daughter began crying. Any parent who has had young children can tell you, you get used to your child's cries, and you can tell after a while what they need. They cry differently if they're hungry, or need changing, or are just restless and want to be held. Babies can communicate pretty well before they can speak. This cry was none of those things. This cry was terror. The second we heard it, my wife and I were both up out of our chairs and running to the room. The door was locked, of course, and it took a few seconds to get the right key and get it open. My son was in the room. We lived in a bungalow, and the jerk had climbed in the window to get to her. He was standing over her crib with a steak knife in his hand. I have no idea where he got it. It wasn't one of ours. We controlled our knives very carefully and always kept them in locked drawers. I think that he may have stolen it from one of our neighbors' houses. He had broken her skin twice already, once in the belly area and once on her arm. I could see blood running down. When I entered the room, he was dragging the back of the knife down her face, not cutting, almost tickling her with it, teasing her while she screamed. He looked up at us and smiled. Before I knew what I was doing, I was already moving, running to put myself between them. I didn't think about it. I just moved instinctively. Even with that, my wife got there faster. It was like a movie on fast forward. She got to our son and bashed his hand away, knocking the knife across the room, and then shoved him with her whole body weight, so hard that he flew away from the crib and bounced off the wall. I picked up my daughter and held her while my wife screamed. I could see her shaking, almost convulsing. I can remember the smell of the room, the sound of my daughter screaming and wailing, the look on my son's face as he stood there. Just nothing. Blank. Dead. There was nothing in his eyes. No emotion. He looked like an alien to me. I watched my wife take a step toward him. I could have reached out to stop her, but I didn't. She stepped forward again, very close to him. I could have stopped her again, but I didn't. She waited, looking at him for maybe 3 to 5 seconds without moving, and then she punched him in the face. Now, until this point, you may have been picturing my wife as a typical woman, small frame, dainty, and delicate. This is not the case. My wife does have a small frame, but dainty and delicate she is not. Never has been since I've known her. Since her early teens, my wife has been a boxer. MMA didn't exist back then, but karate and boxing were big in those days, and my wife was a very talented amateur. She was about 130 pounds. She carried a lot of muscle and she knew how to punch. I had 70 pounds on her back then, and I have no doubt that in a real fight between me and her, she could have and would have pounded me flat. Neither of us have ever laid a hand on our son in anger before, but something broke in her that day, and all the years of anger and pain and sorrow and frustration just came pouring out. When she hit him, his head snapped back and blood started pouring out of his nose. He hardly reacted. He just looked at her with this shocked expression, like he didn't know how to process what had just happened. She waited another second, and then she hit him again. I could have reached out and stopped her. I could have dragged her out of the room, taken her away, calmed her. I didn't. I just stood there and watched while she systematically started to pound him to a pulp. Every time he brought his hands to cover one part, she would blast him somewhere else. Body, head, body, head, over and over. He started screaming, crying out, yelling for her to stop. It's the most genuine reaction I'd ever seen him have to anything in his whole life. But she wasn't stopping. I watched her ramping up, hitting harder, faster, working him like a heavy bag. He tried to swing at her and she slipped him easily. She was on autopilot, sinking down into her training. I stood there watching for a minute. Then I turned my back on them and took my daughter out of the room. I brought my daughter to the kitchen and gave her a bath in the sink. I found that he had cut her a third time on the sole of her foot. All the cuts were superficial. I cleaned her up and held her until she calmed. I put polysporin and band-aids on her cuts. In our bedroom, I could hear my son screaming, calling my wife horrible names, telling her that he would cut her head off and F her corpse. After a while, I didn't hear him saying anything anymore. Didn't even hear him crying out. I assumed that he must have been knocked out, but I could still hear her beating him. That went on for a long time, long enough for my daughter to drift off to sleep in my arms. I just sat at the kitchen table waiting for her to finish. Finally, she came out and sat down across from me. Her hands were swollen and red. Her face and arms were splattered with blood. Her chest was heaving. We just stared at each other without saying anything. After a while, I asked her, "Is he dead?" She looked back at me and answered, "I really hope so." I nodded. That was all there was to say about that. I understood how she felt perfectly. I felt the same. I didn't know what to do, so we just sat there waiting silently. Eventually, my wife started crying and went to go take a shower. I just stayed where I was holding our daughter. After a long while, I heard moaning and sobbing coming from our room. It turned out that my son wasn't dead. I went in to see how bad it was, and it was pretty bad. I've never seen a more merciless beating laid onto anyone, before or since. He was laying on the floor, rolling around with blood leaking out of his face, lying in a pool of vomit. His nose was squashed flat out across his face. Both of his eyes were completely swollen shut and starting to blacken already. I could see that a couple of his fingers were bent out at weird angles, and he had used the bathroom in his pants. I think he must have been missing teeth, but I couldn't see any on the floor, and I couldn't see inside his mouth. His lips were all puffed up and swollen. From talking to my wife about it later, I know now that she had systematically beaten every part of his body, focusing heavily on his legs. She told me she kicked him in the groin repeatedly until her legs got tired, and had kept beating his body long after he had passed out. When my wife came out of the shower, I still didn't know what to do about our son. I didn't know whether to call the police or an ambulance, take him to the hospital myself. I honestly didn't have any idea what to do. After a while, I realized that I simply didn't care what happened to him anymore, and we decided to just let him live or die on his own. There was an in-law suite in the basement that we had never really used, and my wife and daughter and I just moved down there. We simply ceded the top floor of the house to my son and locked everything else down, separated our lives entirely. There was plenty of food in the upstairs cabinets, enough for a couple of weeks or more. He had a washroom and bedrooms to use. We had a washroom in the basement, a small kitchenette, and a separate entrance, so we just stopped going upstairs. We just decided that we were done with him. I figured we'd let his food run out and see what happened. Over the next week, we could hear him moving around upstairs sometimes. I think he just spent most of his time lying in bed recovering. I went to work, watching on high alert in case he attacked me in the driveway, but he never did. My wife stayed home with our daughter. She was never out of our sight. One night we heard him going ballistic, smashing things and banging. We didn't respond. He never tried to get downstairs or near us though. I think he was afraid that if he got near us again, my wife might finish the job on him. After 3 weeks down in the basement, we hadn't heard anything from up above for a few days, and I ventured upstairs to the main floor of the house. The place was demolished, and there was no sign of my son. He was gone. It took months to repair the damage he had done and get the main floor back to normal again. There was food and crap smeared all over the walls, and broken glasses on the floor, big holes in the drywall. He had ripped the place apart. He tore up the linoleum in a corner of the kitchen and emptied an entire foam fire extinguisher into the living room. I feel thankful that he didn't burn the house down with us in it. I'm honestly not sure why he didn't. The kid wasn't shy about lighting things on fire. After that, I lived in fear every day that he would come back, that he would ambush us out of the blue and try to kill us. We moved house about 3 years later, and I finally stopped being afraid that he would show up again, as now he had no idea where we were. I finally felt safe from him. All this happened a long time ago. My son was born in the spring of 1971. My daughter was born in '88. I'm an old man now. I'll be 70 this year, and my wife passed from cancer in 2016. My daughter is 31 now. I moved in with her and her husband after my wife passed. I've got 2 granddaughters, and they are the joy of my life. I see a therapist a couple times a month to talk about all this. I don't know where my son is. The last time I saw him was when he was lying on the floor of our bedroom, bleeding and smashed. I haven't heard from him since he left, more than 30 years ago now, and I don't want to. I carry a lot of guilt from that time, and a lot of conflicted emotions. I didn't beat him myself, but I allowed him to be beaten, and I thought that he deserved it. I was happy it happened. I didn't try to kill him, but I would have been happy if he died. I will say that I do hope that he was able to overcome his demons and go live a normal life somewhere. If he wasn't able to do that, if he stayed the way he was, then I truly do hope that someone out there killed him. When I knew him, he was a rabid dog, and whichever way it went, I just hope he isn't still out there, hurting anyone else. Hello everyone. My name is Minister K. I'm a non-denominational preacher here in Alabama. I haven't always been a man of God though. I've had my share of ups and downs, as life is merely a learning experience where we are all forced to make mistakes in order to learn and achieve our God-given potential. Life is one big fight. Life is filled with many battles. One of my many battles took place in August of 2016, a battle that quite frankly would change my life forever. When I was young, I lost both of my parents tragically. My mother died in a house fire, and my father of a heart attack. This caused me to be very rebellious at a young age. I'm not sure if many of you can relate, but growing up without parents will cause a child to be forced to stay in some pretty sketchy places, surrounded by some pretty sketchy people. It's almost as if these types of individuals take advantage of the fact that you don't have a guardian to protect you, and the world is filled with real monsters who prey on the innocence of children, as well as children whose parents have failed to protect them, so to speak. As far as myself, I was forced to experience what I can only describe as a living hell, and had been inflicted with a deep-rooted trauma, some of which I carry still to this day. Anyways, I was 25 years old at the time of this story. I did not have any support at all and began using drugs in order to cope with my trauma and to support my addiction and lifestyle. Honestly, at the time, I was a tattoo artist. When you deal with tattoo customers, the majority of them are in the criminal underworld. Criminals just love tattoos. Bikers, gangsters, you get the idea. I was, however, smoking marijuana though, and some of my customers were weed dealers. I would trade in tattoos for weed, sometimes half a pound or more at a time. I would smoke on it for a couple of months, and when I ran out, I would do the same thing. Call the dealer and ask if he was ready to trade for some ink. I couldn't eat the weed, so sometimes I would get rid of some to my close friends. It just so happens that my close friends were the ones to take away my freedom. One evening, they came over to hang out. We smoked a bunch of weed and we talked as usual. I noticed that they were on edge, and when I asked them what was wrong, they told me that they were having personal problems at home. I had no reason to suspect them of anything else. We had been friends for over 2 years at this time. Sometime during that evening, they asked me if I would sell them a 20-sack. I was a tattoo artist and piercing professional at the time, and at this time I was making great money swinging in, and I had no reason to deal drugs. But I've always been a really good friend, and I have a good heart, and in this particular case, it would be my downfall big time. At the time, I did not realize the length that some departments go through in order to catch a person selling drugs. They'll send multiple confidential informants to purchase from you. They use the dirtiest tactics imaginable. They even provide the cash to the informants and wire them up with hidden cameras and devices, stashed in stuff like ink pens, hats. I've seen cameras on the buttons of a shirt even. This particular day, I was out of marijuana. I wanted to smoke and I was going to get a sack anyway. 2 friends of mine came over and asked me if I wanted to smoke with them and if I could get some weed. So I called up our weed man. The weed man pulled up and I went outside. I purchased 2 $20 bags of weed from them, and I came back inside where these 2 friends of mine were waiting. I put the weed on the table and asked them to pick whichever one they wanted. My friend put the weed in her pocket and went straight towards the door. She was acting so strange. I told her to wait. We could smoke my bag of weed for free. But she was in so much of a hurry that she turned it down. And I knew that was strange, because nobody's gonna turn down free weed. Nobody. I didn't recognize the vehicle they came to my house in. It was all just wrong. I didn't recognize all of these signs at the time, because you don't suspect someone that you've been loyal to betray you so savagely. This caused the narcotics squad to have enough as evidence to form a secret indictment and warrant an arrest. I went to jail on a secret indictment for selling weed. 2 days after they left my house, about 15 vehicles pulled up in the front yard, and about 25 narcotic squad officers and the sheriff's department proceeded to kick my doors in. All of them were carrying automatic AR-style machine guns, bulletproof vests, the works. They put my elderly uncle on his face with a gun and began to tear our house to pieces as I sat in the back of a cop car and watched them proceed with the search warrant. In Alabama, on a secret indictment charge, they'll give you one chance to turn 3 other dealers that you know personally over to them on indictments, and they will dismiss your case. Because I refused, they had the judge and the district attorney place a bond hold on me during the entirety of my case, which was almost 2 years. This means that I was being held without bond. While I was there, my cellmate was a known serial killer. He was responsible for the death of at least 17 people that they knew about. His name was Wilmore Wiggins from Camden, Alabama. Although he was responsible for at least 17 murders, they only had enough evidence on one of the murders to actually prove it. This man had been terrorizing our community for years. I mean years. He was a voodoo practitioner, as were the rest of his family members. One night after lockdown, I was just staring at the roof of my bunk. He was on the top bunk and I was on the bottom. We had already been locked down for a few hours. It was so quiet that you could hear the building settling if you listened intently. In jail, you have nothing but time to think about life, about the direction of your life, about life in general. I was doing just that one night. I did not realize that he was still awake. Through the deafening silence, I heard a voice ask the question, "Hey Big," which is what they called me, by the way. "You ever killed anybody?" I didn't even have to think about it and responded immediately, "Never." He asked me if I ever thought about killing anyone. I responded, "No sir, never." That is when he began confessing to one of the many murders that he had committed. One here in my hometown that he was never even charged with. A murder that took place that is now a cold case. A murder that's never been solved. First off, as I said before, he practiced voodoo, so he began to describe in detail how he got away with his 17 murders. As I began to squint through the darkness of the cell, I noticed in the mirror above the sink that he was now setting up on his bed. He was looking for someone to talk to in order to release his burden. I was more than happy to listen, as I'm not only into true crime, but also I have always been an understanding person. I'm also a really good listener, and this was something that was very intriguing to me at the moment. It even kind of resembled a horror story or something like a scary movie. It had me on the edge of my bunk. I couldn't move a muscle as I listened with the fullest of intent. Anyways, as I sat there listening, he told me that his voodoo allowed him to get away with the crimes. He said that if you want to get away with murder, you should plant a rose bush in front of your house. He said you can go and get a piece of that person's hair, the person you wish to harm, and bury it at the foot of that rose bush. When you take a piece of sewing thread, and he would tie it and run the thread from the stem of one of the roses and tie it to the doorknob of his home, which was about 15 to 20 feet away. He told me that as long as the thread is in place, he could go out and commit any murder or crime that he wanted, and there would be no retribution. He told me that there was an entity named Zombie. This entity would come inside of him and possess him, giving him supernatural knowledge, wisdom, and insight in order to conceal evidence after his murders. Personally, I am an ordained minister now, and I can tell you from experience that not only can God supernaturally empower a person, but also Satan can as well. The consequences for this is a price that nobody would want to pay. The ones that do, I'm sure, regret it surely eventually. Anyways, he told me that as long as that thread is in place, the spell remains. He told me that he did this every single time he killed somebody, and he got away with over 16 murders. I cannot tell you as a matter of fact whether this voodoo thing is real or not. All I can tell you that is factual is, that he 100% believed in it to his soul. My community was terrorized by this man for years and years. Everybody in my town literally knew this man was a serial killer, but they could never prove it. He was just so manipulative and cunning and clever, and had the uncanny ability to be able to manipulate evidence to his advantage in order to conceal his crimes. He told me that one in particular that he knew was in the bar room with his girlfriend. After he went to use the bathroom, talking to his girlfriend, and it infuriated him. After knowing this man for 2 years, I can tell you from experience that he's not the type to fight a man, but he would beat women, and he was very abusive to them mentally and spiritually, as well as physically. He also had a knife on him at all times while he was in jail. He would not fistfight a man. However, he would not hesitate for even one single moment to stab you to death if you crossed him. Anyways, he told me that whenever he saw this particular man talking to his woman in a bar, he got enraged, but he did not do anything about it immediately. He waited an entire month until he had the perfect opportunity to exact revenge on this person. During the course of this time, he had a girl from the neighborhood get a piece of his hair from the pillow and deliver it to him for $20. One night, he got the perfect opportunity. The opportunity that he had been waiting so patiently for. He told me that he was riding around one night, exactly about a month after the incident. He was riding around town after leaving the bar, and he saw that man walking home. He said that it was about 1 o'clock in the morning, so he pulled over and asked the man if he needed a ride. The man was cautious at first, he told me, but he agreed to accept the ride. He got inside of the vehicle and said hello. Then he asked Wilmore, the killer, if he was mad at him for talking to his girlfriend, because he heard from the girlfriend that Wilmore wanted to hurt him. Wilmore assured him that everything was okay, and that he did not take it personal. Anyways, he asked him if he would take him to get some whiskey. The man said sure, so Wilmore went and bought a big bottle of whiskey, and they proceeded to ride around on dirt roads out there in the country getting drunk. That man drank and drank and drank. They played the radio and had a great time. Except, Wilmore was only pretending to drink. He proceeded to get the man drunker and drunker until he couldn't walk. That's when he pulled over in the country and told the man that he needed to urinate. The man said that he had to as well. So when the man got out of the vehicle, Wilmore grabbed a 2x4 out of the back seat, crept up behind the man, and bashed his skull with it. As he's explaining this to me, all I can do is listen in horror. I cannot believe my ears. This man is confessing a whole homicide to me in the most intimate detail. I got chills all over my body. I could not believe that I was listening to something that too much resembled to be something like a horror movie to me. He told me that he hit the man so hard that the board had knocked him out instantly. Then he told me he bashed the man's head at least 25 times after he was dead. He threw the board in the trunk of his vehicle and grabbed a hammer and proceeded to bust this man's teeth out of his head, one by one with the hammer. Then he shaved all of the man's hair off of his head, including his beard and eyebrows, and put it in a bag. Then he reached down and grabbed the man by the legs and drug him off into a cow pasture in the middle of the country and left him there. I was in shock, utter disbelief. I almost didn't even feel real. I felt like I was in a dream hearing this, but I listened intently. People will tell you everything you want to know about them plus more if you could only just close your mouth and open your ears. Most people do not have this ability, but it is a gift that I have been given. In this current situation, it seemed to be a curse though. Anyways, this man's family was looking for him. I was a tattoo artist at the time this happened. I remember it. I was really good friends with the brother of the man who was killed. He used to come and get tattoos from me, and he would cry because they could not find his brother anywhere. They looked for this man for months, but to no avail. Here's the craziest part of all. One night, my friend's mother had a dream. God came to her in a dream and told her where to find her son. Like I said, their family literally had search parties with hundreds of people looking for this man and could not find him anywhere. Anyways, my friend's mom said that God came to her in this dream and told her that her son was in the back of a cow pasture in Possum Bend, way out in the middle of nowhere. She got out of a dead sleep, called her entire family and told them to be waiting outside. She drove by their houses one by one and picked them up in a minivan and drove them out to the exact location that God showed her in the dream. He was right there at the tree in the back pasture, almost nothing left to his remains. When I say that he beat this man's skull flat, it's an understatement. As I said before, I was truly disturbed when I heard this. It still haunts me at night, even today. He told me about a few other murders that he did that he never got caught for. They are truly disturbing. His final victim, a woman and her baby, were burned alive in a trailer. That's not the disturbing part, though. The woman had been dead a week before she was set on fire, and he actually positioned her sitting upright in his car with the seatbelt on as he drove around so they could be seen together as if she was still alive. He was a master at manipulation and confusing times, dates, and locations of the murders that he committed. He was also an expert at manipulating evidence and disposing of it perfectly in order to conceal his crimes. I spent hundreds of hours alone in a dark cell with this creepy psychopath. I'd love to share the details if anyone is interested in listening. He is still alive and in prison somewhere here in Alabama. He was actually given life without parole after being held in the same jail that I was in for almost 4 years. I have most interesting experiences to share. During the daytime, we would be released from the cell to move freely throughout the day room, watching TV and taking showers. But at 8 p.m. each night, they would lock both of us in a 2-man cell, and the door would not be reopened until 8 a.m. During this time, we had a lot of free time to talk, and it was always dark in the cell at night. The details of some of the crimes he committed are so disturbing that I still take sleeping medication and am currently still seeking psychological help to this very day. It was 1 a.m., and I just got back from the bathroom ready to go back to bed. When I got in my bed, I looked at the window and saw a tall white figure outside. I got out of my bed to see, and I had blurry vision, so I couldn't tell if it was a sign or a human. Because it was so dark outside, the only thing I saw was the white. I decided to go back to bed, and it was still there, and it didn't move. Suddenly, I saw red flashing and didn't want to look at it. After a while, I just kept thinking it was just a pole, and I just closed my eyes. The next day, I look out the window to see the white figure gone. There was no pole or sign. It was just gone. I still remember this day pretty vividly. I was around 14 to 15 years old, and my parents had just gotten invited to a wedding. The wedding took place on a sort of castle located on a waterfront. Anyways, we took a boat to the location, and until then everything seemed normal. I was playing with some other kids at the wedding, and we decided to roam around the surrounding areas of the castle. We did this for hours and everything seemed normal, except for some random drunk women had tried to throw a stone at us, but we brushed it off thinking nothing of it. Later on in the night to the end of the wedding, there was a little celebration where everyone would release a small hot air balloon and let it go into the night sky. All kids, including me, decided to follow these hot air balloons as they lifted off. However, in order to follow, we had to traverse a forest. We all continued running into the forest, and that's where I and 4 more people saw it. As we were sprinting into the forest, we saw a woman sitting down wrapped in a blanket, surrounded by 6 to 8 men with flashlights. As these men heard our footsteps, they flashed their light into our direction, but did not say anything. Complete silence. I stood still. It seemed like they felt like they just got caught doing something and didn't know how to react. I ran away as fast as I could, and the others did the same. Nobody followed us. Nobody ever said anything about this. I was invited to a huge family reunion in Florida, and weirdly enough, we were supposed to wear name tags to identify ourselves, but I went with it. There was going to be a lot of distant cousins, and the idea was to wear name tags to make it easier for everyone to know who's who. I stopped at a grocery store to pick up some ice cream for the reunion. I was sitting in my car checking my texts for a moment, when I noticed suddenly that it looked like someone was blocking the sun. I looked up, and might as well have jumped out of my skin due to the shock. A man in his 50s or 60s was putting his tongue on my windshield. While I'm not sure how he was able to see my name tag, he grinned and asked, "Is your name my name?" I didn't really answer. I just nodded and quickly thought of something to say. I said I was just leaving. Then he asked me where I was going, so I said I'm going to a different store, because they didn't have the ice cream that I was looking for. He said okay and then just walked away. As stupid as this sounds, I decided to drive away and go to a different store nearby because my nerves were rattled. I honestly think what happened was pretty funny in hindsight, but I felt terrible when it was actually happening. My first post ever, so I apologize for any misspelling or confusion in my story. I don't know if this will bring me any peace of mind, but I definitely need to get it off my chest. I had plans to meet up with family after they got off of work, and I didn't want to be pent up in the house until then, so I went to a Ross that was halfway between our meetup spot. I'd rather not give out my actual location. I started off in the men's athletic section to look for things for my husband, and then went to the women's section. As I walked over to the t-shirt rack, I had a lady, late 20s, early 30s, come up to me and ask if I would participate in a survey she was doing about joy. I was skeptical, but I agreed. About halfway through, I noticed she never bothered to write anything down or attempt to record anything I was telling her. The questions revolved around faith, and if I believed in God or if I would want to work more on my belief in Him. I tried to keep things as short and simple as possible, without giving too much information about myself to a stranger. She ended up thanking me for my time, and then walked away. I want to note that she had nothing in her hands, so she wasn't doing any type of shopping. Plus, doing a survey like that in the middle of a store seems a little off. Once I kinda came to my senses, I tried walking around the store to see if I could find her. As I'm walking around, I took notice of a super tall man just staring at the shoes for men. He wasn't picking anything up, literally just staring. He's a notable character. I ended up seeing her in the dress aisle, so I rushed over to the register to pay for what I had. I did notice while I was in line, she was talking to another woman, and the taller man walked over to the worker wearing the loss prevention vest, asked something, and then went to the back of the store. When I got up to the register, I let that lady know of my encounter, and she asked me to describe the lady I came in contact with. She told me she'd let someone know about it, and thanked me. Literally, as I walk out the door, that same tall man walked out with me. No bags or anything in his hands. I immediately turned back around and walked right back into the store. I again shared my story to the loss prevention worker and asked if he or someone could walk me to my car.
I don't think he's allowed to leave that spot because he told me I'd have to wait for someone. Thankfully, another worker walked in, and he asked her if she was early for her shift, to which she said yes. She ended up walking me to my car, and I told her my same story. She watched me get in my car, and I immediately locked the doors behind me and took off. I drove for about approximately 10 minutes, went into a random neighborhood, and thankfully no one was following behind me. All of this could have definitely been nothing, and just myself overthinking it. But with the way the world is, I sadly didn't want to take any chances.
I am a 19-year-old female, and I was out to eat with my boyfriend, and the place we were eating at has a live show right next door. We decided to listen outside to some of the bands playing once we were done eating. It was around 9 p.m. at this time. Shortly after going outside, this girl comes up to me and starts talking to me about all kinds of things. She has bright red hair, many piercings and tattoos. The first thing she did was compliment what we were wearing. I wasn't wearing anything special, just a plain pink dress with Crocs. She seemed very friendly and continued on a conversation with us. Mainly me, though. I figured it's because I have piercings and a tattoo. Maybe that's why. I also kind of chalked it up to her being drunk or just overly friendly. Eventually, she asked me a weird question that I didn't really understand and can't recall. Something along the lines of, "What's your purpose here?" or something like that. I just remember not understanding what she was asking me, and just telling her where I worked because it sounded like that's what she was asking me. She said she works in the strip club, in the same town, and to come visit. She left abruptly after, while texting on her phone, and went over to this guy. Me and my boyfriend went to leave. I thought nothing of it and we passed by them. After turning the corner, my boyfriend told me to check and see if I was being followed. I looked behind my shoulder and didn't see anybody. I walked a little further and looked back again, and there was the guy. He was walking extremely quick and caught up pretty fast. He followed me all the way to my car, which was at least a mile away, until we got in and locked the doors. He was just a couple of feet from my car before he turned around. My boyfriend told me to start the car as soon as possible, and once we left, he told me that he passed by them. He heard the girl say to the guy something along the lines of, "She's a little nervous, but..." And he had a bad vibe that I was being sex trafficked, or they were going to try to pimp me out. Maybe snatch me up, I don't know. It wouldn't have been very hard for them to do. He was easily at least double my weight, as I'm only 100 pounds. He was following with a lot of speed. And I mean, really, what was the motive? Sorry if this has been long, but I'm just a little creeped out.
Before I got my car in my freshman year of college, I would use Lyft to get to work pretty much every day during the summer. During the winter, fall, I just walked even at night. And in all those Lyft cars and drivers, I never had any noticeable encounters. I've probably been in a couple hundred by now, and aside from the occasional political opinion and speeder, it was all fine. One day I order a Lyft car like normal. It'll be here in 7 minutes. Cool. I walks outside a couple minutes early to go and wait for my driver, and I see a vehicle that pretty much matches the description of mine sitting in my driveway. You know, that little car icon next to the profile that you can use to compare the real one? It was the same color, the same size, and unless you noticed the little details, it pretty much looked the same. But my driver was still 2 minutes away. I choose to ignore him, thinking it's just a funny coincidence, and maybe he's a friend of a neighbor or something. But then he rolls down his window and looks at me, so I go up to talk to him. Maybe he's just lost? And by the way, a different race entirely from my actual driver, so I know for sure this isn't him. But similar skin tones and age. He tells me that he's my driver and pulls out his phone that has my profile, like how your driver has, to make sure it's you. So in my naive and innocent teenage mind, I think to myself, oh, Lyft must have accidentally sent me 2 drivers, and tell him that he's not the driver I was told I would meet. Right as we were talking, my actual driver pulled up and rolled down his window. I explained the situation and said, I'll probably get in the first guy's car, because he was here first. Then my actual driver says that I should probably go with whoever is on my phone. That sounded pretty logical to me and made sense. But before I could turn around and tell the other guy I was going to go ahead and pick the other guy, he drove off. Tinted windows, by the way. It wasn't until I got into the car that my driver brought it to my attention how weird that was. He told me in his 10 years of being a Lyft driver, nothing like that has ever happened to him or anyone he knew. Then it suddenly dawned on me about what might have just happened. The similar car appearance to my actual driver. The fact that he had my info, but I didn't have his. The fact that he was there a couple minutes early, so if I did get in, it wouldn't have intercepted my real driver. Everything. And I almost got into his car. Went to work and I was totally shaken up. I tried making a report to Lyft, but without any evidence or information other than a basic physical description, there wasn't much I could do. My Lyft driver said he would go ahead and tell the story to some other driver friends on a social media forum, Facebook probably, so they can spread the word. So that makes me feel a little better. That driver might have saved my life. I think about that a lot. And hey, my dad heard about it and got me a car, so at least I got something other than trauma. Edit. I've also only told a couple people in real life due to the traumatic and scary nature of the whole thing. Looking back on it now, it was most likely a trafficker, kidnapper. These guys probably have access to Lyft's servers and look for repeating customers like me. I've since deleted the app and my account. Always check the license plates.
I went to a 7-Eleven in Hawaii, and this weird guy was trying to full-blown have a conversation out of nowhere. I was clearly about to enter the store, and yet he was like, "Hey you," and I turned around. He was just trying to say something, but I told him I had to go. When I was in the store, I had bad vibes like he was looking at my car that I arrived in, so I kept my eyes looking out the store. I felt like I looked weird at this point, to be honest. When leaving, he tried to talk to me again. He said, "Hey, you got a lighter?" Because I clearly had one. At this point, I was getting angry that he wouldn't just leave me alone. I say no, then ignore him, and go to put my key in the door. Then he starts walking up to me from behind, so I turn around and give him a mean look and say, "Yeah, you need something?" Then he started talking about my car stickers, and I was like, "Yeah, I have stickers." Then he kept trying to say something, and I just stared at him without saying a word. Then he got the message and walked back. He made me feel like he was trying to get something out of me. Cigarettes, lighters, money, something like that for free. He didn't look homeless, but my gut said that he's probably on drugs and really wants me to give him anything, something, or possibly harm me.
This was back in January early this year. My friend and I had just started working on our film project, and were getting ideas of locations to shoot the film. We drove to a swinging bridge about an hour away from our hometown. It was your usual, unsturdy bridge that was about 400 feet long and 60 feet above water. This bridge was only meant for walking, no running, biking, etc. Across it, it was parallel to another bridge, one made for vehicles. My friend and I got a couple shots of the bridge itself before we made our way to the other side, where there were train tracks in a neighborhood. About halfway across the bridge, we heard yelling coming from the other one. We looked, and it appeared to be a lady waving her arms like she was trying to get our attention. She called out a name what I thought was Hayden or Aiden, which both of those were neither mine or my friend's name. We yelled back, "We're not them," thinking that would be the end of the conversation. The woman just stood there, staring at us. We tried to shrug it off as we thought it had been settled, but then the woman takes off full speed running across the bridge, in the same direction we were going. We thought it was a strange, but we just laughed it off and carried on. We made it to the other side of the bridge and began shooting footage near the train tracks. I know it's unsafe, but this was a regular crossing point for the bridge trail. While in the middle of a scene, I heard a familiar voice yell from behind me. It was the same woman yelling the same thing. She stood on top of the hill of that neighborhood, across the tracks. Again, we yelled back that we don't her, and we're not who she thinks we are. This woman takes off running once again, but this time towards us. This frightened us because why would this woman need to get to us that bad? My friend and I quickly grabbed our things and headed for the swinging bridge. Even knowing we weren't supposed to run across, we walked super fast, which made the bridge sway. It's like our fight or flight kicked in. The lady had caught up to the start of the bridge by the time we made it halfway across, still yelling, but this time it was in a hatful voice. This was when I turned around to look once to see how far the distance between us was. The lady had stopped there at the start of the bridge, and I noticed she was holding something behind her back. Even though she had stopped running after us, we continued to bolt across the bridge. We turned back once we reached the other side to see the woman still standing there, fiddling with something in her hands. My friend pulled out her phone and began recording the woman. This made her turn back immediately and walk the other way. We never found out why she chased us or what she was holding in her hand. Sometimes I think back and wonder if maybe she needed help. But why not scream for help? I just find it strange that after we told her multiple times that we weren't the people she thought we were, and she still followed us. I had difficulty sleeping about a week after this incident, as I couldn't get the idea out of my head of what this woman wanted to do with us. I had never been so scared in my entire life. So I took the bus as usual to get home, and this guy sitting next to me gets off at the same bus stop. I know pretty much the entire neighborhood, and I don't think I ever saw anyone of his nationality. During the way home, I was at the phone speaking another language, so this guy, after we get down from the bus, makes a sound to get my attention and asks me where I'm from. I should have just walked away, but in this situation I get scared and don't act rationally. So I answer him. Then he asks me where I live, and I tell him where I live without pointing to my house. Then he proceeds to ask me if he can get with me to do something, which he says in another language. At that point, I start to laugh hysterically and keep telling him I have a boyfriend. I know I should have just threatened him to call the police or something, but I got scared and kinda didn't want him to turn violent for not telling him what he wanted to hear. Then I try to leave, but he followed me. Then I stop to confront him, and he wants to give me a hug and say that I'm so beautiful. I keep replying that I can't, to which then he offers me to shake hands, which I nervously agree just to get out of the situation. Then I change paths in hopes that he wouldn't watch me, go home, or return back after. Should I learn how to stop acting like a total idiot in these situations? Yes. Should I be concerned that he will begin to stalk me? I don't know. This happened a couple of years ago, but I often think about it and what this person's intentions were. Disclaimer, it isn't the most exciting story. So a couple of years ago, probably 2018, me, a 23-year-old male, I'm outside of my mother's house close to midnight,
It's dark in a neighborhood, no one outside, and it's quiet and chill. I'm smoking a joint by my car, just listening to music and vibing quietly. I see a person walking up the street towards me. Nothing to be alarmed about. She gets close. She's a cute mid-30s woman, sees me smoking and asks if I have a cigarette. She was friendly. I say no, but we have a nice quick chat. Plus, every young man has fantasies of cute women walking towards them. You never know. But definitely just a fantasy and wishful thinking. I wasn't going to that route. So, during our quick chat, probably only a minute or so in, she says, "One moment, let me make this call." So she calls her husband. I don't recall how I knew it was her husband, but I believe she mentioned him in our chat. This is an older memory. This is what creeped me out. She says on the phone, "Hi, honey. OMG, I think I found the one." She was excited about it, but in a weird way. Hard to explain, but it sounded sinister. It creeped me out and gave me red flags. Plus I'm thinking, found what? I already said I didn't have a cigarette. Plus, she is walking around the streets. She and her husband are looking for something. What does that even mean? So, while she was still on the phone, I just turned around, went inside, and locked the door. I don't know what to think of it to this day. What could she have meant? Best case, she wanted a three-way with her husband, which I'm not into. Worst case, they were gonna rob me or do something awful and weird. What do you think her deal was? So I work at a bar that has a back alley that leads to a small secluded parking lot. There are several large trash cans and many small ones, and there are some addicts, homeless folks, etc., who will come to the alley pretty often. Usually they're pretty harmless and just look through the trash or ask for $1, but sometimes they aren't. Tonight was one of those times. I went out the back to throw out a bag of trash when I noticed a man walking quickly by the farthest group of garbage cans from the back door, which also happens to be the house, the one that I use. He looked in my direction. I don't think he knew I could see him. And then, as he saw me walking toward him and the trash can, he quickly and quietly hid himself in the dark behind the trash cans. I didn't see where he ended up, but it scared me so much. I was the only one around, and I knew he was hiding because I would have seen him walk past if not. It was the only way to go. I left my bag of trash right where it was and immediately walked back inside. I hope he left soon after I went back in. Yesterday, after leaving the public restroom, a man who had exited the men's room started to follow me. He called out, "Hey," but I didn't respond as it seemed flirtatious. He came closer and asked, "Hey, what are you doing tonight?" Repeating this a few times, I finally said, "Leave me alone." Then he shockingly asked, "Should I kidnap you?" Thankfully, I was headed towards a crowded area. The people around me seemed concerned, which I believed made him back off. It's infuriating to deal with such comments. Approaching someone is one thing, but not stopping when I show no interest and then threatening to kidnap me is a whole new level of entitlement. I'm a 24-year-old female, and I moved into my first apartment by myself. I usually have roommates, but my last situation, I was harassed by 2 guys in my house, and also by a 60-year-old woman who was a severe alcoholic and drug addict. Long story. I've been here for 2 months, and it's been good. I love the place, the apartment, the location. But yesterday, I got the crap scared out of me when I received a knock on my door at 3 a.m. I live on the top floor of a 25-floor building and was the first to move in after renovations. So, there's only 4 to 5 people on my whole floor. I had no texts, no calls from anyone that I knew about coming over. First they knocked. I was silent. They knocked again. It sounded like a man knocking. I called my mom, telling her this situation and that I was utterly terrified being a young woman. They waited a few minutes and knocked again. My mom called the police for me, and 2 women officers came up. I told them what happened, and they were super kind about the situation. The only person who I could have maybe expected to knock, the only person who had access, was the doorman. This doorman in particular has always had a strange vibe. He never talked much, but he was always watching me. I'd go to the elevators and he'd get out of his chair to stare at me, waiting for them to open. He's a 28 to 32-year-old dude. I'm not sure exactly how old. And he's a pretty tall African-American man. He'd always check me out, and while he wouldn't say much, he'd flirt. 2 days ago, I was going out with some girlfriends, and I was dressed in a tight and short black dress with black boots. He seemed really interested in me at that point, and definitely spent some extra time staring at me. I don't really think much of it. So after talking to the police, I went downstairs and asked him, "Hey, so I got a knock on my door at 3 in the morning. Was that you by chance?" And he immediately said, "Yeah, it was." I was like, why were you knocking on my door at 3 a.m.? And he says, well, it wasn't 3 a.m. It was more like 2:30. I was just checking up on you. I said, why? And he mumbled something under his breath. I'm like, what did you say? He said, I don't know. I gave him leeway and I said, because you thought I wasn't okay? And he says, yeah. And I said, why wouldn't you think I was okay? Again, he said, I don't know. I told him that it really scared me. I also said, I see you 3 to 4 times a day. Why couldn't you just talk to me down here? I don't know. Looking back, I also received a knock on my door at 12:30 a.m., but it was very faint. Enough where I thought he was knocking on someone else's door. So weird. After I told him not to knock on my door again, he called me and left a voicemail on my phone. I noticed the random number and realized that he'd called me at midnight and at 3 a.m. I'm super scared because I live alone. Ring doorbells aren't allowed in the building unless requested. And also the management company keeps hiring guys like this. The last guy was fired. I'd ideally like to actually end my lease, even if he gets fired, which he definitely will considering the last guy who wasn't nearly as bad got fired. That would be good. But he now knows where I live, what car I drive, when I come and go, and also has access to the magnets to get up the elevator. He even asked me a few days ago, what's your unit number? So we could come up. Almost like it was premeditated. I'm super scared and hear stories about this all the time. I'm terrified that he'll have a maintenance key or something, come into my apartment and hide and wait for me to get home. A young girl was just killed by someone who worked in her building. What do you think I should do? I wasn't sure which sub to post this to, but since it's not exactly my story, even though I was involved, I'm posting it here. Yesterday, I celebrated my birthday. I invited my ex-girlfriend Emma, because we're actually still really close friends. She took the train to get me, which takes about 1.5 hours and requires changing trains twice. She left around midnight, and should have been home around 1:30 to 1:45 a.m. Shortly after 1 a.m., she texted me about a weird dude following her after striking up an unsettling conversation with Emma about whether she was homosexual. And then she answered truthfully that no, she's just trans, hoping he would go away if she was friendly enough. He went on about why she was trans even though she knew it was satanic. He also told her that he'd already noticed her on the train that same morning, which just strikes me as especially creepy. She got off at a stop, intending to wait for her subway home, but he got off with her and wouldn't leave her alone. The next subway to her place wouldn't come for another 25 minutes, and the stop was deserted. She sent me multiple anxious voice messages until she eventually called me, borderline crying and panicking, saying she had to run away from the station and was now lost with little idea of where she was, even less of an idea of how to get home, and her phone was only on 8% battery. She didn't have any money to call a cab either. She couldn't go back to the station because this guy was presumably still there, and he had followed her when she had tried to just take the next train in the direction that she had come from, in an attempt to try and get away from him. I advised her to call the police, which she did. They apparently came, took her statement, and left again, leaving her there on the outskirts of a big city with still no idea how to get home. I told her to use Google Maps to try and get home and try to save battery, but to update me periodically. She called me again a few minutes after, saying that she was 45 minutes away on foot from her home, but that thankfully she had managed to reach her mother, and she was coming to pick up Emma from where she was. I stayed on the line with Emma until her mom got there. I'm so angry. Emma already struggles with severe anxiety and agoraphobia. The fact that she managed to make it to my birthday party was an achievement for her. This isn't going to help at all. Why do people like this even exist? I'm a 24-year-old guy, and I'm not great at writing things out like this, but I just wanted some advice as I'm a socially awkward person. So I decided to go into town the other day and took the train in. I arrived at the station, got my ticket, then waited for the train. I was approached by a man in, let's say, his 60s. I must have been someone that he knew or seen before, because he said, "Wow, I haven't seen you in some time." I replied, "Sorry, I think you may have the wrong person." He continued to push the conversation by saying, "Oh, you must have a twin." I laughed and brushed it off. Once the train arrived, I got on and sat down. I sat down in a 2-seater chair. The man sat down next to me and asked me my name. Trying to be nice, I replied my name and he said his name. He asked me a few questions and I gave answers. All up to this point is found fine. He asked to use my phone to make a call, which I didn't see an issue with. After this, he sent a text message which was fine. His own phone beeped. He then turned to me and said, "I have your number now. We can catch up later." He had called himself on my phone to get my number. I tried to play it off coolly, but I was pretty creeped out, and I couldn't leave since he had blocked me in. He finally got off at his station. Straight away, he texted me, and each day he has been texting me to come over to his house or to go out with him for coffee. I felt bad for him because he seemed lonely, but it just feels really odd and creepy. I just wanted some people's thoughts, as I've never been in this situation before, and don't really have friends to talk to about this. Edit. I really appreciate the comments and responses to my boast. I have blocked him after a small exchange. I was trying to be nice, then I tried to ignore him, but he became really aggressive and called me and became verbally aggressive as well. I will be reporting this to the police and changing my number. Thank you for making me feel justified in my response. Transportation in the Philippines were made easier because there are motorcycle taxis here, and they are much cheaper compared to Uber or Grab cars. You just need to book a rider through an app, just like how you would book Uber in your country. I'm used to taking them whenever it's not raining, and it's a faster way to get to my workplace. But that is just the tip of the iceberg to my story. One particular night, I was craving for something to eat. It was around 1 o'clock a.m. It took me an hour or two of scrolling through my phone to look for food to satisfy my cravings, when I decided to just go to 7-Eleven, which is just a few blocks away from the village that I live in. I decided to just walk. The evening breeze was nice. I reached the highway, and I walked to the nearest pedestrian lane. The streets were a bit dim, when suddenly a man on the motorcycle stopped by me, and he was urging me to ride on his motorcycle. Motorcycle taxis here have uniforms, and I know that he is a phony. 7-Eleven was still 2 blocks away. I politely brushed him off and said that I want to walk. He took off, and I felt a rush of relief. I enjoyed the rest of my walk. When I came to this block, where only one street lamp was working, and the light from it was not a big help, my heart suddenly beat fast and I was sweating. Mind you, it was cold during that time. Something is stopping me from taking a step further. My legs felt heavy, but I did my best to walk because I was really hungry during that time. I don't have perfect vision. I can't see anything that is more than 4 feet away from me. When I was about to reach the corner where the only working street lamp was standing, it was the guy from earlier, and he was smoking something. I squinted my eyes and he was smoking crack. I walked faster until I reached 7-Eleven. I shopped for my food, and when I went to the cashier to pay for my stuff, there were 3 people ahead of me. He went behind me, and he was holding a roll of aluminum foil. I was shaking, and I was about to cry, when suddenly my childhood friend who was a police officer came in and he greeted me. I greeted him back. My friend offered me a ride because he had just clocked out and told me to wait for him. He went to the drinks section of the store, and the guy whispered in my ear, "Suerte mo miss, hindi kiti, marape ngayon," which translates to, "You're lucky, miss, that I can't R-word you right now." I genuinely am so scared. There's this car that has been following me for the past couple of months. I've seen him in 5 different areas about 25 minutes away from each other. He lives in my area, and he smiles at me creepily, and I just see him everywhere. I was hanging out with my friend today, and he pulled out the corner and looked at me, and then stopped across the road from me at a food place. And when he saw me walk out of a path, he immediately started pulling up and stopped practically right in front of me. And then I ran and hid. I'm very scared, and I don't know what to do. I saw these 2 guys kind of checking out the street, or a gathering in a neighboring house. Then they moved to our car parked outside our house on our parking lot. Then they were filming, recording, and using some sort of an app below our car. What could this possibly be? One of them sat down, and while the other did this, and minutes later they ran. But they came back again and were seen on the yard of my neighbor's patio across the street. Plus, I saw this while it was happening. They definitely seemed suspicious. Then again, one of them snuck back to do the same thing under our car. Camera footage has it all. But what could this be? I traveled to Seoul for a week by myself back in 2018 because I was still studying. At the time, I was doing a semester abroad in Kyoto, and Seoul is expensive. I decided to book a room in a hostel. It was supposed to be a mixed dorm for 6 people. Upon arrival, I found out that I was actually going to be sharing a room with 5 other men who were already staying at the hostel. At this point, I was still quite naive and didn't think much of it. Besides, the hostel was already fully booked. There was one guy from Japan, 1 Korean, 2 Chinese, and a German in my room. The German guy gave me weird vibes from the beginning, especially by the way that he'd just stare at me. But I brushed it off because I'd be out and about all day anyway. Every day he'd ask if I wanted to go hang out and to see the sights together, which I really like to do on my own, so I always came up with an excuse. One time I accepted his invitation to explore Gangnam, and it was just awkward. We had very little to speak about besides small talk. When I'd get ready in the morning, as in apply makeup and do my hair, he'd just stand there and watch, saying nothing. I got annoyed and asked him if he didn't have to be somewhere else several times. He'd just shrug. Anyway, for the entire week I was weirded out, but did my best to avoid him. One time we ran into each other at a cafe in the city center, which I found strange because what are the odds? The other guys in my dorm room were actually super nice. We even all went out for dinner one night. Then, on my very last day, I woke up too early and drifted back to sleep. The next time I woke up, it was to him sitting by my bedside caressing my arm and shoulder. I immediately sat straight up and asked what he was doing. Even though it was only my arm he was touching, I felt so disgusted. I always thought of myself as someone who'd scream and curse at someone in a situation like this, but I was simply dazed and shocked. He then went on to confess his love for me, how he wanted to meet up when we were back home. I'm from Germany too, and how I was just so special. When I pointed out that he couldn't possibly be in love with me because it had only been a week, he insisted he just knew that he wanted to show me his affection. At this point, I was just nauseous. Of course, he was leaving that morning too, and offered to go to the airport together. I insisted to take a later bus, and he thankfully left it at that. I couldn't wait for him to just go and leave me alone. I'm glad I didn't run into him at the airport, but at some point I just burst into tears because it had been so exhausting to ward off his advances all week, and then gently tell him that I wasn't interested in him after he touched me while I was sleeping. I don't even know how I managed to remain so calm and polite to him, but who knows how he would have acted if I'd been aggressive. With hindsight, I think I should have just switched rooms, but up until that very last morning, nothing had actually happened, and I would tell myself that maybe the poor guy was just awkward and didn't mean it. After that, I never doubted my instincts again. So I was out walking the dog today, and I turned back to see what the dog was doing, and someone was following me and taking pictures of me. And as I noticed him, he hid behind a bush, started running, and he followed. I ran for my life, and he couldn't keep up, which I'm very grateful for. I don't know what the heck just happened. This is all just very new to me, just very strange. I'm just glad I'm safe, because I don't know what this person's intentions were. I just honestly feel like they didn't mean very well. Has anyone been through this? What can this have been? About a week ago, I, a 22-year-old female, met this guy at some bar in Michigan. My friends and I were playing this game where we would make up fake names to give out, so I gave him a fake name. He seemed nice and funny, and we had a good time together. We kissed a couple of times, danced together, etc. At one point in the night, I posed next to this photo booth and he took a picture of me. But I found out that he was too old for me, and I'm really not looking for anything serious. So at the end of the night, when he asked for my number, I told him no. And then I left and got onto the ferry that takes everyone back to the mainland. But then he got on too and sat with me, even though his friends were still back at the bar. I asked what he was doing, and he said, "Coming back with you." And I said, "No, my uncle would kill you. I live with my uncle." And he said, "I'll kill your uncle." He said it jokingly, but it still freaked me out. And I didn't like that he got on the boat with me. I told him when he got back to the mainland that he had to stay on the ferry and go back. He said fine, and he did. Then a couple of days ago, I got a notification. He found my Instagram and DM'd me that he found me and missed me. I have no idea how he found me, because again, I gave him a fake name and no information whatsoever. The only thing I can think of is that he reverse image searched the picture he took of me and found my Instagram there. I told him that was creepy, and that I told him that he was too old for me and not to contact me again. Then I blocked him. I feel like it was a huge breach of my privacy. Obviously, if I'm not giving you my information, I'm not interested. I'm just worried now that this is going too far. I hate how he found me using only a picture of me. It freaks me out. And I feel guilty, like this was my fault for kissing with him, dancing with him, and letting things get a little heated on the dance floor. But I had no idea that it would turn into this. Should I be worried that I'm in danger? Is there anything that I should do? I'm a 27-year-old female, and I have mild autism and ADHD. Warning, this story is probably a little convoluted, but I can answer questions later. I go to physical therapy for my ankle. Today, there was another patient who kept staring at me, and he was staring at me more than what's normal. I'm on the table doing a few newer exercises, and some from the prior visits. The new exercises required me to lay down on my side or my back, and at one point the man was in the chair across from me. I see that he has his phone out and holding it in a way that the camera was facing me. Probably nothing, right? I think he noticed that I was looking and he turned his phone, camera facing a different direction, away. But I don't know if he was recording me or not. Probably not, right? Fast forward and I'm still noticing that he hasn't taken his eyes off me. I'm in a low Fowler's position now, using the bands. He was across from me on the bars doing some balance exercises, and despite his therapist being on his left, he kept staring at me, who was to the right of him. And honestly, he looked like he wanted to do some not safe for work things. I gave him an extremely PO face, and he nodded as if to say something like hello, or I see you, or something to acknowledge my presence. But I was just really weirded out, to the point that if I could have run, I would have. I was celebrating St. Patrick's Day in Boston several years ago, when I was in college, and I realized that I had to pee really badly, but there wasn't anywhere that I could go. I decided to go into a random building and peed in a ginger ale bottle inside of an elevator. I closed the bottle just in time for the doors to open. I proceeded to walk outside with the bottle and then threw it in the garbage can. I walked away, and for some reason I turned around and I saw a man in a suit walk right up to the garbage can and pull the bottle out of the garbage can and put it in his bag. And then he looked right at me and then just walked away in a hurry. He wasn't a weird or strange looking guy. He didn't look homeless. and he didn't look like he had mental problems. It looked like a man who knew exactly what he was doing. He must have felt how warm the bottle was, but he just grabbed it and secured it in his bag regardless. I will never understand why this happened, and frankly, I don't want to know. But it was the weirdest and creepiest thing to ever happen to me. Earlier on, there was a very loud knock at the door, and I answered it, and there was a man there with a clipboard. He said, "Hello, can you please donate to charity?" He had no uniform on or badge. He also didn't say what charity he was with. I said no, sorry, and shut the door. My mom then went to the door and then opened it after like 30 seconds, and he was already halfway down the street leaving. What are the possible reasons for this? And why did he only knock on my door?
I think it's possible that I was being paranoid or overthinking, but either way, it made my spidey senses tingle, and I'm a big believer in trusting your gut. I am a 31-year-old female, and I was recently visiting Amsterdam and had been traveling solo, so mostly seeing some museums and landmarks during the day. I visited a museum in the red light district during the daytime, so it was mostly filled with tourists. Despite that, I'd felt very safe walking around. I still tried to stay pretty alert to avoid pickpocketing, and also since I'd been clearly traveling alone. While I was in one of the rooms in the museum, I accidentally made eye contact with this older, 50s man a few times. You know when you're just looking around the room and it happens? Well, that just kept happening, maybe 4 or 5 times, to the point where I started to get a little squeaked out that I wasn't imagining it. So I stayed in the same room even longer than I would have, reading all the signs and entries before moving on, not making more eye contact, thinking that he'd of course continue to the next room. Well, he didn't. When I finally did move on to the next room, shocker, so did he. I did the same thing, taking my time to go through all of the exhibits in the room, waiting for him to proceed without me. When that didn't happen, I actually regressed back into the previous room to reread the items in there. Again, just thinking that he would move on, and then I could relax and enjoy the museum. So now I go back into the next room, thinking surely he will be gone, and he's not. And we make eye contact again. So I just moved forward to the next room, and so does he right after me. At this point, I am kind of freaking out internally. I'm alone and creeped out. But he hasn't really done anything to me, you know? I continue to read the signs in the room, and I notice he moves into the next room without me. I'm initially pumped, but as I am moving around the room between the signs, I can see him standing right by the entrance to the room I'd be entering next, just standing there. It's hard to explain, but he had turned around. I managed to end up in a corner of my room where there was no way for him to see me from his vantage point. So I stayed there extra long, reading the entry. After a few minutes, he actually came back into the room I was in and immediately looked over at me again, making eye contact. That was enough for me. At that point, he could probably tell, I think, that I was very aware of him, and it seemed, to me, that he tried to try and play it off nonchalantly that he'd re-entered the room, so he walked over to some of the other signs on the opposite wall. I took that chance to progress forward through the museum, lose myself in the other groups ahead, and exit as quickly as possible, looking back to make sure he wasn't following me. I'm glad nothing happened, and that I wasn't followed. I'm also a little bummed I didn't actually get to enjoy the museum, and missed out on a lot of it. I've had a few good encounters over the years, but today I'll share this one in particular. So, this happened back in my late teens. I was likely around 16 or 17 years old when this happened. Growing up, I was always a bit of a recluse and kept to myself. My friend circle was small, and I was bullied over everything under the sun. Pretty stereotypical shy, introverted, and troubled kid. I also grew up pretty straight-laced. My parents and older sibling had addictions to smoking, drinking, and harder drugs. To me, I had actively seen what it did to people and decided early on to stay away from those things as much as possible. When I got to my older teens, I loosened up a little bit, but still didn't really partake. Smoked a cigarette once, hated it. Drank beer once, hated it. My mom was always really open when it came to if her kids wanted to experiment. She would always say, "If you're going to smoke drink, I'd prefer that you do it in the house instead of at a party or with friends." Luckily for her, I was a pretty mild-mannered child compared to my elder and younger siblings. So that meant that if I ever wanted to try something, she was pretty open to letting me get away with it. So, when it came to New Year's Eve, I had interest in trying a mixed drink. Like mentioned above, I had tried a sip of beer and absolutely hated it. But I did think fruity drinks would be good, specifically interested in trying a fuzzy navel. My mom obliged, grabbed some for herself to have, and made me one drink to enjoy during the night. Since I didn't have friends to hang out with, nor did I care much for the end of one crappy year shifting into the next, I just spent my time as I usually did, which was to play video games. I had been lucky enough to have my own TV and console in my room to play whenever I wanted to, but because I was a paranoid kid with little experience in drinking, I wanted to be downstairs where my family was near. I was close to the only bathroom in the house, in case I needed to throw up. I lugged my PS2 downstairs and set myself up in our sunroom. This was during a cold winter, and when I lived where there was snow. So, I was essentially in a fishbowl. 3 of the 4 walls were lined with half-wall glass, side by side, looking out into the darkness of the country night. On the far left of the room, where I was maybe 3 feet away from, was a door that led outside. The sunroom faces the road, which is maybe 40 feet away. I fired up the kerosene heater, wrapped myself in blankets with my little drink, and delved into some RPG. I had my one drink and spent a couple of hours playing video games. It was likely close to midnight, because I remember celebrating with the rest of my family in the main part of the house after this. But I was sitting in a dark room with the light of the TV illuminating me, and was pretty much in that fishbowl. Like any good gamer, I was fully invested in what was happening on the screen, so I have no idea how long they were there for. Out of the corner of my eye, I heard a sudden noise, the slap of a hand harshly against a window glass. With it being both winter and an old house, the glass made a strange wobbly noise. I immediately jumped and darted my eyes toward the sound. However, from looking at a bright screen in a dark room for hours, to suddenly trying to figure out what was going on while looking at a dark window, my eyes did this weird thing where I couldn't really make out any features. I just saw a pale white guy grinning really intensely. I like to believe that I tend to react decently well in panic situations. Shortly after making himself known, like maybe 2 seconds, he took off. I shoved myself up from my spot as he began to run away, went 2 rooms over to where my elder brother was playing on his computer, and shakily told him that a guy was outside the window, and just scared me. He immediately grabbed his gun and ran outside. Armed with my brother, I also went outside with him. I'm ridiculously curious and can get really bolstered when I have support. The pair of us went out and around the house. We saw the footsteps in the snow, a track from the road to the window, and then a more rushed pair away from the house. However, we saw no person. We also didn't see or hear any cars. Even when I first stood up after being scared, I didn't see a car's headlights. Obviously, after this, I just went back inside and decided I was no longer going to be playing video games at night in the sunroom anymore. I spent the rest of the night in a well-lit room, surrounded by family, and celebrated the new year properly with a second drink. There's just so many weird thoughts to this that I've thought of over the years. Who was out at that time? Was he drunk? Was he driving drunk and decided this was going to be a funny prank? Or was he just walking around at 11 p.m. on New Year's Eve in the country? Did he just have an impulse moment because he could see a light on in a relatively dark home? How long was he watching me? What else was he doing while he was watching me? What was the point of scaring me? Just for the reaction? I saw his hand, heard the sound of that slap. Why didn't he have any gloves? If he had a car, did he park his car in the driveway? Or was his car just turned off in the middle of the street so he could do this? He was only 2 windows length away from the door that led to me. Had he had any darker intentions, he could have easily opened that door and gotten inside. My parents were listening to some TV show loudly in their room, way over on the other side of the house, and my brother always plays on the computer with noise-canceling headphones. This is the part that scares me the most, even though it obviously never happened, was likely never his intention, and this all was probably just a prank. Sometimes the thought of what could have happened is scarier than the actual scare. Not knowing the intentions behind someone's thoughts and actions is what gets to me. I have no clue if this counts as essay, but I gave it a content warning just to be sure. Also wanted to clarify since people were getting confused in the comments. These are 2 separate encounters in the same day. 2 different guys. It was a nice day out today, and I didn't want to waste money on DoorDash, so I figured why not walk to a nearby restaurant. It's 20 minutes walking distance from my house, and I wanted to get my steps in. I wore shorts and a shirt. It was 70 degrees. I made a pit stop at the smoke shop, and this was my first encounter with a guy who doesn't understand the word no. He stops me as I'm passing by him, and he asks what my name is. I tell him, then he asks for my number. Then I say, no, thank you, I'm not interested. He introduces himself and tells me how old he is, then asks for my number again. I repeat once again, no thank you, I'm not interested. He's still persistent. Then he finally asks to put his number in my phone. I figured he can put his number in, and I can block him when I get home. I just wanted him to leave me alone, so I let him put his number in, and he tells me to have a good day, and we go our separate ways. I tell my boyfriend about this encounter. He tells me I should have gave the guy his number instead. I make my way to the restaurant, and I'm passing some street. I'm walking briskly trying to get there and back, and this guy notices me. I didn't even have to look at him to feel it. I did not have to even turn around to feel his eyes watching me. I did not have to turn around to know he got in his car and started following me as I walked. It's almost like my body was alerting me of this, rather than my brain did, because I was not comprehending the situation at all. I turn my headphones down, and I hear him yelling after me, "Yo," repeatedly trying to get my attention. I ignore him and keep walking. This is when he gets in his car and starts following me, still trying to get my attention. He then pulls his car in front of me, kind of blocking my path. I see him in front of me and I get a sick feeling. One I won't ever forget. And this guy waves at me in the creepiest way possible, like a predator catching his prey or something. He tries to get me to come to his car. I shake my head and wave him off. I'm saying, no thank you, I'm not interested. He's mumbling all kinds of stuff, saying things like, "You're beautiful. What's your name? Are you in a relationship?" All kinds of stuff. I'm frozen for a second looking at him. Then I look down, and I see that his pants are down. I see this, and immediately my legs start moving without my brain having to tell them to. Literally as if they had a mind of their own. I remember my mind going completely blank, and I didn't register this encounter as danger until I was walking away, reaching in my bag for my pepper spray, and my hands shaking to call my boyfriend. But I did not stop moving. Luckily, the guy sped off and didn't follow me after. I made it to the restaurant, but was too scared to walk back home, so I called an Uber. This has never happened to me before, and I know it doesn't seem like much, but the whole thing was terrifying. I keep thinking back on how my life could have been drastically altered in that moment in so many ways. Luckily, my body reacted way before my brain did, and got myself the heck out of there without even thinking about it. Every time I think about it, my heart starts racing. I didn't get his license plate because I was literally just so shocked, and I was focused on getting to a safe area away from him. I wish I would have stayed home and ate cereal. I'm scared to even walk anywhere else, even across the street to Kroger like I usually do. This literally ruined everything for me. Just a reminder of how you're never truly safe no matter where you are. Please be careful and pay attention to your surroundings, and don't give these weirdos the time of day. I just saw a TikTok about how certain butterflies mean certain things, and now that I think about it, I kept seeing a white butterfly in my backyard, outside my room window, before I left. Then I had another one following me as I was walking from the smoke shop, but I didn't think much of it at the time. But I don't know. They said it means ancestors watching over you, but who knows? Point still stands though. Pay attention to who and what is around you. My girlfriend and I were thrifting at Goodwill recently, and she went to go look at some clothes in front of the mirror. I stayed by the cart probably 15 feet away and kept looking at clothes. I look over at her, and I noticed that a bald, pudgy guy with a son that looked about 5 years old was behind her. He had his phone pointed towards her, and I really don't want to think that he was taking pictures of my girlfriend's butt, so I keep watching. He acts like he's looking for toys with his son for a second. Then when she turns around again, he takes out his phone and points it towards her. I immediately get filled with so much rage and walk over to him. I ask him if he's taking pictures, and he said, "Yeah, of my son. Isn't he so cute?" I say, "No, he isn't. You're taking pictures of something else." He said he wasn't. I said, "Show me your camera roll," and he said he didn't have to. And I said, "I really don't want to smash your phone and beat you in front of your child." He then started deleting the pictures while his hands were shaking, and I made him go to his recently deleted folder and permanently remove them. I then called him a piece of crap and to never do that again. I really regret not whooping his butt though. I've been super angry at the thought of him doing that to other people, and I really want to make him suffer. I live in a relatively walkable area of a city, and recently, this guy has been coming to our house and leaving things in the porch basket that we use to receive packages. We caught him on the Ring camera twice, and have since bought a Ring's paid plan so that we could watch the videos back. The first time, he left a pouch of weed and papers. The weed was sealed and the papers were not. We thought that it was promotion for the Dab Lounge across the street, but probably not. Mind you, weed is not legal in my state, but there are obviously loopholes. The second time, he returned within 30 minutes of the first and left a handful of Pokemon cards and a page torn out of an old journal filled with nonsense ramblings. He came back a third time today, 5 days after the first and second, and left a bowl, for weed, and the package for a dog muzzle. We were able to watch the video back this time, and he came up to the porch smiling, put the bowl in the basket, then sat down to read a newspaper flyer or someone put on our doorstep. Then he added the muzzle packaging and left. I'm not sure if this sub is supposed to be for advice or not, but what the heck should we do in this situation? I don't know if calling the police would help anything, since he hasn't really done anything. Exactly. Sorry in advance. I was drunk most of the time during what happened, so I don't remember every detail.
When I was 18 and freshly broken up with my way older boyfriend, I basically went crazy with dating guys. At the time, I also dressed very goth, even going as far as to wear a real corset and trench coat, mostly just enjoying the attention. One particular afternoon, my friend/roommate at the time decided to eat at a local Japanese restaurant, with both of us all dressed up. Our waiter was a mediocre, skinny white guy who clearly was a little alternative, but it was kinda hard to tell with the uniform. We joked about me leaving my phone number on the receipt or something, so I hyped myself up and did so. Late that night, he had sent me a text. We talked for a few days, never really having a right time to meet up, as I worked 40 minutes away from where I lived. He mentioned the boots that he wore meant a lot to him, and some other odd things that just seemed like really edgy jokes. One really late night coming home, I was texting and driving, as any 18-year-old does, and we decided to meet up. My stupid self invited him over to my apartment, where it was just me and the roommate who had been with me before. Our other two roommates were not home. At first it was fine, because I was already drunk, so I would just let him rant about whatever he wanted. He went on about his life, going to jail, medical bills, his parents, etc. Eventually he asked me if I wanted to see his tattoos, and I was like, okay. He lifted up his shirt, and not only could I see the handgun tucked in his waistband, but also his multiple, badly covered up racist tattoos. One was even just slightly covered with a banana. I don't know what it was, but I simply decided the best way to deal with this situation was to appease him, so I went along with it casually. I don't remember exactly every detail because it was over 2 years ago and I was drunk, but he ended up pulling his gun out and putting it to my head, asking me if I was scared. I was immensely confused and tried to call his bluff, saying that I wasn't, which got him to put it away for a while. When he went to hook up, in my messy room, he pulled it on me again, saying that he wanted to do it with it out. I got mad and tried to fight him off of me and get it away from my head. Of course, I wasn't as strong as him and he hit me with the arm with it, which, that hurt because it was a nice one. When I finally got him off of me and he realized that I was angry, not scared, he started acting like a crackhead, saying that I was crazy for not caring about him pulling a gun on me. He ran off, jumping the fence of my apartment complex, and not even taking his car that he had come in. In the morning, his car was gone, and I had a large bruise from where he had hit me. While to me it's a funny story, I now realize how bad it could have ended up. So, to the waiter from the Japanese restaurant, let's not meet.
Recently, there was an Amber Alert, and my daughter was asking me what that beeping sound was all about. For those who don't know, an Amber Alert goes out when a child is reported missing. If you receive notifications, you know what I'm talking about. The alert will sometimes give information, like the victim's appearance as well as the perpetrator, the location of the abduction, make and model of vehicle. My phone started beeping one evening while helping my daughter clean her room. An Amber Alert. She asked about it. I gave her a small rundown and that was that. However, it triggered a childhood memory I have where I believe with all my heart that I was almost kidnapped when I was a kid. To be clear, this isn't a memory that was laying dormant in my subconscious, and this random Amber Alert and talk with my kid caused it to resurface in my mind. This incident is something I've pondered and thought about off and on for years now. I'm 41. It's just been a while since I've considered the factors and details of the experience, and this recent Amber Alert and talk with my daughter really caused me to pause and reflect on the incident itself once again, and here I am. As a parent, you worry about these things and do all you can to protect your children, especially when you personally experience something truly scary like this. The occurrence happened when I was just a young kid. My guess is around 7, 8. I can't be sure, but I think that's a safe estimate based on the fact that much of those early childhood memories aren't there anymore. I do remember my kindergarten experience, which I would have been 5, 6, and also later grades. So this incident must have happened sometime after or around the ages of 7. 8, my parents took me to a neighboring city to do some shopping. We lived in a small rural town with not much on offer, so from time to time, we would go to this neighboring city about 45 minutes from where we were located. It just had more to offer. They would take me up there for school clothes shopping, out to eat because restaurants were better, and because my mom was a crafter. She loved to make crafts. It was her thing. There were different craft stores, and a fabric store she liked going to up there. This specific trip, we went to a fabric store up there, Jo-Ann Fabrics to be exact. This was a pretty big store. As a little kid, I guess most every place seems big, but no kidding. This was a sizable store. My dad sat out in the car while I went in with my mom. He did that a lot. Sit in the car. When there was a store, he just didn't want to go in, so I can't blame him there. I can't recall exactly what all my mom was looking for, or trying to get in that store that day, but I do remember what section we were in, an area with a bunch of racks with various fabrics hanging. Imagine a clothing store with circular racks, with clothes hanging around them, and that's pretty much what it's like at this fabric store. Racks of hanging fabrics. I remember this area being slightly toward the beginning or entrance of the store. As my mom was looking through these racks, I began to wander, though not far, just enough to kind of look around myself. I was probably bored and started wandering around is my guess, but I could still see my mom just up and over a few racks away, so it wasn't like I was on the other side of the store or anything. A random man approached me, and honestly, I can't even remember at what direction he came from. It's just like I was there by myself 1 minute, and the next, I looked up and saw this guy. It was like he came in fast and out of nowhere. I quickly looked over to where my mom was. She had moved a few racks up and away, but I could still see her. There was a fair bit of distance between my mom and me at this point. So here I am, standing behind some rack of fabric with this older guy, opposite me and the other side of this rack. Then he speaks. "Hey little boy, how you doing there?" I remained silent because this took me completely off guard. He asked, "Where's your folks at? Are you alone in here?" I stood still and quiet. "Come here, I got something to show you." At this point, he started advancing toward me, coming around the rack to where I was. I quickly started the other way, but he stopped and started coming around the other way, as if to meet me in the middle. I was scared at this moment, and became instantly aware that this man seemed dangerous, and like he was trying to get a hold of me. "Come here," he barked. I jerked fast to the left, but he did the same. He had this wild look in his eyes. Whichever direction I went, he followed, but remember, there's a rack between us. God, I'm so thankful for that rack. After some back and forth movements from me and this man, I finally lock in on my mom and yell, "Mom, help!" You would have thought I screamed bloody murder. It was so loud, but it got my mom's attention. "What's wrong?" she asked. This startled the man, and he looked over his shoulder in the direction of my gaze and confirmed, "Yep, that must be his mother." His demeanor completely changes, and it's as if everything is just fun and games and he was just messing around. And he said as much to my mom. "I was just messing around with him." "No harm, ma'am." My mom came to where I was, and as we reconnected, the guy just tips his hat at my mom and makes his way out of the store. I explained to my mom what just happened, that this guy was trying to get me. I was so upset and shook up. She told me I did the right thing by yelling and getting her attention. It was terrifying for sure, and I'm thankful something crazy didn't happen. Could I have been imagining things like maybe this guy was really just messing around? I very much think there were nefarious intentions. Why would a random older guy be perusing a fabric store? If he was there for something like crafts or fabrics, why promptly leave when confronted? I truly believe he was up to no good. Anyway, that's my story. I appreciate anyone taking the time to read. This happened to me back in 2008 to the early 2010s. When I was 11, I met a girl who was the same age as me since 6th grade. She and I weren't the same classmates until high school, but we were the same school. By the middle of 6th grade, things got creepy. Somehow she was everywhere every time I had an extra class, including every time I had to switch from another schedule to another schedule. My entire life, I never gave my private information to her, but I was half aware she knew by her own eyes, even though she was a near sight. Unfortunately, I had reported it to the teacher-faculty members, but they brushed off my warning as a ruse because I didn't have enough evidence to prove it was her. What's worse, we weren't allowed to bright any electronic devices, like phones for example, for pieces of evidence against her, except calculator for maths and physics. This bothered me forever. She even shared the same home economics class and swimming lessons as mine during the 8th grade, but yet again not the same group. Even in 9th grade, she still kept following me non-stop, despite I warned her to leave me alone. After I graduated at 15, I left for a high school to start over, even though I forgot about her until the middle of October 2012. She's back. My skin turned pale as well, and my heart beat like I was in panic mode. This girl, how did she even know I'm in high school that I enrolled? And more importantly, I again didn't leak my information everywhere, not even to her. Once again, she won't leave me alone, and she starts to get worse. She guilt-tripped me into befriending her to let her use my belongings whether it was permission or not. Despite her soft manner, it was a red flag to begin with, but I could have avoided it sooner. On the other time, she overheard me and my classmate conversing about mine wanting a key charm that my classmate had. But on the next day, she attacked me after I took a seat in the class because she knew that I wanted something that she didn't. This incident caught the attention of the principal in my high school, and the principal recapped the whole situation by writing a statement report. I ended up rewrite twice because of error grammar, and by the third, the principal made the decision. She was suspended for a week, but it wasn't enough. She returned after a week and accused me of her suspending, which I wasn't involved in with her drama, even though I didn't have another choice but to report my statement for my safety. And once again, she guilt-tripped me for other reasons by hypocritically calling me for being a terrible friend. Even so far, she destroyed one of my belongings and supplies. I called her out, but she pretended she didn't remember it. Worse, she framed a student for having a torn notebook that she destroyed, and yet she refused to admit her mistakes. That was my last straw as it made my blood boil. But I didn't want to show my anger as she gave me a watch in exchange for money, which, turns out, she swindled and got away with it. In all situations, half of my peers and teachers witnessed this incident and warned me that I should end her friendship with her. She wasn't my friend, just saw me as a pawn and manipulated me by taking advantage of my kindness and trust. We were still in the same in high school, but I quietly outright not to be close with her again. That's it, until early December of 2012. That was the last time I saw her, and I guessed that she was expelled after the last warning from one of my peers. I felt relieved, but I will never forget what she did to not only me, but to the other half of my peers as well. By near the end of high school, I realized that she was indeed not a very good friend, and her attitude was sociopathic, manipulative, liar, and almost creepy. And that was the reason why I ended things with her for good. Luckily, I didn't give her phone number or address since that wasn't allowed in the school, which I managed to avoid the red flag. It's been almost 16 years since this incident took place. After I finished my high school in 2015, I'm almost 27 and currently have a job. The experience made it difficult to trust someone or befriend them again. I used to be a surveillance investigator for insurance claims, work injury stuff, to see if people who claimed to have been hurt at work and were collecting free money were actually not injured. I did this full time for about 10 years. Doing a new case every few days for 10 years, you see a lot of weird stuff. For example, one time I saw drug dealers in a downtown city literally riding horseback. You see scary stuff too, obviously, if in bad neighborhoods, etc. Scariest encounter went down about 20 years ago. This was a case in a somewhat rural area, which were always the toughest. You get there at 6 a.m., see what cars are in the vicinity, and run plates to see if they match the person. Then mostly you watch for the registered vehicle to depart if you found one. This place had one car in the driveway with no plates, which actually was quite unusual. You are also provided an age/height/weight of the person, and in rare cases a pic. So I knew this was a guy in his mid-30s, average height and weight. First day it turned out he left before I got there. Protocol is if you can't confirm they are home by 10 a.m., 4 hours on site, you literally need to knock on their door to confirm if they are home. You usually pretend to be a UPS delivery in a costume and a dollar store item in an envelope with a clipboard. Surprisingly, that works. Anyways, no one was home. Second day, came back at 5 a.m., and lo and behind a second vehicle was there. A truck. Also with no plates. The dude came out around 5:30 a.m. and left. I followed him, but he was immediately wise and knew he was being followed, which usually means they are up to no good, i.e. working while collecting insurance disability money, aka insurance fraud. I let him go while trying to be discreet about it. I came back the third day in another car, which you also sometimes had to do. This time he left again early, and I successfully followed him to a farm in the neighboring rural hills. In short, I busted his butt on video doing heavy-duty farm work for several hours. He eventually caught on and realized he was being watched. I took off from my parked position and thought there was no way he could suddenly get off his tractor, run to his truck and get to me as there were driveways, etc. between us and also a creek. Somehow, he was then suddenly on my butt in his truck in some scary rural mountain roads. I was scared and kept driving, and somehow I made it to the freeway. I had literally been lost in the mountains. On the freeway, he followed me for miles, and I couldn't shake him. He would pull beside me at times and flex his arm and gesture pull over. Dude was actually pretty scary looking, and I had evidence on him that would cost him in more ways than one. There was an easy pass bridge about 20 miles up if I got that far, and at first I thought I could lose him there if he didn't have the easy pass, but then realized again he had no plates so wouldn't matter. Anyways, after many miles I finally was able to shake him, but he remained pretty close behind. I exited the freeway and found a gas station. A cop was there, and I reported this guy and his truck. The cop made a call and I didn't see this guy pull up. Shortly thereafter, I gassed up my car and left and drove home and submitted my report. I'm sure his free insurance money ended at the very least. Scariest part, actually, is that I was worried this guy had my license plate and could run it somehow, as I was able to do for work, and locate where I live. I began to research him online. Sometimes in that line of work, you learn the potential insurance fraud of the person you are following is the least of their criminal endeavors. Well, I learned this guy was a hardcore convicted felon who had been in federal prisons and was a gang member and hard drug user and dealer. I was scared, but nothing happened over the next few years, and I eventually forgot about it. But about 5 years later or so, I had a case in the same rural area again and thought about this guy. I wanted to Google him to see what the police blotters revealed about him in the last few years. I Googled him again and discovered he was actually dead. I learned that a couple years prior, he had taken his girlfriend hostage with a gun, killed someone who tried to help her, then was killed himself by another person who actually saved her. Don't need to worry about meeting him again.
So I went for a hike with my boyfriend for his birthday today. We're not very superstitious people, but we were quite anxious the whole time. We didn't meet anyone on the road, and I was feeling weird. Like I was thinking, I know we're going to meet someone, but that someone I wasn't chill about. My boyfriend was a bit nervous, which is unusual for him, as he's very used to hiking pretty much anywhere. Alright, so we're 4+ hours into the hike, and we reached almost the end. There was some sort of cabin in the forest, and a guy looking like Tom Hanks in Castaway was there. He jumped out of his cabin, naked with a knife, and began to make grunts. I told my boyfriend he has a knife, and the guy started to run at us. My boyfriend told me to run, go, and I tried my best, as I'm not the most sporty girl. I believe I fell a few times because I have a lot of scratches and a bump on the shin, but I didn't feel it in the moment. After what felt like forever to run to escape him, we've succeeded to find a way out of the neighborhood and then a road. We felt so much relief at that moment. My question is, we felt shocked and pretty traumatized by it. Do you feel like it's a serious event, or is it not that big of a deal? I know that it might sound stupid to ask, but we don't know anymore. Maybe we're overreacting. We did report him to the police, by the way, and they are supposed to go to the place, but we're not sure that they're going to take their time for that. What were his intentions? Were we trespassing on his property? What was he doing out there? Do you think he might follow us? It was a random day. My family and I had a trip planned out to go somewhere far from home. Just to go to a place in the Philippines called Dahilian Bukidnon Park. While on the way, we used a GPS tracker to reach our destination. None of us were aware that the GPS may not be accurate. We followed the route. My uncle was driving the car. It was a fortune car, big enough to fit many people inside. As we got somewhere, it was still sunset, and we were going up a hill surrounded by tall trees. I fell asleep for a while because I was already exhausted from all the journey that we went through. But I soon woke up from my mother's voice saying, Dongpag Bante Kai Mahulag Ta. It's in Cabano. It meant, be careful, we're gonna fall off. I looked around the car window. We were on top of a hill, the sides of the road being so thin and tight. One wrong turn and we would all come crashing down. My cousins and I were at the back of the car. We stayed quiet because we knew not to panic at situations like these. But my mom was the only one panicking. As we went further, my uncle drove slowly, and thankfully we didn't fall off and managed to find an area that we could make a U-turn. It was still on the hill, but the area was wide enough. After making it back to the main road safely, we were all shaken and scared. Time skipped to hours of driving. After that, it was already night. Nothing in sight. No lights, and it was nothingness. My family didn't follow the GPS at this time. They used their memory because they used to be on that road before. We were going uphill again. I had no idea where it was, but all I saw was trees around the car and the quiet sound of the car wheels driving over the gravel. Then at some point we stopped. I was confused, but it appeared that there was no continuation of the road ahead. Everyone in the car was quiet. My mother asked my uncle to check outside. When they opened the car door, it was so cold. The wind was strong and I heard the trees. It was spooky and sent a chill down my spine. My uncle closed the door as he turned on the front lights of the car. There was a line of people. Many of them. I don't have any idea what they were doing alone in the woods. It was so weird. After that, I fell asleep from exhaustion. I didn't eat all day because we were stranded in the woods. The next thing I know, I woke up and we were already in the main road and stopped by a 7-Eleven shop, and they bought hot dogs for my cousins and I to eat. All of us were starving and had no energy. This was the closest experience that I ever had of dying. I'm glad that my family and I were safe. Just a reminder, if you want to go somewhere, you can't always trust the GPS or the maps, because the routes are outdated. My fiance and I went for a 3-day trip to Gatlinburg, and we've spent our days in the mountains, hiking, and spending time in and around the national park. Tonight at around midnight, trying to get all of the time in the mountains that we can, we decided to take an hour drive from our hotel room up the mountain to an overview/lookout type of spot, right on top of said mountain, to see if we can catch an awesome look at the stars, because there's a lot of lights in Gatlinburg at night. Driving up there, neither of us noticed literally anything off, other than when the mountain winds are a little spooky at night. We're from Florida, so it's just unfamiliar. But as soon as we get to where we were going, and she and I got out of my car, I'm almost overwhelmed with a vile, oppressive feeling outside of me. But not wanting to make the lady uncomfortable, I don't react too much just yet. The wind is absolutely roaring, and unfortunately, we couldn't see any stars due to cloud cover. So I tell her I'm going to step to the side and pee, and then we can get back to the hotel room. As soon as I get like 10 feet away, I get a very strange feeling of extreme vulnerability and detachment from everything around me, almost as though I'm miles away from my nearest person, though obviously I'm only feet away from my fiance. I turned around to walk back to the car and heard something off to my right, and instinctively looked over to see something roughly human size go down to coyote size and just kind of hop over a rail from about 200, maybe more feet away. I quickly get back to the car and usher my fiance in, still not trying to scare her, or at least show her that I'm scared. But she asked if I was all right, and my reaction was a dead giveaway, and we jumped in and sped off. Never in my life have I had an experience like this before, and never in my life have I really had a reason to be made uncomfortable of just being outside. But I truly believe that something was in those woods with us tonight. Hey everyone. I've been lurking here for a while and thought I'd share a strange experience from about 7 years ago that's been haunting me ever since. I've been a trucker for over a decade, and you hear all sorts of stories on the road, but this one still gives me chills. I was driving through a particularly desolate stretch of highway in the Midwest when I decided to pull over at a truck stop for the night. The place was pretty run down, and there were only a few other trucks parked there. As I was getting ready to settle in, I overheard a couple of guys talking near one of the trucks. They seemed on edge, whispering urgently. I caught snippets of their conversation and heard one of them say, "Watch out for the lizards." I thought it was a weird thing to say, but didn't think much of it at the time. I figured it was some local slang or an inside joke. As the night wore on, I started to drift off, but then I heard footsteps crunching on the gravel outside. It was strange because it didn't sound like just one person. It was like a small group was walking around, but the pattern was irregular and unsettling. Curiosity got the better of me, so I peeked out of my window. I couldn't see much in the dim light, but there were definitely figures moving around the parking area. They seemed to be skulking between the trucks, almost like they were looking for something. I told myself it was probably just other drivers stretching their legs, but the unease wouldn't go away. Suddenly, I heard a sharp knock on my door. My heart leapt into my throat. I glanced at the clock. It was well past midnight. I called out asking who it was, but there was no response. Just the sound of footsteps shuffling away. At this point, I was too spooked to investigate further, so I locked my doors and tried to get some sleep. Just as I was drifting off again, I heard a low hissing sound coming from somewhere nearby. It was faint but persistent, like someone whispering just out of earshot. I squeezed my eyes shut and told myself it was my imagination, but then I heard the footsteps again, closer this time. Throughout the night, I could hear knocks and scratches on the other trucks around me. Every once in a while, there was some sort of yelling or moaning coming from the distance, like someone or something was trying to communicate or call out. Occasionally, a smoky smell like a cigarette would waft through the air when these creatures were close to my truck. The rest of the night was a blur of eerie sounds and creeping dread. I kept telling myself it was just some weird local prank, but the whole thing felt off. As soon as the first light of dawn broke, I didn't waste a second. I fired up my truck and got out of there without even looking back. I didn't want to see what might have been left in the morning. To this day, I can't shake the feeling that there was something more to those lizards than meet the eye. Maybe it was just an overactive imagination, or maybe there was something out there in the backwoods truck stops that we're better off not knowing about. Stay safe out there, and keep your eyes and ears open. You never know what might be lurking in the dark. To start this off, I need to give some context. I'm 23, and I currently live in New York City, but I have grandparents who live down in rural West Virginia. When I say rural, I mean the literal boonies. Their closest neighbors are over an hour away, in a small town with a few houses and a Walmart. Last summer, my grandfather, who I'll just call Robert for privacy reasons, had a surgery done on his hip. The majority of my family lives on the West Coast, and my grandmother, who I'll just refer to as Muriel, is very old and wouldn't have been able to take care of Robert. Because I was the closest family member, I was the only one they asked to come down there and help out my grandfather. Being the good grandson I am, I agreed to come down there for 2 weeks while he recovered from his surgery. Fast forward a week, everything was going fine. All I really had to do was help my grandfather up and down the stairs and walk his dog, a blue heeler named Rocky. Normally, my grandfather would walk Rocky once in the morning and once at night through the woods behind their property. But because of his surgery, that responsibility fell onto me. This was the part that I hated about helping him, because ever since I was a kid, I never liked those woods behind this property. Whenever I'd go down there as a kid, me and my cousins would always get creeped out going into that forest. It always just felt off for some reason. Anyways, for the first week, walking Rocky in the forest at night was fine, even if a bit creepy. That was until one night, a week into my stay, I was walking him through the forest. It was around 8:30, and the sun was setting over the Appalachian Mountains. Everything was going normal until I heard a strange whistle that sounded like it was only around 20 yards away. Both me and the dog stopped dead in our tracks and looked towards the direction the whistling came from. I shined my flashlight in the direction, but I didn't see anything, so I had just assumed that it was a bird. Looking back, it definitely wasn't a bird. There's no nocturnal birds that chirp and whistle out there, and it sounded more musical than anything a bird would whistle. But the dog was spooked. He wouldn't stop growling and staring at whatever was back there, and he kept trying to get back up until whatever, or whoever that thing was, whistled again. To which the dog started barking and going crazy. At this point, I decided that I definitely didn't want to stay there, so I yanked on the dog's leash and we both bolted out of the woods and straight back home. When we got back and I told my grandparents what happened, they both seemed spooked, and my grandmother immediately asked if I whistled back. I told her that I didn't, and she seemed relieved, but told me that I didn't hear anything and to just ignore it. I asked why, and she wouldn't tell me, and would instead just tell me that I didn't hear anything. I decided to not press it any further and I went to bed, terrified, and wondering what she seemed so freaked out about. The next morning, she told me that instead of walking Rocky through the woods, I should just take him on laps around the house. So that's what I started doing. Every night, I would take Rocky for around 50 laps around the house before going back inside. On Friday, the third to last day I would be there, at night, I was taking the dog for laps as usual, until I heard that same creepy whistle behind the attached garage, which was only around 10 yards from the house. This time, I immediately took the dog back inside and locked the doors. The rest of the night, I put my earbuds in and ignored the whistling, like my grandmother told me to do. To this day, I still don't know what was whistling in those woods. Some of my friends said that it was a skinwalker, but that's a Navajo thing, and there's almost no Navajo in West Virginia. My girlfriend, who stayed back in New York City, asked her Muslim parents who are from Yemen, and they said that whistling at night is a sign that a jinn is nearby. I don't know what that is, but whatever it was had my grandparents legitimately scared. I've heard of weird stuff happening in Appalachia, but this is the first time I've ever had an experience with it firsthand. Does anyone have any idea what this could have been? In high school, during a quiet summer night, me and two friends went to investigate a local ghost road. It was rumored to have a ghost lady who would appear carrying a couple of bags, then dematerialize in front of you. The road has fields, woods, and houses spread out, but by no means did it feel remote or creepy during the day. We pulled the little pickup truck to the side of the road, turned the engine off, and just sat quietly with the windows down. The cool night air felt perfect. We were still talking like normal about life and girlfriends, and really just half paying attention to the dark road that stretches out away from us. Then I saw something. Here's what I saw. During a lulling conversation, I looked up to see the silhouette of 3 to 4 foot tall humanoid shadow walking down the opposite side of the street no more than 40 feet away. I didn't say anything, but I stared in disbelief. It looked like if a Muppet had been walking. No sooner than I saw this thing, it walked through a darker shadow cast by a nearby tree in the moonlight and emerged out the other end of the shadow looking like a normal house cat. It was no longer upright, but was distinctly a cat. It walked a few more steps, looked at us, and silently bound over the guardrail and into the woods directly opposite us. From the small, weird 2-foot walker to the cat over by the guardrail probably only took no more than 5 seconds in total. I said nothing the entire time. Strangely, nobody did. Then the driver said to nobody in particular, "Oh, it's just a cat." I said, "Wait, I saw the small person too." We just looked at each other, took the cue, and headed home. This was almost 30 years ago now. The area has gotten substantially more built up with the new homes and such. I think about this from time to time. I wonder if it was my eyes playing tricks on me. But it is noteworthy that somebody else in the vehicle saw the same thing at the same time. This is one of my desert stories. They are all true.
with the given disclaimer that I am only human and have made mistakes in perception and judgment the same as the rest of us. I don't drink booze to more than a light buzz most of the time, and have only blacked out once early in my teens. I don't really mess with weed, and avoid hallucinogens. Deserts are inherently kind of otherworldly places, even if you call one home. Dunes in particular are very odd. I know of only a few places where you can find them in my part of the world. The northernmost are the Kilpecker Dunes in the Red Desert of southern Wyoming. Then to the south, Great Sand Dunes National Park in Colorado, and further south yet are the dunes in White Sands National Park. Maybe there are others, but these are the ones I've been to, many times. They are some of the few places where I feel reasonably comfortable practicing firecraft in dry seasons. They are an amazing place to learn about what you can and can't do without, and to practice more esoteric bushcraft and survival skills. These 3 locations are also, by amazing coincidence, where these stories take place. I'll start here with the one I've been to the most. I grew up in a high desert. They are unforgiving by their very nature, but if you can take what they throw at you, they are full of a surprising amount of life and beauty. The forests and mountains may be my sanctuary, but I fear in my heart that I am ultimately a desert creature, and the dry wind that steals away warmth and moisture also calls me home. I love the desert and the winds that allow nothing spare. I love the rocky creek beds, where the bones of the fish that once gave them life blew into dust centuries ago. I love the rocky outcrops rotted away to globular non-forms by wind and ice. The desert is my home. Much like any other home, once you get used to its little tells, a sense of a place forms within you. You know when you're alone in it, when a cherished knick-knack has been moved, a door left open. Sometimes the echoes of a missing familiar sound can whisper a warning, a slight sense of offense. Sometimes, though, they can scream. The dunes of the Red Desert are not easy to get to, and depending on which part you are in, entry can be of dubious legality. I, of course, would never advise going where you aren't allowed, and certainly never have in my hastier, less cautious youth. No, sir. I had been many times, and I tried to avoid camping or tooling around out there in the same spot. Alcohol was usually hauled out, water always was, and usually some lightweight means of defending oneself. But there isn't exactly a plethora of prey animals to feed a huge predatory population, so it's not really all that necessary. Somewhere around a decade ago, maybe more, maybe less, I took something of an on-again, off-again girlfriend of mine out to the Red Dunes, hopefully for a night of fun, if not outright debauchery. The pretense, which she later happily confirmed was pretense for her as well, was that we were there to practice air-based water collecting techniques and firecraft. I've never been much of a smooth talker, but what can I say? Hope springs eternal. I won't use any real names, but I'll refer to her by the trait I most associate with her, so let's call her Grace. It was a drive and a half, but eventually we got there, and in relative comfort. Like many young women in the Mountain West, parental worries of their daughters being stranded somewhere by buying them overbuilt SUVs with AWD, and enough creature comforts to make you feel like you never left home at all. As they have the gas efficiency of a derrick fire, and Grace was nothing if not practical. She had yanked out half the seats and turned the inside into huge cargo space, including a secondary gas tank. I understand that this is not necessarily safe if done by an amateur, and is typically outside of the cab in a truck bed, but whatever, not my vehicle. Anyway, this was good, as we burned a lot of gas to get out there, and the AWD was very handy. We got there around the hottest part of the day, which in the early fall isn't so bad, and hiked out to where we wanted to set up camp. I had on occasion read about them before, and decided to attempt a travois with a couple of poles I had brought for the purpose. For the time expenditure of around 20 minutes of setup, and the purpose of dragging stuff along the sand, I got to say, not bad. I was able to haul all of our stuff out by myself around 3.5 miles from where we parked. The dunes cover a truly huge space, and my favorite parts are of course the hardest to get to. I don't have an issue with them necessarily, but I like the dunes best when it's quiet enough to hear them sing. I don't understand it well enough to explain it. You'll have to look it up. They are what are known as living dunes, and they make a noise folks call singing. Of course, as a younger man trying in a self-aware, stupid fashion to impress my date with my muscles and trying to maintain a lively conversation without revealing how winded I was. Don't judge, walking on shifting sands is hard. I wasn't listening for the singing of sand, but trying to catch what Grace was saying over the wind. This story isn't about that part anyway, but I can say, even with something of a bittersweet taste in my mouth now, that it was a pleasant time with a person I once loved, and I wouldn't have traded it for the world. We set up our camp in the nook between a few dunes, erecting a virginal handmade tent of Grace's design and manufacture, with some difficulty and good-natured swearing. It was pretty cool, a kind of low wedge designed to be erected in high wind zones and remain warm. It had a dead airspace built in, which was a pretty neat feature to my mind. Along with it, we discovered why a Dakota fire pit doesn't work well on shifting sands, which should have been obvious if either of us thought about it for more than a half second, and thoroughly chastised by the cruel dictates of basic physics, dug a regular fire pit like folks with functioning frontal lobes. We set up a few frames which held elevated tarps with stones in the middle, over half-buried buckets to attempt to collect dew as well. I showed her the basics, and Grace lit her first friction fire with a willow bow drill, a cottonwood baseboard, and yucca stalk spindle. This is my go-to combo in the Western Steppe, BTW. In only a few tries, as the pre-dusk light show that descends every evening, known to the natives as golden hour, probably to everybody for all I know, rolled across the dunes and mountains of the Red Desert like so much maple syrup over harsh and unusually topographically variable pancakes. Grace and I were letting some stew cook over the fire, while I showed her how to process yucca for fiber. We had a very pleasant evening, characterized by not enough stew and too much whiskey, and a song I wrote, very much not for her except in the fact that it very much was, accompanied by one of those horrible little broom-shaped traveling guitars, as is the way of the fortunes of all young idiots trying to impress women, who they should know have them dead to rights already. The B string broke halfway through. If you can't make the object of your affection swoon, making them laugh their butts off isn't a bad consolation prize. We ended the night wrapped in a blanket by the fire, watching the moon rise and the stars do their gentle revolving dance around Polaris until I carried her, snoring like bandsaw, into her sleeping bag. I settled into mine and let the sound of the wind and the singing dunes carry me to sleep. As an aside, folks who might still benefit from this advice, take time to remind yourself to remember moments like these as they happen. They are gifts, and they should be treasured as such. I rested comfortably for a while, maybe an hour or two before the whiskey reminded me of the debt I now owed it, and I went to relieve myself. I was immediately taken aback by two things. One was the ludicrous brightness of the moon. Despite the residing in the Red Desert, the Kilpecker Dunes are in fact a kind of creamy tan color, and on nights with a full moon, you might find darker conditions under a storm cloud in the middle of the day. The light seemed like it was pulsing a little, which I assume was probably more to do with dehydration and booze than the actual light sources. The second thing I noticed was the calm. It's almost always windy in Wyoming. It just is. I grew up there, walking to school in steady 40 miles per hour winds. Calm does happen, but it's usually a relative calm, like only 8 miles per hour winds. This was still. Waking up to the calm is like waking up in a strange room you don't remember falling asleep in. Not inherently bad per se, but disquieting and alien in a small but pervasive way. I climbed up a nearby dune, because if I have to urinate, I may as well do so from a great height. The men reading this will understand. And because I wanted a good view of the surrounding area under its unusually well-illuminated conditions. The only sound was my footsteps, my breath, and the gentle hum of the dunes themselves. Not even an owl to be heard. As I got to the top, a mountain came into view. Actually, several did. This isn't an unusual experience in the Rockies, as visibility can often be hundreds of miles in clear conditions and farther from elevation. What was of note was that above the ones to the north of me, there were flashes and flickers of light. Thunderstorm up north was my first thought, which would have been the safe bet. But I saw no clouds past them. I then noticed the ghostly colors of the lights and realized I was watching the aurora borealis, which I was hitherto unaware could be seen from that far south. I took a moment to relax and enjoy it, before scanning around me to see what other sights the moon would show me. It was then that I spotted, down below me in a flatter area, what appeared to be many numerous four-legged creatures. Cows, sheep, antelope, heck, even deer or elk wouldn't be that strange. I honestly couldn't tell you what they were, only that there were probably more than 20 and less than 50. More about that in a moment. But in the middle, I swore I saw an old-school, I kid you not, covered wagon. Not the Pioneer kind, but the blockier, fully roofed shepherd's hut on wheels that dotted Wyoming like freckles 120 years ago. Folks think it was the cattle that built the West, but Wyoming first and foremost was built on sheep. However, whatever I was seeing, it was all backlit by the moon, so they were casting shadows from the side facing me. Now, I'll be honest with y'all, I don't have the absolutely clearest vision. It's not bad, better with glasses, but I don't usually bring them with me to throw a leak in the middle of the night. So when I say the movement of these critters and the wagon looks strange, I expect you to take it with a grain of salt. I expect you to say it had something to do with the aurora or my eyes being tired, and those are all legit. Thankfully, I have really good hearing and olfactory perception. What my mediocre vision doesn't explain is why I was looking at something probably less than a mile away, and I couldn't hear it on a still night. Wagons are noisy. They creak worse than boats even when new. Livestock are noisy, and I'd find it odd to see a group that size with no bells around their necks. Nothing. Silence. Furthermore, why would you try to travel by night? It was bright, sure, but it's not like that's a common practice. At least not according to anything I've ever heard. You want your critters together and easily defended from predators, that's what I understand. I watched them for a while, moving slowly across the ground almost like they were underwater. Slow enough, I broke off a yucca stalk and stuck it into the ground to mark the progress. Slow, but it was there. I stayed up there, watching the lights and the procession of shadows for a long time. Eventually, I decided to whistle at them. The 2 fingers in the mouth, super loud, angry dad whistle. I heard it echo back at me and then nothing. I yelled aloud, hello, at them as well. Echo and nothing again. No change in pace, no lights. I started to think the progress might be the moon moving across the sky, and not whatever I thought it was. So, I decided to go grab my binoculars and try to wake up Grace to at least see the lights. It was a little treacherous descending, but I made it in one piece. Camp was as I had left it, and I relaxed a little. I opened the tent flap and dug around a little, found my binoculars, but my attempts to rouse my lady friend were unsuccessful. She was not having it. Not at all. She rolled over and went back to sleep, and chastised. I went back up to the top of the dune. It took me a little longer this time. I was definitely feeling the climb by the time I got to the crest again. It looked like a little progress had been made, according to my yucca stalk markers. Curious as heck, I decided to use the binoculars to try to make out what I was looking at. I couldn't find the shadows in the binoculars. There are 2 possible influences on that. One being these were old binoculars, and they had been stuck in maximum zoom since I had gotten them. The other would be it was in the wee hours of the morning, and I had, several hours earlier, imbibed some booze. But try again, nothing. I couldn't get eyes on the critters or the wagon. Couldn't hear them. Couldn't get a long-distance look at them. What was I to do? I said screw it, and went back to bed. Whatever I was looking at wasn't hurting me. It was just curious. and I had grown drowsy and cold lying on the cold sand. I marked the direction with one of the stock segments, slid down the dune on my butt, and crawled back into the tent. As I lay there, waiting for sleep in the warm and dark, I heard that gentle dune noise again, and the wind pick back up. My lullaby. Just as I was drifting off, though, I thought I heard a whistle echo across the sands, but from very far away. I put it down to my ears playing tricks on me, and when I next opened my eyes, it was morning. Problem was, I was sitting next to the still crackling fire, not in the tent, and Grace was leaning against me as we sat wrapped in a blanket. I know. Screw you. This was just a dream, you jerk. I can hear you just fine. There are a few problems with that hypothesis, though. One was, I put out the fire before going to bed. I'm camping in a giant ashtray with a shovel in hand. It was effortless to put out, and I remembered doing so very clearly. Another was that I was wearing shoes, which I had done to go relieve myself, and I hadn't done since we started the fire the night before, since I wanted a better grip on my baseboard to show Grace how to light a fire with a stick and bow. I have monkey feet. Judge away. Here's another. I could see my footsteps up the dune and the trail from my impromptu derriere sledding session. Okay. I woke Grace up, and she said that she thought we had slept in the tent. I concurred, and we sat there blearily blinking at a fire we didn't remember building. I asked her to start the coffee, and climbed back up the dune, this time with my compass and my binoculars. My yucca fragments were there, and I got a heading, scoping out where I thought they were the night before. Still didn't see anything that would have made sense, so I headed back down once more on the Butt Cheek Express and talked to my girlfriend about what I had seen. She wasn't particularly freaked out by any of it, confidently told me I was still asleep or sleepwalking when I saw lights in the bizarre caravan. She was a little concerned by the lost time and not remembering getting up, but I think to her credit as a reasonable person, she thought I was winding her up. I wasn't offended. I was, however, racked by curiosity. What the heck had happened? I'm not a sleepwalker as far as I know, and I, as I am now writing this, have lost time before out in the wilderness, but never before this incident. Was it just weird shadows? Had I been asleep? My markers were there, so I had been pretty lucid for a somnambulist. One simple test I thought of would confirm or deny it. I decided to throw on my boots and hike over to where I thought the trail should be by my best guess, while I let Grace do her morning routines. A short, brisk walk later, and I found nothing. No prints of any kind. This part wasn't as sandy as some others, so prints wouldn't have been everywhere, but there were none. Likelihood of sleep and booze fueled hallucinations increasing. I did a fairly thorough search of a few hundred yards in several directions, leaving my water bottle as a guide for where I thought it should be. No prints. I didn't give up. I trust my senses most of the time, and I'm stubborn. Also, I wasn't seeing anything that, given the angle of the moon, should have cast a shadow like that. Scrub, low brush, no trees, no boulders. I kept looking, first along the road I thought they would have cone from, no prints again. Something did catch my eye though. In a less sandy patch, I saw a long stretch of depressed clay. A rut, I realized, and some mild depressions in the rock here and there. A rut from a wheel made of something harder than modern tires, with a less gentle suspension. Now that I was looking for it, I saw more here and there, headed to bisect the dunes from one grassland to the next. Just an old trail from long ago. I don't know what any of that was. I wasn't of sober or clear mind, although I was far from blackout drunk or sleep deprived. Grace got angry at me after a certain point of talking about it, so I stopped bringing it up. We finished out our outing. Our water collectors were successful in that they collected dew, and unsuccessful in that it was about a cup and a half from the three of them together. We made a bolo out of some rocks and yucca cordage. Pre-made, it's a process, and what we had made while we were there was minimal and strictly as a tutorial. We practiced atlatals, ruined some perfectly good flint in the attempt to make a pair of blades. We shared many good meals together. Still, overall, a very pleasant trip. After another couple of uneventful nights, we headed home. I hadn't discussed it with anyone since, really. I have no good explanation. I have, however, been out there again, and while I've never seen anything like that again, twice in my recollection, I whistled at the top of the dunes. And later that night, I swore I heard one back. Probably just another camper. Probably. I had a self-rescue I had to do in the Laramie Peak Range. I lost my gear and map and shelter in a windstorm. Took a few days to get out. Had some deeply unpleasant experiences along the way. This isn't that story. It sucked, but it wasn't all that scary. I kept a cool head. Typically, that's who I am. I'm the person who stays calm in crisis, and I mention that to give you a litmus test for what it takes to freak me out, to make me lose my cool. This is about a time when I had all my gear, but I couldn't keep my cool. There are a lot of cool little trails in Colorado, some well known, some only locals know. There are mountains and forests for days out there. In 2013, we got torrential downpours in September along the eastern slope. It was squelchy as crap for a while, and then a glorious mushrooming boom happened. I love mushrooms. I love to forage, take one, leave three, and my absolute favorite is the Boletus rubriceps. The conditions weren't exactly right, but I thought, why not? I gave it a shot. I'm not saying where my spot is. I will say I also have the native hazel there, some actually fruiting manzanita, watermelon berry, currants, rose hips, raspberries, strawberries, and frequently oysters, morels, hawk's wings, puffballs, the big ones in one meadow, milky caps, chicken of the woods and chicken of the road, and the only chanterelles I've found in the region, all in a glorious few acres. It's wonderful. I can disperse camp there. This is where I went, no brainer. Now it's fall, even if it's somewhat early fall. So I know that Yogi and Boo Boo are going to be out stuffing it for the winter. So I've got my spray and my uncle's lever action 44 Mag Henry. GF at the time was supposed to come with, but couldn't get off work, so solo it was. I figured I could practice some firecraft, maybe build a chair, maybe a smoker, and in general just have a nice few days out. I went up early in the morning, hiked about 7 miles in, set up my shelter, set up to enjoy the rare luxury of a real fire in Colorado later, and started to do my stuff. Set up a couple rods with bells, got out my baskets and set up my dryer and its shelter far away from my sleeping tarp shelter. I was squelching around with my foraging gear out in a few minutes and having a blast. I marched happily along pretty much until dusk, and then pulled out my headlamp and kept going well past I should have. But did I get a haul? It was an incredible spread, and I left plenty for the woodland critters. I got back to my camp, started cleaning and drying, and probably didn't get to my dinner until 1 in the morning. I had caught 2 brook trout of reasonable size, gutted them, and let them hang in a bug net next to the creek for the next day. Figured it was cold enough that they'd be okay. I got back to my little dinky tarp shelter around 3 a.m. and went inside, toweled off, and passed out. I awoke around 10 a.m. or so the next day, and the woods were silent. I mean, no birds, no bugs, wind in the branches, nearby brook gurgling, and that's it. Usually there's something. I decided to be cautious and go about my business. My camp was exactly as I had left it, except for 2 things. The first was there was a branch, about 2 feet long, thick as a wrist, laid against the tree my pack was tied to. It had been gnawed, like by a beaver on both ends, which I've heard of but have never seen before or since. It had no bark on it, but still was green wood. Had to have been left there, but to what end I have no idea. Unsettling? Sure. Freaky? Not really, I wasn't scared. Actually, my first thought was I must have picked it up and forgotten about it. And I put it out of my mind and went to collect my fish, which hopefully were still there and weren't rotten or nasty yet. I got into sight of them, or rather, The bug net they were in. They were gone. Bug net was loose but intact. It's the drawstring bag-shaped kind. And empty. And both fish heads were still hanging in there. But the rest of the fish were gone. Okay. Probably another person then. Someone is giving me the Scooby-Doo treatment. I had a bunch of charcoal from the fire, and there was a nice big rock next to my fishing spot. So I scrawled on there, "If you're hungry, come say hi and I'll share my meal," with an arrow pointing roughly towards my camp. Grumpy more than unsettled now. I guess weird beaver branch is a trade for my fish. Whatever. I went to check on my drying shrooms and my berry cooler, and lo, and behold, everything under the tarp is untouched. However, I hadn't swept out any of the debris beneath it. Why bother? Well, now there was no debris beneath my tarp, just straight dirt and rocks. Weird again. I started looking more seriously for tracks and find nothing. Probably debris swept out from under my shelter was covering them. Not here to play junior detective. I'm here to frolic in the woodlands and collect responsible amounts of treasured forgeables. I shake it off, go back to the creek to set my lines again, and I notice my bells are gone. Okay. I couldn't remember if they had been there that morning or not, so I assumed they were taken the previous night. I had only tied the rods to the tree after all. It was easy grabbing. I went back to my tarp, made some food and coffee, shook it off and went about my business. Now, here's the somewhat embarrassing thing. I know to make noise in the woods if bears can be around, and I like to sing. This isn't the same as singing well, or singing manly shanties and Viking epic poems. This is, by and large, singing whatever had been playing on the speakers at my job. So, Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, Florence and the Machine Lord. You get the picture. Also, I'm a bass. Whatever, don't judge me. Stuff is designed to be catchy. So, I went back on my rounds, and I found some fire morels or ash morels, which are a really rare treat. I was really excited. There are hundreds of them, and it's super late for them to show up. They're my favorite morels. I set about to collecting some, and kept myself company by singing. All right, I was singing Bad Romance by one Stefani Germanata. I know. I got to the woo-o-o-o-oo part. If you've heard it, you know it. When I heard what sounded like someone harmonizing. Like I said, I'm a bass, but this was higher, tenor or alto and muted by distance a little. It was also completely and undeniably wrong. Scratchy, gravelly, almost buzzy. Syllables weird and clipped and disjointed, and a little off-key and off-rhythm. Uncanny valley for sounds. I shut up immediately and froze, and it continued for a moment and then stopped. I was experiencing a little bit of what my friends always call pucker butt, and started to slowly reach back behind for my Henry on its strap. And I heard a single sudden yelp, or bark or something, and some rustling from somewhere uphill of me, behind the tree line. I take a few breaths, assuming I had freaked the other party out as much as they did me, and force myself to relax. I keep small binoculars on me, and I scanned the tree line, but I didn't see anything. I thought, this is probably whoever took my fish. Probably someone squatting out here. I'm going to keep my head on a swivel some. But if they were going to be a problem, I feel like they already would have confronted me or taken a pot shot or something. It also occurred to me finally that I could have just been hearing some weird echo. That thought gave me a little more peace and calm than I had a few minutes before. Although it didn't explain the yelp, but normal animal activity does. Hooray rationalizing. I decide that that is enough morals, and I do not want to be drying them after dark, so I head back to camp and get to making that happen. Am I an idiot? Maybe. I really didn't want to go home. I love wet weather. I've grown up in high deserts my whole life, and getting to really see some green that late in the year is such a treat. I wanted to stay. I had had moments where my brain had tricked me before, and I talked myself into believing that it was happening again. I kept singing to myself more quietly than I was before, Sia's Titanium, and it happens again. The weird, buzzy higher voice joins in, again from a distance, and again. I feel the bottom drop out of my stomach. I know this probably just sounds creepy because I thought I was alone, but it's hard to convey how off-sounding this was. It was fairly close to what I had been singing, but like it was coming up out of culvert or something, and a few octaves higher, just as buzzy and hoarse sounding. If you've ever heard a tornado, or a parrot talking, or squeaking brakes, or a train whistle, you'll get a sense of the qualities this voice had. It's a pitch a human can emulate with their throat, but the texture and shape of the sound aren't really how we sound. Like that. I was not having it at all. I shut up immediately again, and this time got the Henry off my back and looked around me. I figured this had to be somebody messing with me. Not unheard of for good foraging spots. Look up the fights over huckleberry patches if you don't believe me. But definitely my first time. Again, the singing continued for a moment after I stopped. Again from uphill and further in the woods. And definitely in a direction I hadn't gone yet. I called out, announced myself, and asked them to answer, please. Nothing. Tried again, nothing. Silence again. And since I'm listening, I notice it again. Just wind in the trees in the creek. No animal noises. No bugs. My head had felt a little squeezy, so I decided I needed to check the weather when I was sure I wasn't going to get shot eye or something. Maybe a storm was rolling in. Bingo. I had headed over to a clearing, and for sure, storm was rolling in. As always, hard to judge speed. But it wasn't a bad idea to see about reconfiguring my tarp and having an early bedtime. Again, a little more at peace, since I figure any more crap from my apparent neighbor is going to be less likely. I went back to my fishing rods, lucked out, and found I had caught a bigger trout than the night before. I gutted it, cooked it, and ate it on the spot. Those of you in the know it's hard to beat. I collected some water for the next day, packed up my foraging stuff and lashed it all to trunk, and decided to call it there before dusk was on its way in. I set up my tarp in a lower to the ground, more wind-resistant configuration, and set up a spare, older one as a kind of rainfly over the entrance. It's worth noting that this was an old, lightweight, silver-colored nylon backpacking tarp, fairly thin, set up facing the clearing, since likely the worst wind would be coming from there. It also pretty much blocked my view of the clearing. I did another Widowmaker check, all good, made a hot cocoa and tucked in just as it was starting to come down. It came down hard. I had to put in some earplugs. Lightning was frequent and loud, and I didn't stay particularly dry and didn't get much sleep. It was, all in all, one of the most unpleasant and awe-inspiring nights I had had camping. Somewhere in the middle of the night, I thought I felt something bounce off my tarp, kind of behind me. Well, not that weird. It happens in storms. Figured it was a branch. Then a few minutes later, I see something, maybe a stone, about the size of a plum, bounce off of my tarp, off the rainfly, and land in front of me. I get my headlamp turned on, and sure as crap, it's a rock. Round, but not symmetrical or spherical. And smooth. A river rock. Rocks don't fall off trees as a rule, and if this storm had picked one this round up, I should have been airborne. Then another one a few minutes later. Similar trajectory. Then nothing but the storm for a while. What am I gonna do? Investigate and get soaked? I had my gun, and if crap was gonna go down, I was about as ready as I could be. I turned my headlamp back off. I then got treated to pretty much the most awe-inspiring amount of lighting I have ever seen in my life. The sky is lit up for seconds at a time. The earplugs were not protecting me from the thunder, and my ears are ringing. I keep seeing the trees from the edge of the tree line and the clearing projected in shadow form onto my rainfly over and over again, dancing this way and that. It was really beautiful, and if kind of inherently scary, also exhilarating. I really couldn't look away. Then, pretty clearly, I saw what looked like a person, walking along the tree line, outlined against the trees and my rainfly by the lightning. They were walking weirdly, not running from cover to cover, but just kind of strolling a little unsteadily, like a drunk person. The silhouette wasn't bulky, and for some reason I got the impression they weren't wearing clothes. Or if they were, it was very, very tight. Not like rain gear. They stopped, and whether or not they were facing me or the clearing I couldn't tell you. But I felt watched and very exposed. The figure stood, swaying a little, probably being pushed around by the winds, and just looked at whatever they were looking at. I got little glimpses here and there as the lightning flashed, but they didn't appear to be moving much. It was pretty freaky, and I didn't move except to get my gun in front of me. Then I had another rock land on my tarp, bounce off and land in front of me. That was a bad moment. Lightning had stopped for a bit, and the thunder had died down for a moment. I had horrible, slow realization that I was very likely surrounded. Then I heard, cutting through the ringing in my ears and momentary silence, clear as it had been earlier but sounding much closer, the chorus from Titanium from behind my tarp. If you didn't know the words, here they are. I'm bulletproof, nothing to lose, fire away, fire away. Ricochet, you take your aim, fire away, fire away. Then nothing. I looked back towards the front and realized I didn't see that figure projected by the lightning anymore, now that there was a lull in the lightning. I remember thinking, crap, 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 just over and over again. I basically was going to have to crawl out of my tarp to get on my feet, and there was pretty much no way I was going to stay in my shelter anymore. I counted down from 10, and then pushed myself out, and got to my feet, Henry in hand, and let out the loudest yell I could. I think I said something like, knock it off, I'm armed, screw off. I was not in a good headspace. I was about as freaked out as I had ever been up to this point, and this was not all that long after the deer thing I mentioned in my other post. I was about ready to crap myself. I looked around the back of my tent with my light and didn't see anything. Nobody. Just rain pissing down. I walked around the front of my tarp. Nobody. I could clearly see into clearing until my light got swallowed up by the rain. I walked around the edge of my little camp, sticking close to my tarps, and I didn't see anybody. I wish I could say I checked out the tree line for footsteps, but I didn't. I tried to yell again and my voice was completely in my throat. Another rock hit my shelter and bounced off, squarely in the cone of my headlamp. And I won't lie to you all, I lost it. I fired my Henry into the dirt, about 10 feet in front of me, and I heard some immediate rustling in the woods. Uphill from me again. I yelled some dumb panic stuff, and though I don't know why, I ducked into my tarp again, wrapped up as much as I could and huddled up with my gun. Eventually the storm broke, followed by dawn, and I got up to pack up my crap and get out of there. I was pretty shaky, and it took me a while to get my various gear all in hand, and brought up to my shelter. I took a few moments to gather up the round river stones, and I noted I didn't see any like this even in the creek, and definitely none sitting around the ground. The debris is too thick. My shelter was the farthest back thing in the woods of the various stations around the camp, except for my pack, which had a garbage bag over it. When I went around back the tarp to grab it, there were 2 more little sections of sapling, green wood, chewed-looking ends, barked stripped again just like before leaning against the trunk below it. Nope, not okay. It took me a second to go get my pack. I was that freaked out that I was now afraid of sticks. 1 my first night and 2 the second? Nope, screw that. I finally got myself under control and went to grab my pack, and again I had a powerful sense of being watched. I shook off the cover, packed it in Q dry bag, and turned around to get my stakes out of the ground and pick up my tarp. There was a whole ripped open dead rabbit on the back edge of my tarp. The rain had washed off any blood that would have been on it, but the carcass was just splayed out there, like it had landed on it after being thrown and then slid down the slope of it. It was fresh enough it didn't stink, and the digestive tract hadn't been punctured. I was instantly and totally numb. Mental dial tone. I picked it up with a stick, dropped it on my swamped-out fire pit, yanked my tarp out of the ground 1 stake at a time, balled it up, yanked my rainfly out of its lashings hard enough to rip it, grabbed the rest of my crap, loosely shoved it all in my pack, put my Henry so it hung in front of me, and power walked and jogged my way out of there until I couldn't anymore, and breathlessly walked the rest of the way to my car. I got in, drove about 20 minutes, and then had to pull over to throw up a few times and have a panic attack. I have never been back there alone, and definitely not unarmed. Even then, I only went back in 2017. I still can't listen to that song without feeling sick. I know rationally that it was probably squatters or somebody up there messing with me, but the same question keeps coming up. Why didn't they need lights?
The whole thing unfolded today. Cops were involved. I almost had a panic attack. It was a whole mess. So I'm on a trip backpacking around Europe with my brother, currently in Paris. We're staying at this hostel and we're in a 10-bunk bedroom. There was this one guy in the room who was immediately super weird. Almost right away, like as soon as we got settled, he starts talking to us about flying to Libya. He's all, us, Libya, fly tomorrow. And me and my brother are just like, nah, dude. He keeps saying it. We keep saying no. And he's getting progressively more assertive about it. As me and my brother are going around doing sightseeing and stuff, I keep seeing this dude around. When we're at the hostel, he kept following us to the dining hall, out onto the terrace, and I'm getting more creeped out. My brother, ever the non-assertive soul he is, just laughs it off like the dude is joking. This goes on for 2 days. Well, this morning, we were going out to get breakfast, and I forgot my phone back in the room. So I told my brother to just go ahead and I ran back to get it. I go in the room and the dude is sitting there. There's no one else in the room, and I honestly contemplated just leaving it. But I didn't trust it alone in the room, so I planned to just grab it quickly. That morning, he was still going on about Libya, and was essentially bending over our beds going on about it, despite me repeatedly telling him to stop talking to us. I go in and grab my phone, when he suddenly just yells, Libya, now, now, we go now. I'm very scared, since at this point we are the only ones in the room, and I just say, screw off, dude. And I go to leave, when he blocks the door and grabs my shoulder, still going on about going to the airport and flying to Libya. I shove past him and run away to where my brother and I were going to breakfast. I decided that we were going to switch rooms because this dude was officially creep level 100. We make it back to the hostel, and before we make it to the front desk, we went outside for a smoke and he shows up. I almost yell at him to leave us alone, and he flat out says no. I go to the front desk and explain that this dude has been harassing us and we wanted to change rooms. I mention what went down in the room, and before I know it, the cops were called and I was giving a statement. As they were sorting it out, there were a couple things that jumped out at me. 1, this guy didn't pay in advance. Normally, when you're staying in a hostel, you pay the full amount up front, or if you're staying a while, you pay weekly. He was paying by the day. 2, he had several pieces of ID in his wallet, none of which matched his description. Apparently, Paris had been having a problem with human trafficking. This guy was escorted out of the hostel by police. He was banned from staying there ever again. Me and my brother switched rooms and were given vouchers for free dinners for the rest of our stay here. And now, I'm terrified to go out by myself. I swear, if me and that guy had been alone in a more secluded place that didn't have cameras everywhere, I could have been shipped off to Libya. So, creepy guy from the Paris hostel, let's not meet again. I was around 15 or 16 years old at the time. I'm currently 18. And my mom, dad, and I were on a family trip to New York City. It was a really good trip at first. We visited the Statue of Liberty, Madison Square Garden, Times Square, etc. And for the most part, it was a normal vacation. But towards the end of our trip was when everything went to crap. It was our last day there, and we were trying to get back to the airport, so we decided to take an Uber. A couple minutes passed and a gray Civic pulls up to the sidewalk that we were on. I remember noticing that he had a Lyft and Uber stickers on his car, in multiple places almost excessively. It kind of felt like he was trying to prove that he was our Uber. It was just a small thing, but looking back, I really wish that I took more concern about how sus this guy really was. Moving on, we were running late, so I'm guessing that my dad didn't really pay attention to the license plate, because this guy was definitely not an Uber driver. He was a lanky African-American man wearing clothes akin to rags, and looked like he was drugged out, but at the time nothing seemed off to us. Again, we were running late, and what happened was the least of our expectations. The ride was normal until we got to the airport. We all expected him to get off the highway and let us off, but he didn't. Instead, he casually continued down the highway, past where we wanted to be dropped off. This was when my dad noticed that the man didn't have a meter or his phone set up with the Uber GPS open. We were starting to get worried, and my dad asked him in a stern voice, "Excuse me, where's your meter?" The man stayed silent. Flustered, he asked once more, this time yelling, "Where is your meter?" Again, no reply. But at this point, the man started dashing down the highway, weaving past other cars and driving very dangerously. We were all panicking. My dad was screaming at him to let us off. My mother was crying and praying with her rosary clutched firmly in her fist, and I was in shock. I froze up. I couldn't even cry or scream as much as I so desperately wanted to. I was completely immobilized. This continued for a while, driving down an unfamiliar road to God knows where, with the car only getting faster and faster. I started having those classic end-of-road type thoughts, like holy crap, this might be it, and there's nothing I can do about it. But luckily we were saved. I don't know if we passed by it, or if someone in a car we passed had called the cops, but we soon heard sirens blaring behind us, and we were being tailed at high speed by multiple police cars. One of the cops had a megaphone or something to amplify their voice, and screamed out for the man to pull over. Obviously, he put up a fight, and the police had to actually cut him off for him to finally stop. The police helped us out of the car and got all of our things from the trunk while putting blankets around us and telling us that it was going to be okay and that we were safe. At this moment, I felt the biggest wave of relief wash over me that I have ever felt in my life. Don't get me wrong, it still messed me and my family up pretty bad, and I was still left pretty traumatized. But I was at least glad that me and my family were alive and safe. The police gave us a ride back to the airport, and everything went as planned from that point on. But holy crap, am I glad that I never had to find out where this guy was taking us, and what he was planning to do with us. Just thinking about it still gives me goosebumps. I guess the moral of this story is to always check the license plate before going on an Uber or Lyft. That feature on the app that tells you what it is exists for a good reason. Last week, my boyfriend, a 20-year-old male, and I, a 19-year-old female, took a trip to Mexico for our anniversary on the 20th. Let it be known that we speak a fair amount of Spanish, enough to get us around comfortably. We started in Playa and moved to Cancun to hopefully get better beaches without as much seaweed. We took taxis many places, including from Playa to Cancun, an hour drive, and had no issues. On our anniversary, Thursday the 20th, we went out and did normal daytime in Mexico things. We then went home and got ready for an evening out. We decided to go to a place called Toro Rojo because they are known for their super nachos, and boy, do I love nachos. So we take off walking, because according to the maps, it's not far. We walk and walk and walk for 45 minutes, and I check the time on my Google Maps, and it says it'll be another hour walk or a 5-minute drive. It was a pretty major highway that we were walking on. We decide to hail a taxi, because honestly I was in a rush for supernatros and daiquiris. The taxi pulls over to the side and we hop in. We tell him Toro Rojo, and he says he doesn't know where that is. So we hand him my phone with Google Maps pulled up. To get there, you needed to go straight and take a U-turn, and it would then be on the left. So he starts driving down this highway, and I'm watching over his shoulder. We're getting closer to the U-turn and he does not slow down. We pass the U-turn. I assume, okay, maybe he missed it. I've done it myself 1,000 times before. He keeps driving. He passes another U-turn, and another, and I start to worry. I take my boyfriend's phone and type. He keeps missing the U-turns. Tell him it's the other way. In Spanish, my boyfriend tells him to go the other way to get to the restaurant. The guy keeps driving faster and faster, 40 kilometers over the speed limit now, and says, "Mi inglés es no bien." My English is not good. He keeps driving and driving, passing U-turn after U-turn. I start panicking. It's hard to breathe. When I hear my boyfriend tell the guy, "Aquí es bien," here is good. He keeps driving. My boyfriend yells this time, "Aquí es bien." The driver finally slows down and I leap out of the car. The man demands $30, which my boyfriend gave him happily, and we took off sprinting the other direction. We look on maps and he took us 9 miles outside of the city, so we are now 12 miles from our hotel. There's nothing around us except blackness and trees. It's 11 p.m. Thankfully, I could call my mom and dad, and they talked to us while we walked. We were walking, trying to get ourselves to a hotel, so we could pull cash out. The taxi driver took most of our cash, and get an executive taxi. It was an hour walk to the nearest hotel. We were walking and walking, and suddenly, this red Mini Cooper starts slowly following behind us. They roll their window down and drive next to us, but don't say anything. At this point, we were both so on edge. My boyfriend smacks the side of the car and screams, "Chupa mi pájaro," suck my you-know-what. They finally speed off and away from us. Soon after that, we are coming up on 2 stray dogs, and my boyfriend mentioned, what if they aren't friendly, and grabbed 2 rocks just in case. This broke my heart, as I am pre-vet, but, safety first. These dogs ended up being amazing, and only wanting pets. So, we pet them a bit and keep walking. Maybe 20 feet after these dogs, this red truck drives up next to us and asks taxi. It was an unmarked car, not a taxi. We tell him no and wave him on. He does not start to drive away, and suddenly these dogs come running and jumping at the car, barking so meanly. We run the other way because I trust a dog's intuition. We finally made it back to the hotel and got back to our hotel safely. But frankly, I'm scared to go to Mexico ever again. Back when I was 16, I had a rough time with my father and his girlfriend for about a year or so. Long story that isn't really related to this. But I was trying to mend my relationship with my father, because before all that, I had always been a daddy's girl. So when I was offered to go on vacation with them along with my siblings and step-siblings, I said yes. After having thought about it long and hard for a month. We went to Turkey. We would be living at an all-inclusive resort that was aimed at Scandinavians, so a lot of people we could talk to. The first few days were perfectly fun. I was swimming in the sea and the pools at the resort. Only creepy thing there was a waiter who grabbed my hand and slipped me a napkin with a message of meeting up with him. He spent the next couple of days lurking around me every time we would go to eat, until my father saw how uncomfortable I was and told him to buzz off. Yay, Dad. But one day, my stepmother decided that we should take a girl day of shopping, which meant my sister, my two stepsisters, her, and myself. I didn't really like the idea, but I decided to come along anyways. So off we went to the nearest bazaar. We spent about an hour there until we got to a small place that looked really sketchy, but they seemed to have some clothes that my stepsisters wanted to look at. So we went inside. I remember there were 3 men there, 2 older ones and then a young one in the beginning of his 20s. He called himself Oscar. I remember because that's the name of my dog. We were seated and they brought out Turkish tea and such to make us feel at home, while we were looking at dresses and the like that they wanted us to try on. In the end, I was pressured into trying one on and went to the dressing room. While I was there, Oscar came and asked if all was well. Thinking that it was just good customer service, I answered that I was fine. He might have understood something because he slipped into the dressing room, and before I could do anything, he had me cornered with his hands on my cheeks and leaned in to kiss me. My body froze, despite my brain telling me to scream and punch him. It took me half a minute before I managed to pull back and tell him to stop. I pushed him out and changed faster than I ever have. Luckily, I was wearing a dress as well, so it was easy enough. Once I got out, I asked my sister if we could leave, whispering what had happened. She nodded and had to force my stepmother to get her butt in gear. She was enjoying all the compliments. Once out of there, my stepmother was scolding me for making a scene. My sister told her what had happened because I was a sobbing mess. Stepmother's reaction? She grabbed my arm hard and said, "Do not tell your father," before she let go and marched out of there. I didn't feel like leaving the room the rest of the vacation, and stupid as I was, I didn't want to make my father angry, so I didn't tell him. To this day, he still doesn't know what happened, and to this day, my stepmother is still angry at me for ruining that vacation. So Oscar, from that creepy shop, I hope you get what you deserved, but let's never meet again. So a few years ago, my boyfriend's dad's family decided to get together and all chip in to rent a condo in Ontario and get together. There was a big, extended family over there that his dad never saw, because he only really got along with one of his 3 sisters. My boyfriend's mom had talked him into going though, and they let me tag along, because I'd been around long enough that they liked me and trusted me. I can't remember where everyone else had gone. I think it was to the beach for what was probably like the 3rd time that day. It was just me and my boyfriend at the condo, because we were kind of sick of the beach and just wanted to do nothing in the shade for a while. We were sitting outside, looking over the water and just kind of talking about life. I had just finished reading the Harry Potter series, so we were just kind of talking about that for a bit, when this woman comes out of the brush beside the condo. Just for an idea, this condo was about an acre of land maybe, and it was kind of out of the middle of nowhere. The front of the condo was probably 70 feet from a dirt road that no one traveled down really, and there were some dense trees and brush and whatnot that surrounded 3 sides of it. This woman comes out of the wooded area, and I immediately knew that something wasn't right. She was limping, and she only had on 1 sandal, and frankly she looked like crap. She was pale, and her face was gaunt. She was really, really pretty, but she just looked exhausted. The thing that immediately caught my attention was her baby, who she was holding pretty tightly in her arms as she started coming towards us. I didn't really know what to do, but my boyfriend immediately got up and walked over to make sure that she was okay. I couldn't help but think of all these awful things that might happen after spending so many hours hearing these horror stories on Reddit. I was just terrified that she'd do something. My boy is a lot more trusting than I am though, and he's always had the instinct of what's the problem and how can I help. He's never assumed the bad in anybody. So this woman is just sobbing by the time she gets to the porch of the condo, and she looks like she's just been through a war zone. She's shaking and hyperventilating and crying, and she's telling us that basically her boyfriend has been a drunk for a while, and he's been getting worse and worse, and he's been an overall abusive guy. He'd get angry whenever she was focused on the baby instead of him, and part of what made him angry and set him off was that it wasn't his kid, so he kinda didn't care about the baby at all. She told us how this time in particular he was drunk, and she was driving him home with the baby in the back seat, and he grabbed the baby's booster seat and tore it out of the car and threw it out of the window while they were driving. She got the baby out of the seat or something. I don't remember how, because as she's telling us about how he started hitting her before she took the baby and ran, we hear this yelling, and we turn and see this angry dude walking up to the condo, and she starts losing it. Drunk and angry, this guy followed her to our condo and was starting to come up to us. He was trying to act like he wasn't angry. He was doing a, "Oh, you guys found her. Thank you so much. Baby, let's go home" kind of thing. But he was slurring his speech and not doing a good job of hiding how angry he really was. My boyfriend has always been a pacifist. Honestly, he's even kind of a pushover. He's really non-confrontational and tries to find a way to talk stuff out and come to an agreement before doing anything. But before I could even say anything, he's across the yard and approaching this guy. As much of a pacifist as he is, he's also huge. He's built like a football player. He's 6'3", and at the time he was 230 pounds. I've known my boyfriend since we were 10. At the time we were 20, and we'd been dating for just over a year. I knew him better than anyone. He's never done anything like this before, but he goes up to the guy and goes, "Not another step, dude," and he's shaking as he says it. The guy tries to walk around my boyfriend and goes, "No, it's okay. I'm just gonna take her home." And my boyfriend steps in front of him and shakes his head. "You're drunk," he said, "so I'm gonna pretend like maybe you didn't get what I just said. Don't come any closer." At this point, the guy stops trying to pretend, and he says something like, "You don't know what's going on. That's my girlfriend. I'm gonna take her home." And he tries rounding my boyfriend again, and one more time my boyfriend blocks him and says, "Stop." I've never heard this tone in his voice before or since. It was scary. It wasn't him. The guy tried one more time before my boyfriend finally put his hand on his chest and pushed him back a bit, keeping his hand on the guy's chest. "I'm telling you right now, you're not going anywhere near that girl and her child, so turn around and walk away." This guy was about 5'6", maybe 5'7", so when he looked up to threaten my boyfriend, he had looked like a kid. The guy finally looks up at my boyfriend, and he says something that I couldn't hear. My boyfriend said something back, and then the guy stared at him for a moment, like he was deciding whether or not to do anything. My boyfriend finally pushed him away, and the guy stumbled back, and then started pointing at me and the girl as he was trying to say something. And then he started to walk away. I didn't learn till the next day, but the guy had told my boyfriend that he had a gun and that he was coming back, and that he'd kill him if we stopped him again. My boyfriend's response to that changes depending on who's telling the story. Originally, he told me that he told the guy that he'd feed him his own teeth, which made me laugh because he's such a dork and he got that from a movie. And ever since then, the line he tells everyone is, "I'll be waiting." The woman was sobbing, the baby was sobbing, and I was shaking because even though he didn't throw any punches or anything, I could tell that he was ready to hurt this guy if anything else had happened. We called the police, and they didn't really do much of anything outside of make sure that everyone was breathing and take the girl to her sister's place. We didn't really hear much from her after, but I know my boyfriend sent her an email once or twice, and she's married now to someone else and had another kid last time they talked. It was a really nice trip, despite that one part. I was on an overnight ferry and got up in the middle of the night to use the toilet. They were like communal, if you know. So I had to go out of my room and a few doors down a hallway. When I was done and stepped back out to the hallway, a man turned the corner and me, being a young kid, got some bad vibes from that dude. So I didn't walk back to my room until I knew that he wouldn't know which room I was in. I started walking faster and faster away, and he just followed me. At some point I started running and finally turned a corner back to where my room was. I looked back and could hear that he was far behind and out of sight, so I quickly got into my room and locked the door. I just sat with my back to the door in complete silence and heard him running past the door. I did not sleep much that night. I was around 12 years old. We were fishing in the middle of a lake when my cousin hooked me in the forehead with a triple hook barbed spoon lure, feathers, and pork rind for bait. My uncle detached most of the lure, but couldn't get the hook out, so I had to go to the ER in a tiny town. I came in with my hand over the hook. The triage nurse asked what was wrong. I removed my hand and she just said, "Oh." After I sat in the waiting room for a while, a resident came out, said I was making the other patients uneasy, and put a sheet over my head. Once they took me back and a doctor examined me, he asked for a scalpel blade. I thought he was going to cut my forehead open to get at the hook, but he just needed to remove the pork rind. He numbed me up and pulled the hook out rather aggressively. I had to get a tetanus booster. I have a needle phobia, and I had to get stuck twice that day. My mom and aunt are still laughing about it more than 30 years later. A few years ago, I went on vacation with a friend to a resort in a popular spring break area. Although I was the typical spring breaker age, I avoided people my own age, and instead hung out at the adult pool bar. My friend and I frequented this bar every day, and became friendly with the bartender. But the bartender became a little too friendly with me, and would occasionally flirt and blow kisses at me. I took these gestures with a grain of salt, and saw that it was a way to get more business. But his gestures went too far at one point. The pool bar had a public restroom right next to it, so one day after having a drink or two, I excused myself from my friend to use the restroom. While going to the bathroom, I heard the door open and someone enter a stall. I didn't think much of it until I went out to wash my hands. The restroom was really dark, which made this situation even scarier. While washing my hands, I heard one of the stalls open behind me, and I looked up into the mirror only to see the bartender come out of one of the stalls. Besides him, I was the only one in the bathroom. At this point, every siren in my head was going off, but I was in so much shock that this man would follow me into a woman's restroom that I didn't know what to do. At this point, he tried to talk to me, but I dodged him and ran out of the bathroom. My friend later laughed it off, but I never went back to that bar. I should have reported his behavior to the resort, but I was in so much shock that I didn't. When I was younger, each summer and almost every New Year, my family would pack the car and go on a trip to visit family in Mexico. We never had any problems until one particular trip when I was 8. Like every road trip before, we left our home in North Texas around 6 p.m. in order to reach our destination the next morning. So around 2 a.m. we crossed into Mexico, and that's when things got weird. When you're on the only stretch of freeway in the middle of the desert, you don't tend to freak out about having the same car behind you for miles. It was practically pitch black outside with our car windows. the only visible shapes being the dotted stars and the eerie silhouettes of the cacti. We'd been in Mexico for about an hour, and still have a few more to drive, and I remember sleeping, but still being semi-conscious of what was going on around me, because I didn't have the skill to really fall asleep in a car. So when my mother suddenly spoke my dad's name, I heard her. "Miguel, that car behind us, it's been behind us since we left Laredo." My dad peeked at the car, shrugged off my mother's tension. A lot of cars use this road. He's probably going to Reynosa or another city, and he left it at that. Despite his sureness, my mom kept a wary eye on the car behind us. By this time, my siblings and I were hyper aware of the car, and entertained ourselves with watching the car through the gaps in the luggage that blocked the rear window. We got tired pretty quick. "He's getting closer," my mother noted, and we turned to watch as the car inched closer and closer to ours. "He's too close, Miguel." And she was right. By this time, the car was practically pressed against the rear of our car, and on a lonely stretch of highway in the middle of nowhere, with another few hours until daylight. It was downright crazy. We couldn't do much. My dad didn't slow down, didn't stop, and he didn't speed away either. He just drove, and the car followed. The next 30 minutes were the most tense we had ever experienced. The car would ease off sometimes, only to press its blinding headlights against our rear once more, like he knew that he was freaking us out and enjoying it. It was during one of the periods that the car had pulled away that my mom spotted a police car up ahead, parked on the side of the road, and she didn't miss a beat. "Pull over, right in front of the police. Pull over now, Miguel." And he did, and the car kept driving. I wonder how confused the policeman must have been as he watched my dad park our car right in front of him. The policeman came over and asked us what was wrong, and my mother urgently told him everything. The car, the way it followed us and taunted us. The policeman took her claims seriously and told us of how people were victimized and had their cars stolen on these empty highways by thugs and criminals. And then he offered to drive behind us for a while to make us feel safe. We drove with the police cruiser behind us, relieved, until about 10 minutes later when we saw something that confirmed the policeman's words and my mother's worst fears. 10 minutes later, we saw the car pulled over on the side of the road, waiting. Like several other posts on this subreddit, this happened to me when I was a kid, 10 to be exact. I grew up in a military family and lived on the Middle East for a significant portion of my life. Because of this, we frequently traveled to different countries because of the low cost and proximity. On this particular vacation, we flew into Cairo, Egypt, the kidnapping capital of the world at that point in time, for a long weekend. We only lived like 2 to 3 hours away. It was late at night, and we were staying at the Marriott Hotel, which had a taxi and shuttle service that was supposed to pick us up. For some reason, our driver never showed, so we were forced to find a regular taxi to take us there, which took forever to find that late at night. We finally found one that was offering us a pretty good deal. They don't run by meters, instead they just give flat rates that they choose, and headed towards the hotel. Out of nowhere, another taxi basically T-bones us in the middle of the road, causing us to stop. There aren't really defined roads in a lot of Arab places, so it isn't really that surprising that we got hit. In Arab nature, the two drivers get out of their cars, each yelling that it was the other's fault, and looking like they were going to throw hands. Eventually, they got back into their respective taxis and parted ways. My family and I were completely taken aback. We had been in Egypt for less than 2 hours and have already had quite the adventure. We finally got to the hotel, exhausted, as it must have been 3 a.m. by this point. Our driver helped us get all of our bags and we got settled, and told us that he felt so bad about the car accident that he offered to pick us up the next morning and take us to the Great Pyramids, which was on our agenda, for a super cheap rate. My parents agreed and decided on a time for him to come, though I can't remember when. Flash forward to the next morning. Everyone is ready for the day, excited to see how crazy it was going to be. Our driver was outside waiting for us, leaning against the car like someone in an old movie, right when he said he'd be there. I'm a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl that had a deep tan at the time, and being in Egypt, that was a rare sight. When the driver saw me in the daylight, he gave me the creepiest, most unsettling look that sent chills down my spine, even as a 10-year-old. I knew that something wasn't right with him. Nonetheless, we got in his taxi and headed towards the pyramids. He continued to try and talk to me and joke around with me the whole ride, something that I found to be extremely creepy and bold since both of my parents were in the car. We get super close, and there is an entrance that people can go through and walk the long distance to the pyramids, and there's an entrance that taxis can go through. You have to pay to see them. Strange but true. Our driver keeps making jokes about my blonde hair and blue eyes, and bringing up that he could get me into the pyramids for free, so my parents wouldn't have to pay the extra ticket price. We laughed it off and my parents paid him, said thank you, and began to exit the taxi. I don't remember how it happened, but at some point after I got out of the car he did too, and directed me towards his trunk. I was confused and thought we had forgotten something, so I stayed behind as my parents walked towards the gate to get whatever I thought we had left. The driver pops the trunk, but there wasn't anything in it. He grabbed my arm and put a hand on my back, trying to push me into the trunk, and said, "I'm getting you in for free," over and over again as I resisted. Naturally, I freaked out and screamed out to my mom and dad at the top of my lungs, terrified. When they heard me and noticed that I wasn't behind them, they started sprinting back to the car. When the driver heard me scream, he immediately let go of me, closed the trunk, and drove away, just as my parents started to run to me. I was crying my eyes out, terrified out of my mind, knowing that an Arab taxi driver tried to put me in his trunk and drove away the second I screamed for help. It's scary to think what could have happened to me had he been stronger and more prepared, or faster. He's the reason that I'm still terrified of taxis, Ubers, Lyfts, and any car service of that nature. So, Egyptian taxi driver, let's never meet again. When I was around 15, a family friend offered to take me and my mom to Seabreeze after he won tickets at work. It was awesome because he spent from open to close riding all of the fun rides, like the Quantum Loop with me while my mom relaxed, bought me overly priced drinks and food, and even bought me silly souvenirs. It was without a doubt one of the top 5 trips to an amusement park for me. Well, like 2 weeks later, we learned from his sister he was arrested for a string of robberies, along with murdering an elderly woman whose house who robbed a little while before he took us on the trip. Nobody could believe it until he pleaded guilty and was sentenced. He seemed like such a great guy, loved his family, gave money to charities, took his friends on expensive trips, which now we all know how he could afford it on a cashier's salary. All in all, a seemingly great guy. It just shows that even the most normal-seeming people can sometimes have vomit-inducing skeletons. This story is so weird that I almost pushed it out of my mind, but my friend reminded me of it last night, and now I'm creeped out all over again. I was around 15 or 16 years old, and I was on vacation at Walt Disney World sometime during the summer. My family has the vacation club membership, so we go a few times a year and live close by anyway. We were staying in the vacation club villas, which is a separate building from the main hotel. I brought 2 of my friends, Savannah and Victoria,
and we got bored at around 2 a.m., so we went down to the gym. It's open 24 hours. We weren't even going to work out, just take mirror selfies and mess around with the exercise balls. There's a desk for the spa portion of the gym, or maybe it's a sauna, I don't really remember. But since it was so late, there was no employees, so we were messing around behind the desk and found a notebook. I'm not sure why. I was super annoying at the time, but I decided to write my Twitter and Instagram handles, and so did Savannah. Looking back, I'm pretty sure that we could get in trouble since guests aren't supposed to screw around with the desk. I didn't think much of it and we left the gym. And the next morning, we checked out of the hotel. On the drive back home, I get a Twitter notification, and it's from a diaper fetish account. The creepy thing is this account was active for a while, and had disgusting pictures of grown men in diapers and other disturbing pictures of children. So does Savannah, and we both sat there looking at each other like, what the heck? The account tweeted at us saying something like, "I know who you are and what you've done, and your vacation will end abruptly." They tweeted some more creepy stuff like telling us to watch our backs, but I knew that it was clearly because we left our names on the notepad. I didn't write back. Then I noticed a new follower, and it was my name, but the username was similar to the diaper account. The account started tweeting my address, my phone number, and random pictures of me from deep within my social media. They do the same thing with Savannah's name, and at this point we're both really scared. I get a text from a random number. I'm assuming they used a texting app, saying what they were watching us and knew more than we thought. They even started texting me about my boyfriend at the time, and asked me some really messed up questions about him. I told them to screw off and blocked it. I didn't get any more texts, but the Twitter account continued to tweet about me, and random details that I knew they had to dig deep to find. I blocked them on that too, and put all my accounts on private. I never got any more messages, but the Twitter accounts are still up to this day. So, to the Disney employee with a diaper fetish, please stay far away from me. In the mid-90s, my parents took my older brother and me on vacation to Cancun, Mexico, when we were teenagers. Me 13, my brother 18. My brother and I shared a room, and he was old enough to go out to the bars, leaving me alone in the room to watch movies and be bored out of my mind. My parents wanted to hang out with us the whole time, but we were too cool and tried to distance ourselves from them as much as possible. I was mature for my age, had previously had some underage drinks with friends, and felt that I was old and cool enough to go to the downtown parts of Cancun. When I asked my brother if I could join him, he laughed at me and told my parents, so I was bitter that I was stuck back in my room, or worse, forced to hang out with my folks. The third or fourth day into our vacation, I was sitting at one of the hotel bars, nursing a Shirley Temple and feeling sorry for myself. A woman, nicely dressed in her mid to late 20s, sat down next to me and we started chatting. I don't remember the details of what we talked about. I just remember her being really interested in what I had to say, and she made me feel like I was really mature for my age, what 13-year-old me really craved. We made arrangements to meet at the resort bar the next day to hang out some more. The next day, we met in the resort lounge at lunchtime and hung out. She listened to my stories about how BS it was that I couldn't go out drinking, and sympathizing, she offered to get me alcoholic drinks. 13-year-old me wanted screwdrivers. After 3 to 4 drinks, I was getting pretty drunk, and this was when she asked me if I wanted to go back to her room to hang out and watch a movie. Drunk 13-year-old me thought this was a great idea, as I was going to get more booze, and this cool 20-something chick wanted to hang out with me, and thought that I was super cool. Just as we were leaving the lounge, my mom appears. She was meeting my dad at the pool. Mom doesn't know what's going on, thinks I'm heading to my hotel room. Drunk me proudly introduces my new friend to my mom, telling her that we're going back to the woman's room to watch a movie. My mom's face goes from "Hi, how's it going?"
to get your butt up to your room right now. My mom tells my new friend that she has no business inviting 13-year-olds back to her room, and that she is not to talk to me again or my mom will call the cops. At that moment, I was so angry with my mom, but she had that "don't mess with me" look, that I knew that I had to keep my mouth shut. The next day, I was heading out to the pool and saw that woman sitting at the bar with two men in their late 50s, who I can only describe as menacingly scary. She pointed at me, and one of the men glared while the other winked at me. It sent shivers down my spine. This happened about half a year ago, but finding this subreddit reminded me. So I get a message on a dating site from a girl. Not my type, but I check the message out. "Hey, you're super hot. Want to come over to my hotel room?" I was flattered, but definitely was not interested. However, she might be a good person, so I messaged her back. "Not really looking for that, but I'm down to chat." Her: "No, I really, want something else. I'm on vacation and I'm at hotel near my house." Me: "Once again, I'm very sorry, but I'm not interested. Where are you from, and why choose here to vacation to?" Her: "I live in the same town, but I'm at a hotel wanting to do stuff. Come over." At this point, I was sketched out. Why rent a hotel room when you live here? It's a smaller city. So I did the smart thing. I blocked her. I sent a message beforehand saying goodbye, and I hope she finds someone that is interested. Fast forward 30 minutes. She made a second account and sent me this. "I'm serious. I really want you to come over. Here's something to persuade you." A link to a picture that was a picture of her, naked in bed. So, I block her again. Not even 15 minutes went by, and there is another account and message from her. At this point, I think I'm getting trolled. My friends could easily pull this off. I wanted to call their bluff, so I created a new Kick account, gave my info, and told her to go on video. I was going to catch my friends. Well, it was her, and she quickly went into doing things trying to persuade me. I deleted the Kick and avoided it. Deleted my dating account. Was completely sketched out. About 2 months later, I reactivated it one lonely night. About a day later, I get a message from her saying that she saw me riding my bike downtown a few weeks ago. She described what I was wearing. I had enough. I told her that I could take this to the police for harassment. I didn't know if I had a good case, but I wanted to scare her away. It worked. I haven't heard a peep since. And I've never been more grateful to think with my brain instead of my other head. This is about last year, just at the start of October 2015. My dad thought that it was a good idea to take the family out for a little fresh air. I live in a small town, so nothing big happens except for the finish of Idiotrod. I'm just going to skip to the event that happened in Las Vegas. I'm 17 now, and I was 17 then, so seeing a new big city was always fun and very exciting. We had a reservation for this fancy hotel and casino called the Mirage. Fancy to me, at least. I was pretty bored in our hotel room, so I decided to pass time looking out the window staring at this vague volcano. I decided to go for a walk by myself, and told my dad that I was going by this water show or something. While I was walking on the strip, I was passing Caesar's Palace, and there was a walkway where most people weren't walking though. Just a select random way most wouldn't take. This may not be so believable, but this random man walked up to me and asked if I had any money to lend. He was a bit darker than me and had a cap on, and was wearing a Jimi Hendrix t-shirt and was wearing cargo shorts. I responded nicely and respectfully. He approved, and we went our ways separately. After about a few minutes of sightseeing and looking around, I noticed the same guy slowly following me. As I continued into a pharmacy and bought a Rockstar and some kind of candy bar, can't remember. I noticed the same guy, but this time more of a distance away, so I decided to make my way quickly back to my hotel. After passing this water show that starts every 15 minutes or so, I did a check around. Pretty self-explanatory. I didn't notice him, so I kept walking onto the Mirage, which is now in sight. Walking distance to the front door of the Mirage, I hear, "Hey man," coming from behind me. As there were many people around, I just went on thinking it was to someone else. After a short walk through the weird stores, and in there I hear, "Hey yo dude," in the same voice. So I turn around and notice that he had asked me for some money earlier. I kind of felt bad lying to him, but I brushed it off because I didn't know him at all. As he was coming closer, I thought to myself, crap, too late to book it. So I went on with the very unnerving conversation. After some moderately friendly chat, he then asked again if I had some money to lend. So I pretty much thought that he saw me purchase my drink and candy bar, leading to the fact that I have change. After avoiding light questions like "got any change" and "can I have some money," I came in clutch and said that my dad was calling me. After I got off the phone with my dad, I finally found out the guy's name, Jerry. I knew it wasn't his real name because he hesitated for a good 4 to 5 seconds. I shook his hand and proceeded to the elevator, as fast walkingly as I could, as I can hear him jogging right behind me. I saw some ladies walking in a small group, kind of like how fighter jets fly. Best pilot in the middle, others slowly left and right, and I used my okay agility to sweep by and not get yelled at and managed to ditch him, and he started to run after me, but I made it to the elevator just in time, made it to my room and slept it off. So, scary dude, let us never, ever meet again. We were in Hamburg, Germany. On our last day, we went to the parking place where our car was, and driving out of there, a van had parked blocking the exit. Looking behind the van was like 8 guys with masks and guns about to do a full-on robbery, so we just floor it and drive around the van. Very weird experience. I went to Paris for the Japan Expo 10 years ago with my parents and a friend of mine. The last Saturday, she had a huge pain in her belly, was lightheaded, and a few other symptoms. We tried to go to the hospital, but the ER was closed. Tried like 4 clinics with ERs, but they were all closed too. The only one that was open had the on-duty doctor only arriving in the middle of the afternoon, when it was 10 a.m. Receptionist tried to call her until she got a hold of her because my friend was visibly in pain. The doctor made my friend explain what was going on the phone and sent us to another clinic to get some scans and tests. Turns out, one of her kidneys had shut down and she needed immediate medical attention. I was on my first road trip through Europe. Me and a friend were traveling extremely cheap for a number of reasons. We had terrible bank numbers, but we needed a getaway for a while. So badly, so whatever. We camped and slept in the car for most of the trip. We didn't have significant trouble. Maybe some homeless people or drunk bums forcing us out or landowners asking us to leave. But all good. Until one night in Romania, near Craiova, we set a tarmac in what seemed to be like a reasonably secluded stretch of woods and left the car 50 meters away.
We woke up in the night because we heard some noises, and a random group of people were literally tearing the car apart by smashing it. We shouted and they began to chase us for a bit and then left, but we ran. We fled as fast as we could, slashed tires, reported it to the police, and sorted out the papers to scrap my buddy's car. They didn't even steal anything, just damaged the car to a point where it was a lost cause. We took buses and hitchhiked back home. I enjoyed Romania a lot, and I'll go back if I can, but I won't set foot in that city ever again. Crazy folks, I tell ya.
Thank you so much for listening to all of the stories in this video. I hope you enjoyed them. I also hope that you enjoy the extra rain at the end. Get a good night's sleep, everyone, and I'll read to you in the next video. Bye-bye now.